and all that shit. I'm old-fashioned. I got an old-fashioned 32 6-shot.
Guys, this is not a space to freaking spread violence, respectfully. We're not here to kill anybody and give threats. Just keep it low. There was a case, by the way, on this app. Somebody shared an address. This was about a year and a half ago, and then there was a shootout at his address in Texas. That guy was pretty famous from the Black Spaces. Now, all I can tell you is...
Wait, who is it?
It was.
You say he was in Black Spaces?
Yeah, the guy was beefing with, Freddie, Black Rabbi.
Freddie. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that drama queen.
Black Spaces. I mean, so here we go again.
Anyway,
it's the same thing when people say, like, this Asian dude, when, for the Asian person, you could be Chinese, Korean, Viet, Filipino, Cambodian, Singaporean, the list goes on and on. I want to even say Indian or Pakistani because they're certainly not Middle Eastern or Sri Lankan. So then, for Black people, it's like, it's in Black Spaces. First of all, I just want to make it clear here. Black Spaces are not, you see my picture in the PTR. Black Spaces are not equal and impartial, nor should they be termed as Black Spaces. There should be intellectual Black Spaces, hood Black Spaces. This dude Freddie, we're definitely in the hood Black Space. I'm in Black Spaces all the time on Clubhouse, and that shit is not even ever any talk about skullduggery. It's not ever even fucking allowed. So to think about Black people as if we're just like this one fucking common denominator.
Exactly.
Is like intellectually dishonest. Second, I would like to say to Pumalu, I gotta go watch a movie with my wife and do the husband and thing. But
it's going to be a romantic movie, isn't it? No violence. My wife is the opposite, man. She loves the violence, man. She loves John Wick.
Why do you have to be so annoying?
She loves John Wick and all that shit. Man.
Why do you have to cut everyone off? I'm trying to listen.
I didn't take offense to that, but either way, for the gentleman Malu, and good to hear your voice, Black Rabbi. I hope you're doing well. Even though you're not kind of diametrically opposed to a lot of your positions, but I still like you. Kamalu, I hope that the evidence that I submitted answered your question, because it certainly did. And there's no such thing as a Jew that does not have some sort of religious affiliation with Judaism. That is untrue, categorically untrue. Now, Zero said the Hindus, same thing in India. Okay, culturally, Hindus, people will say that people in India are Hindus, but that's still not true, because at the end of the day, the only reason why people say that is because of Gandhi's quarrel with fucking Pakistan, where India split into literally two different fucking nation states, Pakistan being the Muslim majority. They're all Indian. Now, you will not call a Pakistani a Hindu whatsoever. They still have similar languages, similar cultural rights. Where they're divided is based off of their dogmatic approach. One is Hindu, and the other is Muslim.
You lost me. I have exactly no idea what you're talking about. I said Modi.
When you said
Modi, which is India, which is India, has nothing to do with Pakistan or Bangladesh, which used to also be a part of India. I said Modi in India. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about Pakistan or Bangladesh.
Well, you said the Hindus are ethnic. It's kind of like an ethnic.
Modi. I said Modi and the Hindus, and I also think I mentioned BJP.
Well, I'm not sure you said that, but either way,
Keith, I just want to make one statement before you and before you leave, because you said like you like me as a person, but you're against a lot of my beliefs, and I just want to just leave with this one point to think about. And I'm saying this with humility and as a way to like maybe recalibrate bigger picture, but I'm saying I have more wisdom than any black leader we've ever seen in North America.
Anytime you said with all humility, No, the next thing you said was
So-
going to be the opposite of humility.
So it is
The
humanity.
minute that you said, I say this with all humility, I knew the next thing out of your mouth was going to be the opposite of anything that was humble.
You're psychic.
Maybe there's a candy called wisdom. Maybe he has more wisdom than everybody. Maybe there's like Cadbury. Like there's Cadbury and there's a candy called wisdom. Maybe he does have more wisdom than everybody.
Fair enough. So Keith,
Maybe it's
so
a
what I'm
choice.
saying is, the outlooks that I have should be really reflected upon, right? Because it may seem on an academic level, based off what we've been presented in terms of history or information and facts, those facts and those historical points may not be accurate from a spiritual perspective, right? And so the information and my perspective are coming from a spiritual perspective. So I'm saying, as an African American who comes from the same culture, perhaps some of these things that I'm saying are not against your beliefs. You just don't, maybe you may not understand the perspective of what you're speaking from.
Yeah,
Right? And if you
I
do
would
like-
deign to stoop that low.
I'm a land here that will hijack the room, and so I appreciate your retort. You seem like a worthy adversary, because I would never say it out loud, but I often feel like there's no other black man, at least one of my constituents, same age group, that is as wise as I am. But I'm always looking to
I can
learn,
appreciate that.
and I'm always looking to debate without any emotions tied to it. Because at the end of the day, that's where you lose focus, when you get your emotions tied to things. You should be willing to lose, and you should be willing to win gracefully. So with that said, I look forward to future conversations. But at the end of the day, the world, as we know it, particularly America, is blinded by the rhetoric that is fed to us by the apparatus that was run by the Zionists. I mean, this is just
that's
true.
but that again, those are facts that are inaccurate, right? And that's what I'm saying. We have to take away from what we call facts and statistics.
Inaccurate.
Exactly.
Because a fact is a statement or an idea or information that's presented in conjunction with a collective group of people that affirm
No,
that this
facts
is correct.
usually have receipts, and you can prove
No,
it.
they don't. They don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Now you're changing language.
I'm telling you how.
No, they're not. What
That's
the
it.
fuck? Are you weird?
No, I'm awoke.
A fact means reality. It means what's
I think
true.
everyone knows
A
that
fact
facts
means what's
are-
true.
Oh,
A
wait,
fact
yeah,
means what's
yeah.
true.
No, it
Facts
doesn't.
It simply means what's true. That's what fact means.
Facts are verifiable. That's why it's called a
Yeah,
fact.
and I'm
Thank
saying
you.
in the verifiable, the entity that verifies it is compromised. That's what I'm pointing.
And
The
people
same
are
country.
verifying it with their own.
It used to be a fact in America that black people were 3/5 of a human being. That was a fact, and they had.
No, that wasn't a fact.
That was
That was
fact.
pseudoscience.
They said
That
it.
was pseudoscience.
That
was
never-
pseudoscience.
Okay,
that
so
was
now
never-
so I'm saying all these other facts is also
That was
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience.
I agree with you, and
White
so are the facts you
supremacist
have now.
pseudoscience. Why do you always
It's
bring
the
up
same
things to
facts you have
race?
now. It's the same pseudoscience.
Brother, that was never verified.
No, you're pseudoscience.
Once-
There's no way
once-
to verify
you
it.
got
What do you
pseudoscience.
mean?
you can't verify.
What do you mean? Yes, there is.
And once someone attempted to verify it without any bias, it was shown to be.
What is the antonym? Hey, Black Rabbi, what is the antonym of truth? What
Rabbi,
untrue? You
how
almost
many-
said it. You
how many
almost said it.
Cheerios are in a box of
It's
Cheerios?
untruth. It's untruth.
How many Cheerios are in a box
So,
of Cheerios?
so to say that black people were 2/3 or whatever, or a black man was 2/3, that's just it's an untruth. It's a fallacy.
Oh, how do you know?
Yeah, no, it was pseudoscience. Fake anthropology.
It's a falsehood. It's just plain.
Okay, so
Right,
I'm
yeah,
saying,
it's a-
I'm
it's
saying
a-
all
it's a
the
falsehood.
information you
Yeah.
have, all
It's not a
the
fact.
information you have, all
It's
the
not a
I'm
fact.
trying to say facts are
all the
opinion, bro.
information-
That's how we know you're not a fucking real rabbi.
He's got. I tell you, he's got wisdom. He's got a lot of wisdom. All right, it's got to be a candy bar. Wisdom has got to be a candy bar.
I'm saying all the things that we perceive are information are construed ideas to direct our thinking. There's no facts.
The fact that you
They
don't
have
think
no
facts
facts.
don't
None
have
of it's
a
true.
reality. 2 plus 2
true.
equals 4, bro.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God.
It absolutely does. And
No,
so,
it
You're an idiot.
No, it doesn't.
And
I know
gravity
why I think-
exists, and the Earth is a globe.
I can prove it to you.
The Earth is a
The reason-
globe.
the reason-
Guys, I don't know where this is gonna go. This guy is lost, man. I can't see. I can't see. Okay, go ahead.
Let me prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. The reason why you believe 2 plus 2 equals 4 is because you define 2 in a specific way. I don't define 2 that way.
Oh
I can
God,
choose
you
not to
talking some
define it
weird
that
shit.
way.
Okay.
No, it's all
Okay.
using
Thank you,
the-
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
That's how we know you're not the president.
Any of itself is defined.
Just because the system, just because a collective group of people create a definition.
No, it's
does
not. It
mean
could be
that's finite.
proven.
Bro, math has been around long before fucking any Western mind could
I
define.
didn't say anything about Western. I'm saying how it's interpreted.
No,
If you
It's interpreted as.
that's
like, for example,
if I have two
Should I give you an
pennies
example?
and someone gives me
No.
another 2,
He
I'd be
wants
He
like,
wants to give us. Please let him give us an example. I'm having a good laugh here. Go ahead. Give us an
Okay.
example.
So for example, like say you go to a bookstore, right? And you go in the dictionary section, right? You see all these different dictionaries, the thesauruses, right? You open up the dictionary has a list of words, and those words have definitions next to them. That's why it's a dictionary, right? But if you look around that whole bookstore has the same words in different ways, and those words all have the same definitions. So when you study the Torah, you'll see that, hey, you know what?
Nobody cares about the fucking Torah.
They won't have the same definition, friend. They won't have the same definition.
Can I finish? What I'm saying is that one word could have 70 or 80 different definitions.
Yes,
right?
We know that already. We already know that.
Mathematics are two different things.
One set of
2 plus 2 equals 4.
Okay, but I define 2 differently than you do, and I have the right to do that.
You can take 2 items.
give me one word. I'm gonna fucking use AI. Give me one word that has 70 different meanings, because some often do have different meanings.
some
but
have
I've
a
never
lot,
seen.
like hit.
I've never seen 70 or 80. So go ahead, humor us.
So it's
give me
not,
one
so,
word.
So, the way, so you can't chat GPT what I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Because he is above chat. He is above chat GPT. He is above chat
I can
GPT.
explain to you why. If you take 3 Hebrew letters, right, and you put those Hebrew letters together, depending on the vowels, on the nikudot, those little dots you see around Hebrew words, depending on what those dots are,
oh God,
you can
this
switch
guy's
it around.
talking again.
Yeah, you can switch it. You can switch those. You can switch.
Bro, but we're talking about the English language. We're talking about the English language.
And that's your
You
problem.
didn't specify.
No, that's your problem. You're an idiot.
Let go on. Put that one Hebrew word that has 70. I don't care what the dots.
All words, all Hebrew words do it.
No.
All Hebrew configurations.
Yeah.
It just depends on the vowels.
Maybe 20, 30, but 70, 80.
Even more, bro. Even more.
He's such a, yo, that's not, no, you're a fucking con man.
There's no way. I'm not even gonna prompt that.
Well, the word retarded would have more than 70 because it would be rabbi, pumalu, abnormal.
So anyway,
I can go on and on and on, man.
So if you
Netanyahu, Trump, the word retarded, that's all synonyms.
If you understand reality from an English perspective, you're stuck in the world of definitions.
Shut up. You don't even sound like you graduated from college.
So I'm saying you're stuck in the world of definitions.
We're just talking linguistics. Dude, we're just talking linguistics.
You can math, you can see proof. You can take 2 items and get another 2 items, put them together and count it, and it's 4.
I disagree with the premise that you say that shape. You say that shape represents this.
Fucking guy, you must have read 1984.
Who knows? That might be what they need for a president in 2032. Who knows?
You already got an idiot as a president.
But who knows? What's the expression? When you thought you can't go any lower, right?
You got a fucking child he wears diapers, man.
Either way, the point is just saying I've expanded my mind, and I see how
You fucking blew my mind. You blew my mind.
in Western academia is.
What's that thing when you talk to stupid people, you become more stupid?
I'm telling you, I think I'm turning Japanese. You're killing me, Rabbi. You're fucking. Thank you for the joke.
It's not flat. Gravity exists.
Thank you for the joke, man. Thanks for the joke.
Yeah, it's just I have different definitions on life, and I'm proud. I feel safe with those definitions, and if those definitions don't coincide with mainstream society thought, that's their problem, right? But I am aware.
It's called Dunning-Kruger effect, and you are definitely the poster child to that.
Of what?
Oh.
There's a reason why math is known as the universal language, right? I mean, like for
who says that? Who told
Russians. I mean,
So
it's just true, right? So I'll give you.
Oh my God!
Because it's an idea or a theory that's repeatable. So, like when the Russians or NASA or the Chinese are shooting shit into space, like satellites, and they have to equate for like the telemetry, right? The velocity of the projectile and shit like that. They're using numbers, bro. They're writing mathematical equations, which isn't stymied by any language barrier. They're fucking zeros and ones, 0 to 9.
But it's not limited to that.
That's it, because numbers are zero. They're zero to
mechanism.
They're 0 to 9, and then you'll add any other number behind it, and it goes into the tens, the hundreds, the thousands. It's a universe.
That's one system. There's many systems that can be created.
It's a universal language across all time, across all culture.
The thing is, your confidence comes from consent, right? You believe information on the basis of consent. So if you have institutions or collective groups of people or mass, then you accept information. But if it doesn't have that, you don't accept it. And I'm saying that's a fraudulent way of coming to conclusions. You cannot base information on consent. That is not intelligent.
Rabbi, who's Katherine Johnson? Rabbi, who's Katherine Johnson? Rabbi, who is Katherine Johnson?
Rabbi, how many Twix are in
Rabbi,
the Twix bar?
who is Dude, you're fucking Black American. You're Black American. Who is Katherine Johnson?
How many Twix are there?
You ever see the movie Hidden Figures? You ever see the movie? Hidden Figures? Okay, well, she was the American mathematician whose calculations of orbital mechanics as a NASA employee were critical to the success of the first U.S. crewed space flights. It was her mathematics that helped us get into space.
That's one perspective. That's it.
You're gonna go tell her that 2 and 2 is not 4.
So what's the other perspective?
Right now, I'm just talking about language.
Perspective.
I'm saying language. I'm saying I can take it.
Yeah, but math is the universal language.
If I created my own if I created my own dictionary, and then you went and read a book that was in the romance section, right? You will come to a different set of conclusions on what that paragraph means versus the standardized dictionary.
The paragraph for math is called an equation, right? And so it's like, again, that's why we say it's the universal language, because it doesn't take someone to know Latin, which I think if you said like Roman, so the language would be Latin. So I wouldn't have to know Latin if you wrote a paragraph in math, right? Which you just go look at a calculus book. There's all kind of paragraphs written, but they're equations, right? And today with tech, what are you doing? You're doing algorithms, right? And what are algorithms? Algorithms are simply equations that have an action behind. Once the equation is solved, a certain action happens, right? So that's a simplistic term of what's happening.
My issue is not on the system. My issue is on the definitions that is applied that comprise the system. And I'm saying those definitions that you are using are based off of consent, right?
So give me another definition of math thing. Give me another one that you have tested and tried that would that would satisfy that would take place or at least be something that's worthy of being considered for looking at math in another way. Because right now, all you're doing is you're going against these concepts, but you're not.
I was raised by a mathematician, by the way, so I'm not like.
Okay, so give me.
And you don't know who Katherine Johnson is.
Such a fucking liar.
And you don't know who the fuck Katherine Johnson is. Come on, man. Come on. What the
Your
hell?
story changes so much. Now you're raised by mathematicians.
Those mathematicians would have told
People
you.
don't listen to your story.
They would have told you who the hell Katherine Johnson is, stupid.
No, she's not. You're such a liar.
All right, cool. Anyways, so the point is like this. What I'm saying is in terms of, it's not so much about me giving you a new mathematical system. What I'm saying is that I rather have a population of thinkers that are not limited by these definitions, and they're able to innovate new forms of measurement, new forms of analyzing movement, new forms of analyzing growth, right?
Oh,
And
yeah,
so
yeah,
that
yeah. Like
is
the
what
movie
I
The
want to do.
Matrix. Like the movie The Matrix. Right, yeah.
So that's more
You
so.
don't think you're a narcissist, Rabbi. I think you're a narcissist. I think you think that you need to create a world or something, and you're gonna be like king or something.
That's narcissistic. That's narcissistic.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Who the fuck are you?
Wanting to create a new world is narcissistic. You hear that, guys?
No, wanting to create.
I should accept the
your
status
standards.
quo. I should accept the status quo. I reject.
I'll give you a mathematical equation. You're one brick of a full load.
Most education in America and the West is rooted in white supremacy. Of course, I want to change.
You
What
want
the
a
hell
white
is white
supremacist
supremacy
country?
come from? Where the
Kidding me? Get the fuck out of here.
Wednesday? I'm sorry. The fuck the white supremacy? I give up.
Zionism itself is white supremacy.
I'm telling you, this is the shit that we get from like Zionist people. They just try to wear you down with their fucking stupidity. They just wear you down. I'm stupid, accept it. I'm stupid, accept it. I'm stupid, accept it. Fuck.
Yeah, and that's why the whole idea of Zionists. These are all information points based around consent, right? And that's the problem. Nothing is rooted in truth. It's only rooted in the ego, which is based around consent. Large groups of people agreeing, and therefore it's right. Like currency. You know what I'm saying? But it's not in itself. It's not rooted in anything. It's just people agree about it. It's a fraudulent
You
system.
can prove
We should
math.
reject it. It's healthy.
Math you can prove.
All right, you think you can?
All I gotta say ain't no way.
Go ahead, Wednesday. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, is he done? I hope he's done.
No, I mean, hey, I'm just sharing ideas. I'm just saying, as an African American man, I came to the conclusion that all the definitions that are used in society are there to undermine my ability. So I reject all of them, and I want to create
the black
new
card,
systems.
but then you don't like black Americans.
Of course I have. I'm chief rabbi of African Americans. What are you talking about? I have hundreds of students in America.
Give them their money back. So anyhow, they let those 3 guys go over there in Gaza, and all the Western media. Oh, look how emaciated they are. Look how skinny they are. Look how they look. And it was like, dude, they also showed.
Darson,
I'm here to join you talking about the eternal life. There is life after death. So I'm here to encourage all the people in this world to have eternal life. so that before your time, you have to know that there is life after death. So I'm an international evangelist about Jesus Christ, who's God and Savior.
Then that lady who went to
Oh,
Lebanon.
no.
Go ahead. Wednesday, you're still in the Matrix. You sound you were sounding good for a while.
No.
That sound real good. Nope. Back to the Matrix.
He left?
Rabbi, you gone? Yeah, he left. Rabbi has left the building.
Ain't no way he's a rabbi.
Oh my gosh, man. Everybody tells him, all of the McZed, all the rest of these people, you know, I don't know if McZed was one of them, but a lot of these people were telling this guy, man, you're not no rabbi. McZed, you can speak if you want because you're here. But a lot of the people who are what they call themselves Jewish, you know, they all tell him, you're not a rabbi. And he fights with them about it and all that stuff. I don't know. That's between them, man. That's what they call internecine strife. Internecine strife. That means within themselves. They fight amongst themselves. I don't know about that.
Well, let them fight amongst themselves.
I'm telling you, man, that's none of my business. Just get the fuck out. You know? Just leave. Go home. Well, a lot of the people that are going to be in the room usually at this time are going to be the people in the Western states because it's like late over here. So I'm going to get ready to cut out myself.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know. We're on the East Coast, we're out of here, man. Let the West Coast people take over the room.
Yeah, it's about to be. I like to listen to people talk to fall asleep, though. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, cool. All right, guys.
Night.
So, Lord Zed is in the chat talking about, yeah, we New Yorkers, man, we need a flag of our own. We need to have our own. He's cool. All right, guys. So, assalamu alaikum and peace to those who are not Muslim. Cheers.
Wa alaikum salam.
saying
I
is
said.
that you have to go through
Right.
procedures in order to
Yes, I
unalive
said
or in order
you
to
do have
kill
to go
these
through
comatose
procedures.
patients.
Yes.
All right, you guys.
Then it would
go
then
ahead.
would
Ryan.
also follow that procedure would have to come to the conclusion that we have good reason to believe that this comatose patient is not going to have any future experiences. We wouldn't kill a comatose patient that we have good reason to believe will have future experiences. So if it is the case that that's the procedure you're referring to, then it would also apply for the pre-sentient fetus that we have good reason to believe it will be sentient, so you couldn't kill it. But you're not going to agree to that, which would be a direct contradiction.
Well, that's also not true. That's not what the procedure does. They don't ask the question, will this person have future experiences? They ask, do we have a treatment mechanism that is likely to improve their situation in the foreseeable future? Modulo, there are going to be some formal definitions of that, whether they ask whether we can improve their situation in a year or 9 months or 15 months or something, depends on the jurisdiction, obviously. But they don't ask the question the way you did. And when I'm saying there's that these points don't exactly correspond to the border you would draw with sentience, well, they don't exactly correspond. So the procedure does not exactly correspond to an inquiry into sentience.
Okay, if you're going to say that the procedure doesn't address whether or not there's a likelihood that they will be sentient again, that's still false. But I'll play along with the procedure that you want to put forth. If the procedure is, do we have some sort of mechanism or technology or some sort of process that we can put them through to improve their situation? Okay, if the answer is yes, then it would follow that we can't kill said patient. But the answer is yes to the pre-sentient child in the womb, which is to leave it alone, because we have good reason to know that due to this biological process continuing, this child will be sentient. The direct process that you're referring to is pregnancy, which would still be a contradiction in your view if you don't affirm it.
Well, but we still have to ask, why do we say it's okay to pull the plug on this person, but there are other people who we won't pull the plug on, right? If you want to pull the plug on a regular person, you don't ask the question about, do we have a treatment for them or something like that.
You just said that was the procedure.
Please don't interrupt me. No, I said a regular person, okay? If you want to pull the plug on a person who is not comatose, they have to have done something wrong.
I don't even know what that means.
Plug.
You mean like the death penalty?
Yes, exactly. If you want to kill someone who isn't comatose, they have to have done something wrong. So for some reason, in the case of the comatose person, we say, well, there is a different and much lighter procedure. They don't have to have done anything wrong. And no one is saying they've done wrong, but we're still willing to pull the plug on them. And that really seems to be in part because of a different sense of the moral urgency of preserving their lives, to be, really frank. I mean, we could, of course, keep them on life support or whatever interminably, but we're saying, no, actually it's okay to say, even though we could keep them on life support, we won't. And it's because, we don't have a keen sense that their condition will become sentient or conscious. And so as long as they're not sentient or conscious, we are going to apply different rules to them. But even a heinous criminal, we can't put them to death without a rigorous procedure. So I can see, something aligning roughly with what Jonathan is saying. Sentience seems to be not exactly the distinguishing characteristic, but it at least aligns with a border. It is approximately maps onto that. I think there's an intuition there. I'm not going to say I'm 100% behind that way of discussing the issue, but I think he's got something there.
Okay, I'm going to respond to all three of those points. The first point was that you did this clever little sleight of hand where you nipped me on being clear on this, on the specific procedure that you're referring to when we're talking about the comatose patient, you said very clearly that the procedure is not to determine if there's a likelihood that they'll be sentient. So I adopted it to the procedure that you preferred. And then when I addressed the problems with your own procedure, you cleverly switched back to the original one that I presented. In your own words, you said, we don't know if this comatose patient will ever have sentience again. Okay, well, that was actually the procedure that I initially put forth. And we don't see that in pregnancy. In pregnancy, we have good reason to believe that this child will be sentient. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that sentience is a sufficient condition under the pro-life thesis. And so this intuition that sentience is morally valuable is also accounted for. But you're not giving me an argument that it's necessary in order to have moral consideration or a right to live. Now, three, you keep talking about death row patients, well, or death row inmates. One, I'm against the death penalty, but two, that would be another category error, because in the case of death row, they've done something, if I'm going to steel man the person that is in favor of death row, they've done something to forfeit their right to life. Okay, well, that's not the case in pregnancy, unless you're saying that they're doing some sort of, immoral action or some sort of action that they are participating in unknowingly that forfeits their right to life to where they've done something wrong. But I don't think you're going to make that claim. So that would also be a category error, and that would make it disanalogous.
You may think it's disanalogous, but I wouldn't call it a category error.
Please. I don't think that you're engaging with the argument I'm making. I'm saying, well, there is some sense in trying to draw the border at sentience. We see many cases where borders we do draw roughly align with that. Our relaxed treatment of comatose patients, our relaxed treatment of miscarriages, and those are, I think, two interesting cases that I think no one would disagree with our relaxed treatment of miscarriages or our relaxed treatment of comatose patients.
Yeah, I'm quite literally directly attacking the view. You're not giving me an argument that substantiates that it's necessary to be sentient. You're just saying that, oh, well, we do care about to some degree sentience. I agree to that statement, but that's accounted for under the pro-life thesis. But you're going above and beyond it, saying that it's necessary to have a sentient experience or a subjective first-person experience in order to not be killed. So I'm looking for an argument that says that it's not possible to have value or to have moral consideration, rather, prior to sentience. You're not giving me that. You're just giving me some sort of, just trying to draw some sort of correlation. I've shown you the critiques to that. You haven't responded to my critiques. You've just restated the claim every single time you've unmuted. So I don't really know. I don't even know how you come to the conclusion that I'm not addressing your argument. I've given you contentions to everything that you've said directly. You're not really giving me anything of substance here. You're just restating the claim.
Oh, Raichu, you're not addressing the substance of the claim. First of all, because Raichu, stop doing that. Raichu, stop doing that. I don't do that to you. I don't laugh at you. I don't ad-lib. All right. And you are also repeating yourself. So I think you have to set a higher standard for your own behavior here, to be totally honest. But I mean, it's not my place to give
he's probably
give you advice.
To be fair,
please stop that, Cloud.
Please stop
listen.
That. Just listen.
And I don't. No, please listen to me.
Probably a kid.
No, please listen to me.
No, I can just keep talking.
Okay.
If you want to just ignore me, just because I cut it.
Andrew, Secular,
I'm supposed
what are you
to
guys
be a
gonna
mod
do
here too. I could just
Andrew,
ask for
Secular.
mods.
Okay,
Andrew, back me up, bro.
Please, Andrew. No. You guys, Andrew, make a decision. Andrew, make chill is not an order. Make a decision.
Yeah, no, I just obviously I don't. So he's trying to intervene. Normally he's a mod. I think it'd probably be good to just hear what he's going to say, Jason, to reduce the contention. Because obviously if he asks for mods, I can give him mods. But
if you want to insult me, Cloud, because you don't have an argument. I didn't insult you. Jason doesn't have an argument. You just want to call me a kid. That's fine.
You are probably way younger than Jason.
Yeah,
But I
that
don't
might
know
be
why
true.
you're saying
He might be
that, though.
he might be on the verge of retiring on AARP, and I'm not. That might be true.
Yeah, but
that
now
doesn't-
you're gonna go. You
that
want to
doesn't
talk
mean-
about the insults, like
That doesn't
what was
mean-
the relevance? Yeah, I agree, right? Clive, what was the relevance of you saying that? Why would you just?
But
bring
because
that
he
up?
wants to say like he's attacking him because he's like acting like kind of immature, which I agree. He kind of
No,
is.
you just don't have an argument. You guys have these beliefs, and
This-
all you guys
I
say
don't know
is it's
why
my
you're-
intuition.
You're over talking. You couldn't defend any of your views
Didn't
either.
you just cry
So-
3 seconds ago that someone was over talking, and I'm gonna?
No, I
you just
actually
did
don't
that.
really care. I have no problem that if I
You
got
just
mods
crashed
that I
out
would just
45
remove
seconds
you.
ago. You just crashed out
Like
45
I
seconds
don't
ago.
care if you're here. Andrew does.
Yeah,
Yes,
really
I
cool
definitely
stuff.
do.
Great stuff.
Right.
You're
So,
really cooking right now, Cloud. Keep it up.
but in any case,
Okay.
the reason I mentioned that is more for Jason, because Jason, being an adult who seems well adjusted, should take into account that he's probably significantly younger than you, Jason, and that's kind of why he's acting the way he is.
Yeah, really good stuff. You really got me there, Cloud.
Okay. So before we lose the continuity of what you were saying there, Jason, so you don't think that Raichu is engaged with what you're saying? You don't think he's interactive with it?
No, in
So
part
can you
because
sum it up?
he's
Okay.
yeah, he keeps attributing an argument to me that I'm not making. I'm saying I see some intuitive appeal to what Jonathan is saying. That's all I've said. I've not said it's true. I've not said you need to engage with it or anything else like that. But I said I see some appeal to it, some intuitive appeal to it. And I
But
think
that's
in
fine,
the
if
case
that's
of
what
them,
you're saying.
please,
Go ahead.
hold on. Yeah, I'm still talking, Raichu. So, and I think as regards the miscarriage, I mean, miscarriages are a case where obviously prior to the miscarriage, everything about that was someone who was on the way to consciousness if they didn't have consciousness already. But I think we, for the most part, believe that in the early phases of pregnancy, there is no consciousness. So even given that, miscarriages are not treated with the same seriousness of other cases of sudden death. They are treated in a much more relaxed manner. And I think this is also another indicator of the importance of the intuition that Jonathan has. Now, I'm not saying Jonathan is right. I'm not saying this point about sentience is a solid basis for public policy making. But I'm saying we have two cases. We can kind of bookend the beginning and the end of life, actually, with two cases that align with Jonathan's intuition. And I want to give Jonathan some credit for that. I think if you want to proceed from that to discussing pro-life or pro-choice and the policy details of that, well, then, I mean, I should probably present my own position and argue it. I don't hold Jonathan's position, and I'm not trying to argue it. I was just trying to offer some sort of an olive branch and acknowledge some appeal of Jonathan's position. You can keep arguing against Jonathan's position if you like, I guess. But you're really not, in that sense, engaging with what I'm saying.
I think you all need to show respect to Jason.
If all you're saying is that
if
all you're saying is that there's an intuition that sentience matters, that's just accepted on the pro-life thesis. So I don't dispute that. Yeah, I mean, W pro-life, I guess. Then you literally added nothing to the conversation.
Well, I didn't intend to add more than really sort of bridging from where Jonathan's going. And that's not adding nothing. That's not adding nothing. Okay, that's part of talking with other people, right? As you know, not everything is going to be an ad lib or a smart remark or a I don't know, punishing argument or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's thank
presumably
Jonathan.
Somebody here has an argument that is actually coherent and strong in explanatory power that can substantiate the permissibility of killing your offspring. Nobody has one. All you guys say is that it's just your intuitions. Well, if I just said my intuitions is that abortion bad, you're not going to accept that. That's not going to be persuasive to you. So I need something. Someone give me an
I
argument.
think it is persuasive.
You think it is persuasive for me to just say I'm against abortion? I have an intuition about it. You think that's gonna really drive people to take up the view?
Yeah, I think that when people have, like, I might view myself as having certain kinds of intuitions, and similarly other people too as well. And when my intuition is vastly out of alignment with the majority, I might think that maybe I just have wrong intuitions.
But who cares?
But certainly I think that intuitions are something that we go on. Do you agree with that?
That's certainly part of it. Depends on how you cash out intuitions. But if you're just
like
saying
an intellectual seeming that just grasping some like truth of the world.
Well, I would take intuitions in this regard to be like pre-intellectual, just like a first gut. You know, what does your heart tell you about the situation? Most people have strong intuitions against some of the hypotheticals that I've given you. But if all you're saying is that, well, if the majority of people didn't share my intuition, then I should adopt a different view. Well, then you're going to fall to all the deplorable reductios about slavery and the Holocaust and all these different things. You would have to affirm that you should adopt slavery intuitions because the vast majority of people held that intuition. But that's obviously absurd. You're not going to agree to that. So that's problematic in and of itself.
I don't agree that that's most people thought was moral.
I mean,
you're just lost, buddy.
Yeah.
Right. So what I would say is, I probably would have agreed to slavery if I was raised in that environment.
Okay. Yeah, where's the evidence? It's just, you can look at history. The entire world participated in slavery, and slavery was a vast
that's not your claim.
Significant part of
that's not what your
world
claim
history
was.
For the last 4,000 years. We can make a strong, inductive case that the intuitions were in alignment with the policies at the time. So,
that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
It literally does.
Now I can give you reasons why that's not true. Is that today
you have the last word, and then I gotta go.
Sure. Today, people probably think that factory farming is abhorrent and immoral, and yet we live in a world where that occurs and people don't prevent it. So the prevention or allowance of something doesn't mean that people don't have intuitions against it.
Yeah, I don't know I'm not talking about prevention. I'm not talking about taking an action. I'm talking about adopting the intuition.
You just said, like, look, people allow slavery. They're talking past each other.
It's possible, right, Chu, that most people oppose slavery, but it was nevertheless allowed. So relatively few people participated in it as a practical matter. How many people own slaves? Not most people, right?
Correct.
Probably not even 1/10 of people. So it's quite possible that it existed for a long time, and most people still hated it. That's possible.
I'll just concede to that point and just give you the hypothetical then. If it was the case that it was the majority of intuitions that it was okay, then your argument leads to the conclusion that people who think it's wrong and want to advocate against it because their intuitions tell them opposite, is that they're actually doing something wrong by doing so. They should actually adopt the majority of intuitions, but that's obviously absurd.
I don't think that's absurd. And by the way, when I've been able to speak,
holy shit, bro.
I'll just make this one last point, is that I said I take it to be a reason to change your mind. I didn't say you have to. It's not like you need to. There might be other considerations that are going on. Like, it's not like these things exist in a vacuum. But I mean, maybe that's the way you think about it, but I certainly don't.
Well,
I thought you were saying
you don't have an argument, except it. Yeah, you said
it is persuasive. It is persuasive, as in it's a reason. It's a reason for something.
Persuasiveness is a good reason, not just a reason.
Okay, good reason is what? What is that? What is that?
It's
good?
Something that has explanatory power with lines of reasoning. You're not giving me any. You're just saying it's my intuitions. No, lines of reasoning means logic to bring you to a conclusion. All you're doing
I gave you a line of reason. If most people share intuition, that's some reason to think that they're grasping.
Then it is persuasive. Then you fall to the reductio again.
But Cloud, it's just a reason. It's just a reason to think real hard about it. it's not a reason to make a decision one way or the other. I mean, most people can be wrong. I mean,
yes,
so
they can be.
Yeah. So there's lots of cases where everyone has been wrong.
That doesn't mean they shouldn't have believed it.
Well, no, they were wrong and they shouldn't have believed it. Yeah, because it's wrong, right?
No,
Something that is wrong is something that you shouldn't believe. I mean, you shouldn't believe what is wrong.
That's not true.
You should believe what is true.
Sometimes you should believe wrong things.
No, you shouldn't. No.
Yes.
You must believe only
right.
Andrew, it was an interesting response. I'm going to take off.
Right, you. Hold on, Jonathan, just a second. Right, you. I appreciate you, bro. It wouldn't have to, I hope that, this is just a kind of a trial period, so to speak. There's other people that I think, obviously, we can keep it more one-on-one oriented. There's other people engaging with you. But yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, Clown, I'm sorry. Have a good night.
Have a good night, bro.
Take care, right, you.
Appreciate. All right, go ahead.
So I was gonna say it's not what he's saying, right? But anyway, go ahead.
It's just like you should believe false things sometimes. You could be like well justified in something and it turn out to be false.
Right, but you shouldn't knowingly believe false things.
Well, yeah,
which is the way he was interpreting it because he's not charitable. Clearly, you weren't saying you should knowingly believe false things. But again, the whole charitable thing, like he's not trying to understand what you're saying. He's trying to take a terrible interpretation of how you could interpret those words and then beat up the straw man. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I don't. His goal here wasn't to discuss it. It was that he wanted to show us wrong.
Yeah, he's a debate bro.
He wanted to win the debate with his debate bro vocabulary, but that was really stupid.
I think you guys are. No, I think you guys are not being charitable here, right? I think he's making a sincere effort to apply a formal method of getting at the truth. I don't know if he's applying it perfectly, right? But I think he sincerely believes in his method, and he really is trying. And it's our job, and it's not an easy job, to show him the weaknesses of that approach. And we can't do that just by calling him a kid or disparaging him. There is something better that we can do. But I think he is sincerely applying a method. It's not the best method of getting at the truth, but it is a method, and it's probably one where he's experienced some success.
I'm not saying he's not sincere. It's more like, I pretty much agree with you. I disagree with his approach. I think the approach in itself is a kind that won't allow for meaningful discussions to be had.
I think
that's what I was going to say. He ruined the conversation with his method, as you describe it, as well as. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I would just say I think with some advanced interviewing techniques, his approach could be broken down. All right, but I did need a little more time to apply those techniques to him. Both to measure him and then to gauge the techniques.
I think you could
the appropriate techniques to apply. But yeah, it wasn't easy.
Cool. It wasn't to disparage you. I just wanted to I thought that maybe he was gonna lash out at you for making that comment. That's why I said that.
But it would have been good if he lashed out. Then that would have been a very authentic way for him to respond.
Engaging with the extremely Philbro and tenacious pro-choice folks. And so that's kind of his. He definitely is trying to get to truth, but I think that his method is going to be very, and sometimes he can be condescending and a little bit pompous in the way he responds. But I will say that he's had many of these discussions, and I think he's adamant about pro-life, which I am too. So I appreciate his position, but Yeah, I don't know. And keep in mind too, there's like a temperament back, whiplash going on between Cloud and Jason and Jonathan. there's quite a bit of difference going on. Cloud's got a little bit of spicy, there's a little bit of ambiguity on what he's saying at times. And then Jason, you're more calm, collective. You don't want to be interrupted, and you don't want to necessarily interrupt. And so, that's kind of different. And then Jonathan's just kind of and says some stuff that's legit for sure. I don't know. So I just think going between the three and then feeling like potentially he's getting ganged up on, I think that might be something that can make people.
Забрал машину.
Так ты сама не ездила никогда.
Ну, я ездила раз, да, в неделю.
Короче, я думаю, не больше 10 тысяч в год ты наезжаешь, если не меньше. Правильно? Тем более по Израилю там сильные расстояния же нет больших, да?
Ну да.
Окей. Преимущество, ты спросила новую или лист, ты сказала, или БУ, да? Или лист новую, или новую купить? Или про новую вообще разговор?
Не, новую никак.
Новую никак. Значит, а у вас дают БУ в лист тоже, да? Лизинг. Юзанные машины тоже дают? В Израиле.
Нет, в лизинге она берет новую машину по программе.
Значит, лизинг отпадает. Значит, тебе надо или купить, или финансирование. Вот это вопрос. Правильно получается?
Отпадает, не понял.
Значит,
не, почему? Она может взять новую в лиз.
Так она говорит, что новую никак.
Нет, новую покупать она не хочет за нал.
А в лист ты можешь взять новую, правильно? Окей.
Да.
С тебя маленький.
So that's and it will have good outcomes if you interfere. I think it's hard to answer any of those in the affirmative. So it seems like something where we have to leave this to people's judgment to some degree or another. Yeah, do we have to leave it to what is it? What is 9 months? 30-something weeks or something like that. We don't really need. I don't know that we need to leave it to that. Okay, but I think if you look at how miscarriages are handled, for example, they're handled very differently than the sudden death of a living person outside of the womb, and that accords with, I just think, the hard public policy realities of the situation, and that's something that we need to take into account.
Does he ever debate on his side, Andrew?
I haven't really heard. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I think he can motivate his position. Yeah, I think he can. And I think I have heard that, but I'm trying to remember.
Well, I think he could give reasons, but then the criticisms that he was levying against, me and the other folks on stage here, I suspect will be very similar to the ones that I could make to him.
But would you? Because it's just such a weird way to have a conversation. Many of the things he chose to index on.
Well, for those types of people, sometimes they're they want this specific thing that delineates between the two, and then when shown, well, okay, your critique of me is X, and then when we evaluate yours, it seems like my critique can be the same X. So where does that leave us?
Yeah,
it's just in the same spot.
Yeah, so it's hard to get out of that circle. I agree, but I think that's where. Yeah, that's where I don't know. It's not easy. I would say that I'll have to talk with him again before I really can say, what is the tool that I needed? What is the question I needed to ask? What is the angle I needed to take to really open up that conversation, right? But one thing I wonder about is whether he really believes that we want to hear what he has to say. And it may be that he's argumentative in part because he's not really sure that we're willing to have an open conversation with him. And so it might be that we need to focus more on rapport and less on, highlighting inconsistencies in his techniques or hitting back or reflecting things to him, because it's really rapport that is our problem and not argumentation, although he makes the conversation all about argumentation.
Yeah. I mean, the debate typically circles around something that I don't participate in, so that's kind of why I don't find myself having this debate, because it's usually about the legality of it. Although what we do is we talk about the morality and then the application to the legality. And I'm fine saying it's immoral, but we should make it legal, because I don't think the government has to have a hand in it. Just I think lying is immoral, but the government doesn't, prevent us from doing that, or it's immoral to cheat on your spouse. There's just some things the government should step in to prevent.
I can appreciate that stance.
I think it was a bit different than that. I think adultery and, for example, obscenity was not covered by the First Amendment. It's not considered free speech.
Wow. Well, hot take.
Well, that's not even hot. I'm just spelling out the reality. This is how it was.
Some is and some isn't. I think that's fair to say. But adultery has nothing to do with the First Amendment. And adultery is...
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm saying about the obscenity. Being, they didn't consider you to have, the free speech to be obscene and have, nudity or whatever.
Well, there are some limits on obscenity even today, right? You cannot, for example, engage in pornographic performances in front of children. So obscenity is still limited. But the other example that Cloud offered was adultery. And adultery is a good example of something that, at one time we believed should be illegal. And we made it illegal. And it is very hard from a policy standpoint when adultery is illegal. And so it's something that gradually became legal. Basically, we gave up. In part because, one reason that happens is because society has laws, but the society's ability to enforce laws is weak. So you don't really know that the law is not being enforced and that it's a law you can't enforce, because you can barely enforce any. And then state capacity improves, and you realize these things, no matter how we try, we can't enforce these rules. And so the state gives up on those things. And adultery is one of those things where it's what do you think you're actually going to do about adultery? And but it's something that underwent an evolution. At one time, it was illegal and carried very serious consequences.
At the lying case, just in just speech in general, not every amount of speech is protected. You can't just yell fire, and certain kinds of lies aren't protected, what is it, libel or slander or whatever. But just saying, I like that green dress, even when you don't like it, those kinds of things are, they might be immoral or something, but they're not illegal.
Yeah, so that's, I think the really interesting part of that, or the important part of that to me, is that what's legal and what's moral are separate questions. You can't start from something's immoral and so it should be illegal. It's not ever going to be that simple.
I'm getting bad work, bro. That nigga stay getting bad work.
Doing my job. Yeah. I'm a driver right now, so I drive.
I said, bro, that nigga won't even get a better phone, but he rich, right? How the fuck you gonna tell me you rich and you can't even get a phone with 5Gs? You walk around with that Obama phone in your fucking face. See, now you like, I don't need a new phone, but I need a new phone. Fuck a new phone, you fucked up ass.
Life would be terrible. Imagine all the, how many face would you get? How many I don't know, 50% of the population would need to be police. And they'd be arresting each other all the time, you know.
Yeah, agreed. I know Andrew likes to argue against what I just said. He thinks that, like, there are things that the government should step in for, like he'll point to like murder and stuff, and I obviously do agree with that. But then the question is like, well, we don't step in for those ones that we just listed. So Andrew, do you have a way to like delineate that?
What? Sorry.
Oh, did you hear what I said?
Delineate what now? No, delineate what?
Yeah, so you've heard me say, like, I don't think the government should, like, take us part in, like, whether or not abortion is, like, legal or not. Like, they should just stay out of it. And you'll say, well, do you think we should stay out of, like, murder or something?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I don't think we should stay out of murder. But then, you know, I gave some examples, like, I think it's immoral to lie. You agree with that, you know, generally. At least, like, I'll say generally, but you might mean absolutely. But in any case, you don't think the government should like make that illegal, do you?
Make what illegal? Sorry,
lying.
I didn't hear what you said.
Lying.
Oh, lying. Oh, there are certain times you can't lie, and I think
all lies. You think all lies are immoral, right?
Well, I think they're all immoral, but I think
right.
As far as
yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to say it's like on the basis of it's being immoral, we don't decide that the government.
Oh yeah, right. That's correct. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's reasonable. I think even biblically speaking, even under a theocratic government, it isn't the case that every sin would involve, you know, legal interference or some sort of restriction or somebody coming in and doing something, some kind of fine or penalty or something like that. It didn't always result in that. So
right. Do you liken the abortion case to the murder case because you think it is a murder, right?
Right. I don't see any meaningful. Yeah, I don't see any meaningful or salient like distinction between, you know, being in utero or outside of the womb. Something like, you know, your size or your development, or whether your cognition is there, your sentience, or whatever people want to point to. I just can't. For the life of me, I don't see why somebody would want to put some kind of, you know, some kind of marker there and just say, okay, well, this is acceptable up to this point. It's okay to do it. It's like, man, I don't know. To me, it's a human. It's an individual. It's an individual, not independent, but it's an individual human life. It's got, you know, it's got its own DNA and all this stuff. It's not the mother's body. It's not the father's body. It's a new life. So I don't see why people would just put these markers and just say it's okay to kill it. I don't know.
I don't disagree with like kind of what you're saying. It's the, you know, most people are going to latch on to whether it's the sentience or the personhood because of things like, you know, it can't be just basically that it's human cells that we're destroying, because I could just rip off some skin of mine and I've destroyed human cells. You know, there's something further than it just being human cells that is important. That the destruction of is like the moral part of it. You know, that's where like that sentience or personhood might come in through quite a bit. At least like with the pro-choicers.
Yeah. Good.
Can I piggyback off what you're saying, Andrew, too?
Sure.
Because I really like what you said, and that's my other favorite argument. So it goes on the line of thinking that it's not even about necessarily the life itself that you're destroying, which is also a tragedy, because as I said, all abortions are a tragedy, and it's terrible, and shouldn't happen if it's avoidable. That's what we know, but I'm not going to tell people what to do kind of thing. But what I will say is that I think it is damaging to society to devalue any type of human being whatsoever. We should always treat it with the utmost respect for what it is, and it's a dangerous path to go down. So if I was given an argument I could concretely stand by, I would love to push it to a point where I think I could argue for no abortion all the way from the start. Now, I used to do that from a Christian standpoint, arguing, well, that's when the soul's attached to the embryo is when the first is formed, right? When that first conception happens. But without that argument to stand on, given that I don't believe in a Christian God or necessarily a soul, I'm left without an argument to argue further than the 20 weeks of sentience just for consistency's sake. So I'd love to hear of a way that I can argue for more than that without God.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I say, oh, what's up, Doctor?
Thank you so much for this great and wonderful discussion points. As you all know that God created human beings as His image and likeness, so that from the beginning, it is a plan of God coming to this world. So no one can protect a man who's coming to this world by the program of God. So when Jesus Christ says about killing, if you hate a person, that is equal to killing, murder. So how much a serious point about human life is given by the word of Jesus. If you hate a person, that means if you see him as the man who is anti you, that will consider as a killer and a murderer. So when we see the abortion that really anti the word of God. So we human beings, our final destination is there in the hand of God. If we did this, what will be our fate, our destination after some times? So we have to care for our life. If a woman abort a child, that means kill a person plus his child or her child. That's a great, what can I say, great murderer. So keep her child as if consider that God gave her from the eternity. Okay? God already programmed us to come to this world when the time comes. So we all came here by our time. So a single child is not something that is unknown by God. It's really known from the beginning, from the beginning of the earth, from the beginning of the sky, from the beginning of the human.
Oh. Hey, Walker, sell me one of them bitches. Oh, look, no, not wrong. So, what's that? What gin is that? What is it, gin? I don't know, man.
Whatever you say is your own idea, and I respect all ideas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask you, Doctor, how do you know that there's a God?
Okay, the first thing is the Bible already tells us that. The second thing, we all human beings are sense that there is power upper than us.
I don't say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, you never sense that. It's not a matter of sensation, but reality. Okay, the reality is there is God who created all this world. Let you see the stars, planets. Let you see all creature in this world. Can it come without any power, without any plan? I don't think so. So the believing motive is not mandatory for all human beings, but we have a free choice to believe Jesus or not, to believe God or not. We are created by His image. From the beginning, we were in human fetus. So we come to born, then we grow, we were child, we were adults, so that we're going to die. So the process itself gave us the insight that there is a creator. Okay, denying is not something that makes you free. Okay, ignorance doesn't make you free from the judgment of God. Okay, but it's good to know the Bible, to know the reality, to know the truth. Then you can judge yourself. You can compare the good part and the bad part. So don't ignore all things by saying no God, no things. No. See, I will compare and contrast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Heritage or Mr. Keep It Simple, are you guys there? And Sarika, good to have you. Haley, Chenadu, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Are you there, Heritage? Heritage, are you, just curious, are you pro-life?
Yeah, I would say so.
Would you say, I mean, it's not really, it should be a non-controversial statement, but human life begins at conception. You grant that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and then you would be against abortion in all cases, or in all cases except medical, or all cases? Do you have any exceptions?
Life of the mother.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, it seems like you
and maybe yeah, like age kind of goes with that.
Yeah. Please join the house. Heritage, good to have you.
I just wanted to throw in the God thing. Is I do agree with Jonathan, the doctor, earlier. I think just like a little 2 cents like deeper is that I think the whole point of the pro-choice and like abortion and all these kind of things, like people, I think this is kind of my own ideas, my own mind. I think they know better. Like I think they know what they're really doing, like what abortion really is. And I think how I never have a interest too much in abortion as a conversation usually, but how I see it is they try to, how I tie it into religion, it seems more to me that it's like flipping everything, the hierarchy of things that are important on its head, like making infants, babies, something that we would take the most care of, something that we would consider very treasured and important to us, and considering them to be useless or a detriment or harmful even, or these kind of things, and that we should discard this and treat them badly. And the same, I think it's just like a really shallow part of that. I could go deeper, but that's how I kind of rationalize people that are supportive of pro-choice broadly. I think they just want to flip everything that we have important, like upside down. Like they consider the bad parts, like criminal. Like they really usually support like criminals or addicts or like the worst of society. They'll put them on top. Like they'll say like these are the people that we should be giving like a lot more rights and freedoms and more consideration for than even our own babies.
Have you heard of Emil Durkheim?
No.
He's a sociologist, and he he has this theory called the sacred and profane. You should check that out because I think it's extremely relevant. Where the sacred and profane had an inversion, and so the things that were sacred are now profane.
Yeah, I think it's like a rebellion. It's like a rebellion against God.
Yeah. It's actually a long time. It's been happening for quite a while, for centuries actually. But I also don't think though, like in terms of what people who do support choice, right? They see choice as a virtue in and of itself, and then they see that just like democracy, right? Democracy equals choice. So therefore, like we support democracy, we support people not deciding the future for others, right? So by that token, right, they legitimately I should know because I actually used to hold that position, and for all we can tell, right, the baby, the fetus is just a clump of cells, at least up to a certain point before it starts, having hands and feet and a brain or something, right? As far as we can tell, it's just, kind of like a clump of cells. We don't really know more than that. So, they're just going to go by that standard and not look into it further. And then just, be proud that they're supporting choice. And they feel very confident about this. I don't think there is an obvious attempt to invert the switch, but that inverting of that switch it's that's a much deeper discussion, right? Like how when people become 18, all of a sudden everyone has a license to become like completely like maximally degenerate. Like anything called like adult is like considered. It's the only purpose of anything adult is like degeneracy. But yeah, I don't think in general they feel that way. That they feel justified.
I just bring up the whole thing because if we were trying to make like a God argument, that's the kind of mindset that I have. Like I'm thinking in my mind, I'm arguing with somebody, and some people might have good intentions and goodwill, and they think they're doing the right thing. But usually those people, like, if you're having any more pushback than that, I think it is this type of rebellion against God, and I just think it's that's why I kind of stay away from the whole debate. It's kind of pointless to me to talk about.
Well, they see religious people as kind of like this 30 to 50% backwards group of people that just don't get it, right? Like they have
or deserve to die. They even just say like they deserve to die.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but like they definitely feel very. Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough. There's enough there for them to feel completely justified in that. That's why the discussion is so difficult. Because
God supports choice.
Literally two worldviews. Yeah. Huh?
Like God supports choice. That's why He allows us to even have like the option to like do good or bad. That's the way I do it.
God does support your will.
Quite the same, huh?
Well, I mean, that's funny you say that, Clyde, because even pro-lifers are still going to say that people who want to go and do that, sure, you can go and get somebody to perform the operation or the surgery if they will, or the this procedure if they will. Okay, cool. But that doesn't mean you're not going to believe the consequences. So I mean, you can have choice. Choice isn't going to be stopped.
The choice here, I mean, like what you want to do is make it illegal, and that's like a separate issue. Like we can say you can choose it, but one of the choices is wrong. But I would say like here's the thing: if some of the people will argue like when you make it illegal, you're going to make it like, because some people are still going to seek it out, and like the kind of way that they're going to go about it is going to put like way more people in harm. So making it legal might just save more people because they're going to like do it in a healthy way. Because the mother might sacrifice her own life trying to kill the baby or whatever. I'm not saying that there's a right way, but
like, clearly there can be good things by making things illegal just by safety.
Okay. Sorry, I might have missed part of what you said there.
Making things
Jonathan,
legal
did you
can
want-
make it more safe.
Oh yeah, well yes, but yeah, that's true. But that I mean, there's an argument to be had there, right? Should we make drugs illegal because it'll drive down the black market, and it will increase quality, and people can have access safely to these things in controlled environments or whatever. I mean, yeah, I hear those arguments. I get it. But I think it also puts a stamp of approval on it that I think is questionable. And it's kind of like, that can open up doors for a whole lot of things. I know a lot of, like, particularly certain states that have, well, one in particular that pretty much promoted, or decriminalized drugs, even hard drugs. And that they were hoping that would do a lot of good things. But one of the bad things that came from it is that people just overwhelmingly, I mean, there was an increase, there's an uptick in usage, and people were dying, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So it kind of backfired, and so they kind of rolled back the whole idea. I think that when you make something legal, there is something. I mean, to some degree, I agree you can't legislate morality, but I also think that you can't just. There is a problem not having something on the books against something to make it like a stamp of approval. It's like, hey, you can do this, or this is going to be permissible for you to do. And I think that is problematic. But I mean, I understand what you're saying about.
Especially, well, the difficulty, especially if you're a Christian, is like when you apply that same kind of thought with like the slavery stuff in the Old Testament, is like, I think people are going to think that, they made those, like, it was legal, and they made basically it's safe, quote unquote, like safer than like the methods that were employed at the time. And so that was why they did it. They made it safer, at least for like the slaves at the time. Like, clearly, do you think that like is similar? Like, do you think?
Well, I think inherently it's not evil to own another person, but I think it is inherent, depending on what we mean there. But I think it is inherently evil to kill your baby.
Well, you were talking about drugs, but yeah, I mean, like the baby one, maybe. I mean, I think if we're talking like in terms of the way that you're understanding it, I would say, yeah, that is evil too, because I think you're viewing it as like this is a person who hasn't done anything wrong.
Right.
Like I would say like we shouldn't kill people like that either, but the dispute, at least between me and you, might just be like what counts as a person.
Yeah, and I should say that, just to be clear, when I say inherent, I don't want to mean. I'm not saying that it's always there to be evil in every case, but I'm just saying that there is, unless you have a justification, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, killing people.
Killing your baby.
Yeah, you don't think babies haven't really done anything wrong, so there can't be like a moral reason. And obviously, I think most people, even on the pro-life side, still think that there can be cases for ending the pregnancy if it's going to like kill the mother, or, things like that. Very few people think that like, no matter what, that baby's staying in you. So yeah, like we are going to agree that there can be reasons, even if the baby hasn't done anything wrong, to still have life with the baby.
Yeah.
So.
Go ahead, Jade.
Yeah. So, Andrew, I think you're really saying too much when you say that for something to be legal is approved. I want you to. I think that's because think about all the things that are legal, right? It's not the government saying you should do those things, and no one thinks about that. No one thinks about it that way because it's not the society saying you should do those things. Everything that is not illegal is legal. Being legal is the default. That which is not forbidden is allowed. So now, at the moment where you take something and say, okay, it's not illegal anymore, that is really saying to everyone, maybe it does sound like approval or whatever, but the generations that follow are not going to see it that way simply because it was never illegal in their lifetime. You know, and in the same way that everything around you that is not illegal, you don't feel like all the things you do every day, you don't feel like the government is approving that you can wear the shoes that you wear just because they're not forbidden. You know, so I think this argument, it's one that Christians often use, and it's very bad. It is a very bad idea about public policy, and the Christians should all, I don't know, have another holy war and kill the ones who believe that. Okay, if you could start that for me, thank you. Because it's a bad idea about public policy. It's just retarded, you know. Because most things that are legal, no one believes anyone is approving them or encouraging them or anything else. They just don't notice, you know.
What about segregation?
Again, that is not a matter of something being legal when it was instituted, was it? It was in fact forbidding integration. That's how the law works. The law doesn't permit things. The law forbids things.
No, sorry. What about the law that states that that you have to integrate because segregation is illegal? Wouldn't that be and I agree with you mostly with what you're saying, but I mean, wouldn't that be a case of the state making something legal because they're approving of something? They want to change public policy and they're showing that they approve of integration and disapprove of segregation, and that's why they had to send the National Guard down, because the local governor did not want to allow this to happen. He wanted to have segregation.
But that's not them making something legal. They had to make something illegal.
They had to put into law. They put segregation's law into place. So they did make something.
They made segregation illegal. So that's why then they could punish people, because that's what the law is. The law says this or that thing is forbidden, and if you do it, there is a punishment, and here's what we're going to do. The law doesn't say this is legal because so many things are legal. The law does not say you can have 10 socks, or you can have 11, or you can have 12. Things that are legal are not in the law. That's kind of the whole point. If they were, it'd be very long, right? As big as we think it is today, it'd be much worse if they actually enumerated all the legal things.
But Jason, wouldn't you agree that the whole point of having the law just declare that which is illegal basically mean that the whole point of having just the law explicitly enumerate the things that are illegal is not to do all the things that you could possibly do that are not specified by the law, but to work within what's trying to be conveyed within that framework. Like, in other words, just because something is not explicitly stated doesn't mean I should try to do it if it's going to like somehow hurt or like ultimately like worsen my neighbor or a business person, or like it will cause some kind of like eventual harm or like disturbance or nuisance, or like I'm free to like turn up my music from a certain time to a certain time, but if I do it every day, it's really going to bother a lot of people, right? And so but just because it's legal doesn't mean I should be doing it, right? And so, right,
I agree.
And so I think
but that's not approval. That is kind of the point, David. Like, just because it's legal to turn up your music doesn't mean society approves of it. It just means, like, if they were gonna harass you and put you in jail for it and so on, it just is a little too much, right? But that doesn't mean it's approved of. It just means it's not punishable by the state.
Do you think society approves of cigarette use?
No. Broadly speaking, society disapproves of cigarette use. It is still legal, but broadly speaking, society disapproves of it.
And you're basing that on what?
Well, smoking has become less and less popular and is less and less socially accepted. And if you look at, there are other societies where it clearly is more socially accepted. So, you go to, in America, it's much less socially accepted. And this is the trend all over the world. You see less and less smoking overall.
Do you think that's because of people, or do you think that's because the people? I mean, do you think that's the actual sentiment of the population, or do you think that the people in control and the ones who make the laws are actually dictating what you're calling society's acceptance or non-acceptance?
Oh no!
Okay,
Well, because you can't. Okay, here's another answer. How
Are you
many
going to
people
start
have
using? Are you going to start using the hard J here, the hard Z, divine? Are you going to start using the hard Z?
Well, you're
look,
saying
the people in
society. You're
control-
making very broad terms
No,
about what like
Okay,
all
divine,
of society wants, and
divine.
then you're like,
The
well,
people-
it's generally less popular. Okay,
divine,
what are you basing that on?
divine. Look. Well, yeah, that's just statistics. You can see it's less popular. People used to smoke. More people used to smoke. Fewer smoke now. But yes, the people controlling society have made it less popular through media, music, the news, reporting about smoking. All of those things have made it less popular from the people controlling society, but it's still actually illegal.
So where's the
Well,
line?
hold on though. Hold on though. Is where is it legal? Is it legal to do inside a building anymore?
No.
That's the kind of thing we're talking about. The legislation has made it reduced.
The legislation.
Well, he would
Go
say
ahead.
that the legislation just prevents you from smoking. It doesn't approve you of smoking.
It literally prevents you. Yeah, that's the point. The law literally prevents
So then,
it.
can't your excuse be that unless the law says, "Hey, you can do this," that all laws are just like they're just non-prevent. You know,
That's my whole point, divine. My whole
Right, I
point
mean,
is that's what
that-
the law is. That's what the law is.
Right,
The law is
right,
not
right.
approval, and you're laughing at that.
I'm laughing
But it's
because then
idiotic.
your
It's
reasoning can be
idiotic.
that
It's
okay, what
idiotic,
then
divine,
what does
and
the
that
law
was my
approve
whole
of?
point.
Fine,
That's
fine.
my,
What
that's my
does-
whole point. The law does not approve of things. You don't make a law for things that are okay. You make a law for things that are a problem that you need to stop. If it's just okay, then you don't make a law about it in general. So
So
there
there's
are
no positive laws. There's only negative laws that are working.
there are the only case where you have a law that is like saying you can do something is when you have a law like, I don't know, fishing is forbidden, and then you have a sub law which is, but it is not punishable between February and September or something. It's like a cutout. When you cut out from a law that forbids something and you like forbid less things with the cutout, that's the only case where the law permits something. Because if no law forbidded it, you wouldn't need to permit it.
I think
Okay,
you should make
if
it.
it's
Well, that's
not
like saying
forbidden,
we have rights. It's like saying we don't need a Bill of Rights or we don't need a Constitution because we just have those things naturally.
I would want to make sure that there's a distinguishment between permissibility and promotion.
Yeah, let Jonathan say something too, because he was trying to.
Okay, so I wanted to add to it, because especially with the segregation topic right at the beginning of this, I've been kind of waiting since then. Actually, maybe I'm too respectful. I don't know. But anyway, it seems to me that Jason's right. But to add to it, I think a key point's been pointed out. There are positive laws as well that require things. Jason's correct. There's nothing that there's no law that allows it or makes it permissible, right? It just is permissible unless disallowed. But there are laws that require things. For example, you're required to wear your seatbelt, or we may require you to integrate, right? So that would be an example of a positive law, right? There's nothing that says it's okay if you do, but it's okay if you don't. That would be like giving the permission that he's talking about. No law gives you permission. It's expected you could or couldn't do it, your choice. For everything that's neutral, the law delineates between what's not acceptable at all to ever do or what is always required.
Yeah, I mean that's the key point, which is what Jason's been bringing out, which is that the law is not about what is right; it's just only about what is wrong. So then, when people start doing things like the Nestle Corporation, right? They bought like tons of waterways and a lot of people were very upset about it, and but they were all within their legal rights to do it. And so as things get more and more hammered out, and that's sort of the problem, right? With the way the society is set up, so that if everything that's not permitted, if everything is permitted within the confines of the law, then you can just try any number of combinations to do really abusive things that eventually people will hate. But that's not really a great way to, in my opinion, for things to run.
But don't laws protect people's freedoms?
Yes.
Yeah, but
they protect
so is
them
the idea,
by,
is the idea that they would they would naturally be taken?
Please hold on. They protect them by saying, if you do this, which interferes, we will punish you. If you do that, which interferes, we will punish you. It is always, that's the way the laws protect freedoms in practice. That's what they actually look like when they protect the freedoms. It's by forbidding other behaviors.
Okay, so if they provide freedoms, or if they're just requirements, like you're required by law to do something, you still consider none of them what we're calling positive laws, because you consider any type of punishment a form of making it really just negative, that they're just kind of like threatening you with punishment, and then that makes it.
Well, I'm saying allowing something is not promotion of it, because so many things are allowed and no one takes notice of them where they feel promoted. No one is saying, oh, the government allows me to have 11 pairs of socks, so the government wants me to have 11 pairs of socks. Just allowing something is not endorsing it. The law allows so many things, okay? Even things that you couldn't do at the same time. You know, the law allows me to drive a Toyota. The law allows me to drive a Honda Civic. I can't drive them at the same time. Which one is the law encouraging me to do? Neither. My point is, just because it's allowed doesn't mean the government is approving it.
Well, like the Voting Rights Act. Would you think that the Voting Rights Act is the government promoting people's right to vote?
There are ways that the government encourages things, okay, but it's certain behaviors.
But I mean, the Voting Rights Act is a law.
The government is not there encouraging people to vote or forcing them to vote or anything, right? You can vote or not vote. It's up to you.
You don't think the government encourages people to vote?
Not with just punishing people for preventing you from doing it, because that's what that act actually does, right? The substance of the act is this or that strategy to interfere with voting gets punished. And they have a bunch of provisions in there to try to catch numerous strategies.
So any rules or regulations, what if a rule or regulation does not have a punishment attached to it, in your view?
Then it is not a law, okay? And that goes back to, you can find that in, you can find that in Blackstone. You can find that in, there's a compendium of legal maxims where more or less the substance of this is there is no law without a penalty, right? And no right without a remedy. Because law is not just saying this or that is good. Law is saying we want this, and if it doesn't happen, then here's a process, and at the end of the process, some kind of remedy or justice will be rendered. So either you get punished, or you got to pay somebody if you did wrong according to the law, right? You got to make it up to them. If the law doesn't have a remedy or a punishment, then it's not substantive, right? What would happen for a law without a punishment if you broke it? Nothing would happen, right? So then would there be a court?
About like what society is accepting of. You're saying that if the law doesn't punish you, then you don't consider that to be like society or the government approving of something or trying to make you do something. I thought the whole point of government is to like try to control your movements and your emotions and to get, extract tax dollars from you. Do you think the government is not trying to control people?
That's not the whole point of government.
What is the point of what else other than to control people do other people make government to govern themselves for?
Well, I mean, government might also just be a structure in which, like, that certain movements are easier to happen, like I don't know, like getting funds for building roads or something.
Okay, I get the control. I would still consider that to be control. Instead of controlling people, you're controlling what the people are using to build and control, so that or utilize for their own society. I'll broadly say it's to control all of society instead of people, if that makes it better. It's still people coming together, building an imaginary structure, government, in order to either control themselves better, or in often cases to control people who are not in government. There's more people being controlled by government than there are people in governmental in the actual government themselves.
It's a really, really, really broad way of putting it. If you make it that broad, then yeah, like I mean, even corporations probably gonna fit underneath that.
Okay, is there a problem or anything logically incorrect with it, or is it just broad?
It's just really broad. It's going to capture most people aren't going to want to make it so broad because they want to make some distinguishment between the government and like a corporation.
Well, the government is a corporation, and the government, corporations donate to our government and influence our government. The people who make, coincidentally, what are we talking about?
But this whole thing, you remember where you came from. Like this whole thing stemmed from whether or not laws were meant to prevent, and then if they weren't meant to prevent, did it mean that it implied, the permissibility? And I thought we should just say making something permissible isn't the same thing as saying I think you should do it.
Well, I think if like when they legalize like drug use in San Francisco or whatever it is, where they start to like actually distribute needles, you could say that doesn't promote drug use. But I mean, most people would say, hey, if you go down to Skid Row and instead of just letting them do what they do, then you go and you provide the materials for them to do the drugs, and that the law is saying that this is going to benefit San Francisco in some way. For you to also say that also San Francisco is not encouraging them to do the drugs, I think that is somewhat of a stretch.
Well, look, there might be. Sometimes, when laws come out of favor or go into favor, like the case was smoking, or even what was it, prohibition, the enacting or allowance of things will push people to do it. In some sense, there is a movement towards or away based on what the government does. But that being an accidental fact isn't the purpose of why they're doing it. If that makes sense. It's not like when they're enacting the law, in the case of let's say decriminalizing drugs or something, it's not in their intention that my decriminalizing is to make people do more drugs. It's that's not the intention of the goal, even if it accidentally occurs.
Right. That's all I was trying to argue with. Maybe Jason, and you could comment on this, but my point would just be that, look, in an environment that has restrictions, legal restrictions against, whether it be drug use or whatever the case may be, if that gets overturned, let's just say it's made legal or it's decriminalized, there is there's an implicit, or at least it's received this way. I'm not saying it means it's the intention of the government by any means. I mean, it shouldn't be, but there's this tacit understanding, or it's it's carried with that for a lot of people that are in that environment, that if they have a desire to engage in that activity, that now it is somewhat there's a condoning of it. It's built in that this is now no longer.
But that's the same intuition that drives the ancient slavery stuff.
But only temporarily, Andrew, because there are people born every day, and many of those people will come to adulthood in a time when it was never against the law. So it will be just like everything else that's not against the law. It won't feel like something that's condoned. It will just feel like an ordinary thing, like whether I have toe socks or I have those, the other kind of socks, or I have a Toyota or a Honda. They're all allowed, okay, and it makes no difference.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a fair point. But just to be clear though, I mean, like that can still be catastrophic. The consequences of making something permissible.
Yeah,
you
and
know what I mean. Just
yes, you're right. And then so this is where you get into the way that you make stuff legal practically. We're like, well, like okay, drugs are going to be legal. Well, what you don't do is like, okay, tomorrow all drugs are legal all the time, everywhere. You know, even in school, you can do drugs and work, right? You don't do that. What you do is you say like, okay, we're gonna release the grip a little bit, right? Now marijuana is legal, okay? If you get a little card, and then you release the grip a little more, you say, okay, now you can do cocaine, but only, at the amusement park or something like that. And you gradually
Only on the weekend.
release, and only on the weekends. That's right, and that's what you do, right? And because you're right that if you just like let the thing, let it go, then it's crazy. Oftentimes, not always, it's oftentimes, right? So, like in America, we don't have the Autobahn, but there are just large stretches of the road where everybody knows they can drive as fast as they want, right? But when they come into a major city, then they all slow down and people pay attention to the speed limit and the cops actually start busting you, right? So we don't exactly get the Autobahn, but there's some flexibility there.
But San Francisco must have figured out that it benefits them to allow these people to do this drug that they're going to do anyway, or multiple street drugs, and that it benefits them to give them safer means to do this because it causes less medical problems for them to have to clean up. So do you think that is just them making like a cost benefit analysis, and then they don't really want people to do more drugs? Or why do you think that they would, as opposed to doing nothing, think that giving these people clean needles was a good idea for their city?
Well, okay, I'll go real quick. I'll just say, I wasn't saying earlier that the government never encourages anything. I'm just saying that making things legal is not, so many things are legal, that isn't approval. If the government is giving you money to do stuff, or is giving you a free thing, then it's encouraging you then, right?
When you say it's not approval, what do you mean? You mean like government officials saying like, we approve of this action, like it's a good action that you should do?
Yeah, if the government comes to you and says, we're going to give you money for doing this action, that's totally different than it's just legal to do it. Yeah, like the government doesn't just say, okay, it's legal for me to buy any car I want, but if I buy an electric car, the government gives me money. Okay, now the government is encouraging me, it's giving me a gift. It didn't just allow me to do something. It's definitely approving of me having an electric car.
Right, so it's the same thing with the needles. And me having to go and find some dirty needles myself, all I have to do is go down to the government clinic, and they give me free materials to continue my illegal drug use.
Yeah, and they encourage that for a variety of reasons. Prolonging the crisis and chaos in their downtown is a way for them to, traumatize the business community and sow chaos. And then they use chaos as part of their narrative for motivating the destruction of the United States, which is.
But encouragement is not promotion.
Encouragement is promotion, yes. Encouragement is promotion.
So then by having those free needles down there, they are encouraging you to do more drugs.
Yes, they are. They're giving them stuff, giving them free stuff.
And then by legalizing marijuana, they are promoting and encouraging you to do more.
Well, I would say by legalizing marijuana, I'll tell you very frankly, it would not have changed. It did not change anything about the rate of marijuana use in San Francisco. I'll be really honest with you about that. Everybody was using marijuana before, and they continued using marijuana. And, and in states where it's illegal now, everybody still smokes marijuana. So I think this is an example of where we got another policy that's just a really dumb idea. And we've got to rethink what we're doing here.
Well, why are they doing though? What's the motivation?
They love marijuana. I don't know. Oh, why is the state doing it? because, well, once in a while, governments are persuaded to engage in good policy. They just can't help themselves. And illegalizing something you can't prevent is a good idea. So that's probably a big part of why they legalize marijuana. Also, all the people running the government probably smoke marijuana every day, and are, so
It's probably the same
probably
like
like,
prohibition stuff, right? It's like,
yeah.
They tried that, look where that went, and they might be thinking similarly, like, just to hell with it then.
Right? Because they get to collect taxes if it's legal sales.
You agree?
By the way, Jason, are you in Japan?
If we could, though, anybody have an argument for why we should do no abortion earlier than 20 weeks?
Yeah, I'm in
all the way up
Japan.
until the end, either direction?
I didn't think it was morning there. I heard you say Ohio gozaimasu. And...
No, I said arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, because I got my pumpkin soup with ice cream, so I needed to take that.
Sorry. You want an argument for sooner than 20 weeks? I mean, what I say is like very similar to, like the death penalty is like, yeah, that's sort of like where you can kind of be like, yeah, it's around there. It always would rather be more safe than sorry, and put it at like, if I go way sooner, but I would at least meet someone at like 10 weeks. I don't know if I could.
How many weeks are you?
Right now, I feel like 4 weeks. I don't feel comfortable after that.
Why? I see.
I think the Muslims got that right.
That's a bit.
Can you guys explain to me if you find a disease with the fetus, deformed limbs?
What's the consensus of the room, Albedo?
Sorry, it's not audible.
What do people generally hold in this room?
Hello. So far, I think more people right now are like pro-choice, like the 20 weeks roughly.
Yeah, I see.
What's your view?
If they're pro-choice,
I have like an extreme view. Probably, I go like beyond 20.
just 9 months, all 9 months.
I'm even.
He's like 5 years old.
No. I'm like, there are like cases that I would be okay with, like post-birth abortion, like Down syndrome and other cases.
Cyclopsian? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Those babies should be killed.
It's like the movie 300. If it's deformed, it's gone off the cliff.
Yikes.
All
probably
Cyclops
like a more
babies.
merciful, way than throwing them off the cliff. But
Cloud, you're being sarcastic, right?
no, I'm not.
Yeah, I'll give you the granted, I wasn't trying to say you were okay with throwing them off the cliff, but I was just making the comparison to what happened in that movie, that they were doing it post-birth. That's all I was trying to say.
I know. I just think like, not just like in cases where there's like a high likelihood that the child would like suffer immensely through life. That would be for like post-birth.
Yeah,
At what point would the child?
Conjoined twins, they're alive, right? Post-birth, conjoined twins, and they still kill one off cutting in half.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna put on my headphones.
This might be a better debate than earlier, the later one.
Cloud, I think I understand that you're being sarcastic, but my argument is that.
No, he's not.
I'm not being sarcastic. Like, how many times
I'm
I've said
speaking
it?
to you, Cloud. I don't know why this Mr. guy is getting in. I'm speaking to you, Cloud.
What am I being sarcastic about?
No.
He said about cripples or no, like, I think it was Jonathan who mentioned the movie 300, but you are in a similar statement saying that if a newborn child has Down syndrome, we could probably
Oh, I never said that.
Kill it.
I said if
I
it's
had that one.
I said if
I
it's
said
eclampsia,
I
we
said
should kill it.
I said that. I said
Okay,
that.
sorry.
And I was being sarcastic. Now, can you guys hear me now? I put on my headphones. They should be.
Shouldn't there be some level of where you're not forced, either not forced to have the child, or where a child should be forced to be brought into this world based on that they're going to have a certain amount of either mental or physical retardation? Or is the idea, well, as long as she can give birth to them and they're alive, then that's better than them not being alive.
No, I disagree with the latter, but if you could like foresee it while they're in the womb, it'd be better off aborting them than doing some form of euthanasia after they're born.
Just a quick question. Are there any children who weren't forced to be in this world?
No.
They're all forced.
Okay, that's what I was confused about, because that was Divine's second point. That was it.
What do you mean by
You don't have
forced
a
to be
choice.
in? What do you mean by forced to be in this world? Like I didn't choose.
It just means.
I don't think that
Yeah, it
any
just
child chose to be born.
That's the
It just
thing.
means there's like no
Doesn't
pre
mean
like
have
no
a choice of
pre-birth.
being born or dying.
Yeah, there's like no pre-birth consent. Consent given by social means.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like the idea is that if I was a baby and I was in there and I didn't have legs, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to have to live a life with no legs. There's no advocacy for that kid. There's advocacy for people who are saying no rape and incest, but that more has to do with the mental state of the mother. Rape and incest can produce a perfectly healthy child. I'm talking more about shouldn't there be some sort of like protection where it's like if you're a baby and they know that you're not gonna have you're gonna have half a heart, you're gonna have to be attached to a machine your whole life, then maybe it's better for you to not have to have that existence instead of the default. Well, all life is precious, and as long as the person can just give birth to this child, no matter what fucking life the child is gonna live, that's better than aborting it. Like that doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with you, Divine, but who's the person
Who gets to choose that?
had in mind?
Well,
It's
that's
like,
what-
imagine,
Go ahead.
what if a bunch of like uber white liberals who were like the buff were like, guys, systemic racism is so bad against black people that I honestly think that the suffering they have to endure, it would be better if we just kind of kill them all in the womb, because I honestly think it's so unjust. And I don't know, I just think we should just kind of kill them. Because honestly, with my white privilege, I feel like I live a better life and they just suffer so much.
You're saying that black is the same as being physically or mentally retarded?
Well, I don't think they're the same, but in terms of suffering at the end of the day, right? And I think
No,
that's
it's
too
not.
much suffering.
I mean, if you
it's
were in the
not-
right chat room, everyone would be like, yeah, bro. Yeah,
Well,
good
I-
point, bro.
No, I mean it's not. Oh my God.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, do you know what black people go through on a daily basis?
I mean, if you're doubling down,
And
but
you're
you either
wanting
have to
them to do
remove the sarcasm from your voice and make
Well,
it think
I'm
that
not
you're
being
serious, or
sarcastic.
then you're being highly, then you probably don't have any black friends.
I just said I'm a white liberal. So, I mean, all my black friends tell me about what they go through on the day. Growing up in the hood, where they hear guns. I didn't grow up with I go to Jamba Juice, so I just don't think that that's worth it. I think it's way better if somebody had my type of life. I think that's okay, but I think that's way too much for them.
Well,
I mean, Tupac said, what did Tupac say? He said, I wake up in the morning and I ask myself, is life worth living? Should I blast myself, right? And that's Tupac.
yeah, well, those black people, they want to have their abortions. Can't take that away from them.
So this is the thing. I'm beyond that.
That's why black people started Planned Parenthood.
But here's the thing. We're letting them do. I'm saying we're the privileged ones. We know what life is really good like. So we know what's too much. So why not just kill these black people so they don't have to suffer?
Well, I appreciate where the argument's coming from. I think the answer
Or
is
women.
it would be better off if we made life good for people rather than ended the life of people who life wasn't good to.
But what do you mean
That's
by
too easy.
good?
That makes too much sense.
But what if the way to do that good is to like get rid of all the white racists, and most white people are going to be racist because they start all the wars? Maybe we kill all the white people to do it in the womb because they cause the suffering.
Or just make white people illegal.
You didn't expect that, did you? You didn't expect that, did you? You didn't expect that one, did you, Jonathan?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think it's kind of funny to me to hear when people say things are too much. I think those are kind of lies that are being propagated, that people have started to believe that, oh, it's going to be too much for you to carry a child to full term. It's going to be too much for you. It's going to be like extreme pain for you to deliver a baby. I mean, there's so many lies, I think, and women are not really getting proper education to deal with these things.
How many kids do you have?
I love that you brought up that point, by the way.
How many kids do you have?
I will have children. I've not had
And
children.
the answer is zero. The answer is zero. But
Right,
I feel like we were like.
So you brought kids. You brought 0 kids to term, and then you're also saying that people shouldn't complain about the pain of bringing kids to term.
Well, I've done extensive research.
Oh yeah, no, I've listened to guys talk about getting, fucked in the ass. I've never got fucked in the ass, but I can totally talk about it and say that other people shouldn't complain about it, even though I've never experienced it. That makes sense.
I'm not talking about
like.
I think
What?
I think there are lies being propagated.
So do you think it's okay? What is the lie?
Why
That it
was
is
that
too
the
painful?
example that you went with? My bad. Go.
Wait, what's the thing that's? Oh my god.
Finish my point. Just a second. She is bringing the race card into abortion is kind of silly. Doesn't make sense. I think I understand
Well,
your sarcasm.
I
where
know.
it is coming from.
Wait, go ahead. I was saying that it comes down to suffering. I mean, my black friends,
I
they
understood.
just suffer so much.
Where
Yeah.
you're coming from? Yeah.
Is it like a? Is it like a jungle in here? You need to like shout to get your word in.
Venus, go
I don't know.
ahead,
It's
Venus.
like jungle.
No.
No, I just had 2 things. The first one is like I feel like we had like a serious topic at first with like virgin euthanasia and abortion, and then like somebody like trolled it away with like the black thing. But the second thing I wanted to say was like it's too much, it's too painful. Well, what's supposed to be too painful? Just like the process of giving birth, or like mental pain, or like the kind of pain that comes from like a rape victim having to give like birth. I didn't quite get the context there.
So really quick, I don't know if humor for satirical edge or irony or trying to point out through ridiculousness is lost on you. I know sometimes in neurodivergent circles that can be lost because there's a hyper-literalist interpretation going on, but that was the point, to try to make, like a Sorites paradox in terms of, at what line are we able to draw that this is, okay, at this point, this is too much, right? Does that make sense in terms of why I would say that? And it's not that, of course, any sort of analogy is going to break down at some point. That
It makes
base
sense.
is going to be
You make sense that it was disingenuous and not helpful to the conversation. Of course, it makes sense. It logically makes sense.
Well, really. So, because it's going to get down in principle to judging what level of suffering is excessive, that's why it's still apropos, relevant. There's still going to be a subjective element in terms of, hey, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much. Which is why I went to something that sounds so utterly ridiculous as that.
Right. How is that helpful? If I'm asking you about 2 and 4, and I'm like, hey, do you want 2 things,
because
or do you want? Wait. No, it's no. It doesn't challenge, and it's like when I'm talking. I want to finish talking.
Oh, okay.
It's like when I'm talking to my son, and I say, okay, well, you can't have, in 5 minutes, you're going to have to stop this, and he's like, fine, I'll just throw this away, and I'll never have this. So you're not actually. You think that you're adding to the conversation, but you are adding to the conversation, but as he's pointing out, and as I'm pointing out, you're derailing it. Now you're further derailing it to re-explain what we already know what you meant. You're just going to okay, I do understand what you meant. You're saying that it's an extreme.
You just misrepresented me.
No, I'm not even finished.
In terms of what my point was, yes.
Okay, your point was To what? To maintain that when I was saying what should the line be as far as that if we know that a child is going to be physically or mentally retarded, that maybe there should be a line where we don't force that child into the world. So instead of continuing on with a nuanced thing, you said, "Oh, you know, haha, I have my black friends," and then I'm asking you as you're saying, and then I'm asking you as you're saying it, are you being serious? And then you're saying no. Now you want to come back and say, "Oh wait, I was joking," because back then
Okay,
I didn't ask you. I didn't. Okay.
Andrew, can we just drop the method, because my criticism was precisely the ridiculous.
By the way, I've got a green bean. So let me just finish this up in like a minute and a half, all right, buddy? So and then you guys got it. But I'm not gonna be misrepresented, okay? So first thing was you asked me if I was serious or something like that. And what I had said was yes, and I continued in character. I didn't say no. That's the first thing. Other thing you said was about 2 and 4. My whole point in bringing about the ridiculousness is to show, hey, maybe there's a problem with using this as a justification, because it's to bring out the quality of life, perhaps versus sanctity of life distinction in terms of what justifies that. Because my point of using a Sorites paradox like that, right, in terms of, hey, how, or like you want to say a fallacy of the beard, something like that, like, it's very, 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 very problematic. And perhaps that's not a good justification or even, method to use because of all the slippery slopes that are involved in it. And that's why I use the ridiculousness to say, hey, and that, well, before I guess somebody misunderstood. And by the way, this was brought up because homie said I was trolling. Really, I wasn't trying to troll. I use humor sometimes to make points, which was that my point was going to be perhaps sanctity of life, which you don't have these type of gradation issues, would be something that's more, I guess, universalizable, something that's more consistent, something that's not as susceptible to some of these. Because of what I just said, you can say, hey, what if somebody doesn't have legs? Do they deserve to live? I don't think that person has less value. I think a lot of people that do have, suffering sometimes do prefer to have, live life, and I just think it's a really, really, really dangerous place when you start making other people the arbiters of that, because there's going to be a lot of just problematic assumptions. So anyway.
For a short question, if we are to have a healthy argument, we have to be able to see things in a similar light, at least certain parameters, so that we can go forward. Do you agree that fetus and a baby is different?
You're talking to me, or you're talking to somebody else in general? Seems like we're going backwards.
I'm talking to you.
I believe that a fetus and a baby are different. Well, how are you using those terms? How are you defining them?
In 13 weeks, the ability to survive without being in an uterus?
I think that they are at different stages of development. So it's like asking me, is a teenager different than a child? Yes.
No, don't bring those, irrelevant
I'm
examples.
telling you how I see it.
Okay.
Because you asked me that. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. I'm still confused if you are looking at a born baby and an unborn fetus the same way.
How did I not just answer that? I said I would look at them differently in that I think it's the same. I think it's the same baby through the process, but they're at different stages of development.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody's recently has been agreeing.
Yeah, I don't understand what the problem. Like, I didn't answer the question.
No one's opposed to anyone so far.
Yeah, you're already objecting to the view that a fetus is a baby. Yeah,
I think the Indian guy is confused, and I think we're making progress on the other conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I would rather go to the other one. I don't see the point.
I agree it's a slippery slope, but with that, would you be willing to tell people that they're not allowed to separate conjoined twins to give one a better life? And where do you stand on that? That's a really hard question.
Oh, would I say that I can tell somebody that they can't separate conjoined twins for a better life?
Like in the case where one would have to die, right? Like there's one that has the most control of the body, and the other one just kind of lives off the other one, like kind of like a leech,
Yeah.
if you will. Like it has its own brain, but it does not have its own version of a heart. It doesn't have, you know what I mean? And if they're both going to have a very terrible parents decided to do that, would you think that would be the wrong thing to do?
Let me ask. Can I? And I'll answer, but just so I can have this. When you say a terrible life, you mean like a life that involves some physical suffering, right? Like they could have parents that love them, that they feel loved, and like they feel like they're taken care of, and that they could. Do you think it's possible for them to enjoy life?
Do I? Possibly,
Yeah, or like in
the
this, is it?
hypothetical, the parents are the ones that decided these kids would not have a good life, possibly advised by a doctor. I'm not really sure. In the hypothetical, I'm not the one choosing that.
Yeah. And so you're asking me if I would be like comfortable. I don't think I'd want to be the one to deliver that news because that sounds like a really crappy conversation. And that sounds like an emotionally difficult thing to do. So by no means do I say that these things are easy. Now, if I'm going to be consistent, I would think that they have just as much dignity as someone who's not conjoined and they deserve to live. And so and maybe it's, look, could be the cultural baggage of people deciding, when that you don't deserve to live when you haven't done stuff wrong, and me having that as a background lens. I don't think I would feel comfortable sanctioning that. And that might sound weird, but it's an emotionally tough question for sure. But
if I have cancer, should I be able to? If I have cancer, should I legally be able to kill myself?
It depends. So I've done, because like I don't think it's just like if you just have cancer, then no. But if it's one of those things where I'm trying to remember, because with the euthanasia, are we moving from abortion to euthanasia?
Well, it's just an idea of what, kind of like bodily autonomy and what I have the right to do because what I think my future will be.
Yeah, and I think how I see it is if it's when I took religion, ethics, and medicine classes in college, I remember we talked about it, and it was it was like if it's terminal, there's no, and it's by withholding. If withholding unnatural means would bring about death, then I think yes. I think the active means though is potentially more problematic. But this is what I'll say.
You mean like if they were forced to take like if they were taken off the respirator, they would die? Kind of thing?
Yeah, that type of stuff. Now I will say, and if I'm being realistic, sometimes, and this is where I'm inconsistent, I can be honest. I've been sympathetic to people who, like, there's somebody burning on fire. Like, let's say there's and they're like, just shoot me, take me out of my misery. And I feel like sometimes the merciful thing to do, and this is where I can, I decided to be real. I don't really care about winning an argument. But, I don't, if somebody, were to mercy kill that person there, you know what I mean? I'll just say my emotions, I don't feel as bothered by that. My feelings aren't a gauge of whether something's right or wrong. So let me be clear. That could be immoral. But it would be, I probably would be less bothered by that than, let's say, something else. So
generally, you don't think I have the right, barring some sort of terminal cancer. You generally kind of want to force me to live, no matter what kind of experience I'm having.
Yeah, it's life, and we all trapped in it together. We gotta love it.
Well, we're all trapped in it together, but clearly there is the ability to take yourself out. You're just saying I should not legally have that ability, no matter.
I mean, well, if you succeeded, how could I punish you for it?
Well, okay, so
you see what I'm saying? It's like the right. It's like if you.
Well, no, getting back to your black thing. What do you think about the stories? Obviously, I wasn't there, but the stories of, let's say, African slaves who then will become African Americans, and they're on the slave ships coming over, and them seeing what's going to happen, them seeing their slave master, they see the situation that they're in, and they think, I would rather jump overboard than to have my children have to go through this. Would you be well, in theory, if let's say the mother's pregnant, here's a great example. Here's a great example. There's a pregnant African woman slave, and she thinks, I don't want my child to have to go through what I see that I'm going through. You, I'm assuming, then would not be in support of her jumping overboard and sacrificing herself and then taking her child.
How is she sacrificing herself? Well, just for killing herself.
Well, that's why I don't think that Jesus was sacrificed, and that's a whole other story.
Well, I mean, but you're saying that she's Yeah, well, I mean,
That's what she thinks. That's what she thinks that she's doing.
She can think she is, but I'm like, if she jumps off and then kills her baby, and then she's like,
I kept them from slavery. I'm in slavery. I don't want my child to be in slavery. My child is not born. Well, I'm kind of trying to almost give a real response to your why shouldn't black people die?
Well, I think it's interesting is that, like, for one, a lot of them was dying already. Like 2 million or more died in that thing anyway.
Right.
They clearly, the options were either death or slavery, and a lot of them was taking both. And it seems like, by the way, and I don't want to detract from the room. Like, I'm not one of those people that has to be the center of attention. So, like, I like the conversation that they were having before. If y'all think it's productive, we can go for it. But, you know, my point was just about how I thought the problem was of the gradations. But
Understood. Yeah, I'll back off in case other people.
No, I'm not.
But thank you, man.
It's been a real pleasure. Hope to see y'all again.
Yeah.
You too, man.
Have a good night,
John.
Yeah.
What's the topic now?
Well, Haley asked about pain during a birth.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Maybe she's not there.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, was there a question?
What were you saying?
What
talking about women's experiences with birth?
Yeah, so I don't really have like an argument to kind of try to convince someone that it's bad. I think that would kind of be up to their own heart. But in terms of things that I know about pregnancy and the whole healthcare industry, I just think there's a lot of lies, and a lot of lies that are that women hear about their bodies and how they should kind of give birth. And I think a lot of the kind of natural birthing practices have been systematically kind of stripped away from women, like home birth, and pool births actually have shown to help with pain and things like this. And
what kind of birth?
Like giving birth in a pool.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm sorry. Are you saying that the lie? What do you mean? What would be the truth then? I think we're trying to.
I mean, there's just so many things. There's just so many things. I mean, you'll have to kind of research on your own. But for example, a lot of women who end up going to the hospital and getting an epidural, they will kind of give them, I don't know, Tylenol or something, and it might come back positive. It might come back positive for like some drug or something. And so they'll kind of report the parents to the CPS, Child Protective Services, and they'll basically kind of confiscate the children from the parents at birth.
What?
Like, there's just so many like.
I like her. Go on.
We gotta talk about this.
No, go on. Let her go on. I want to hear more.
Yeah, no, this can't. Come on, dude. Okay, no, look. Okay. Tylenol doesn't even. Okay. The big five won't even come close to testing for Tylenol, but Tylenol doesn't even show up on a test
Well,
for those.
there are other
drug tests.
incidences where fentanyl and things have been kind of like pushed on a woman or things like this. Like, not in all cases, but
in what? In cases that are related to birth, like being pregnant.
Not in all cases. These are like.
Are you talking about like rare cases?
Not rare cases, but some cases where something has happened, something has, I don't know, come back that was concerning or whatever, and they've not checked the chart properly, that, okay, the woman was given an epidural, and they've just called, like, Child Protective Services on the parents. So that
sounds like an accident.
What happened to the fentanyl?
You're completely insane if you think that.
Yeah, but what happened to the fentanyl now? To hear more about that.
It is true.
It sounds like you're describing an accident. Like, they looked at the chart
Yeah,
wrong.
these are definitely accidents. That's what I'm saying.
What's your concern? What's your relation to this?
we're talking about, or the room, I guess.
Well, I'm just kind of throwing out data, right? So
Okay.
you guys can go and research.
What
on
data
it.
have you shown?
But data and service.
What I'm
is
saying
You're
is-
trying to say that women were
Hold
lied
on.
to.
I'm speaking. Data and service of what point?
That in general, the healthcare industry is propagating lies, and there's just a war going
Okay,
on.
thank you. Do you
This
think
whole-
that if you admit that what happened was a mistake, do you think that's a good point to bring up if the thing you want to communicate is that they're lying? You understand? A mistake
Yes,
isn't telling a
because
lie, right?
if they don't have,
Do you understand the point I just made?
intentionally, where
Right.
yes, whatever came back on the chart might have been a mistake, but they know the woman just gave birth, but why are they not looking at her chart? They're directly just like.
But these
calling
are
it
such
important.
these are such random. Why are they? Do you think these like obstetricians and midwives, they don't look at the chart? This is such. I don't know. This is just a.
Wait. Haley, do you know what an anecdote is?
There are several cases where that has happened. I'm not making it up.
We're not
Yes,
saying
but-
that it's made up.
Sorry.
It's just like not
Sorry.
helpful because it's
What
an
is it?
accident.
Why are you bringing this up in this conversation? If what happened is a couple of there were some cases where doctors or midwives or some caregivers
Yes,
made
that's
mistakes.
just one thing I'm bringing up, and
Yes. No, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, why are you bringing that up if the point is to talk about the lies? Because those just seem like mistakes that happen all the time in healthcare.
it's kind of an intentional mistake, though. But
That's-
there are other things.
It's an intentional
How do you
mistake.
how do you
Let her
know
go.
that?
Do you know? You understand that's you understand that's like a contradiction in terms. Intentional mistake.
Okay, you can do
It
your.
was
research on it.
intentional. If it, no, I'm just. It's like it's a semantical point that if it was intentional, it by definition isn't a mistake.
You could
understand
you could
that,
say that they were negligent, though.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be intentional to bring about the results.
So also just like a lot of the processes and yeah, just kind of these things are getting out of control though. Like,
Can we go
like
back?
women are not
so-
even being educated about like things like delayed cord clamping that can have long-term health effects on a child.
Thank you. Can we go back to like the more serious conversation, or did that one die out?
Wow. Well, I just think the medicine is improving. I don't know like how much of it is done on purpose against women. I don't think a lot of it is. Maybe some things that I'm not aware of.
Well, somebody was against like positive euthanasia earlier. I don't know if that person left, but that sounded more interesting than there's like lies and intentional mistakes and. But I don't know. That's just me. I'd rather have the other topic.
You love it, don't you, Andrew? Come on.
Venus always says some great stuff. That was pretty funny. I thought you were going to go after the intentional lie and say it was redundant.
I did say it was redundant. No, I said it's like an
No,
oxymoron.
contradiction in terms for intention. Yeah, intentional mistake would be an oxymoron. Intentional lie would be redundant in some sense. But that's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like.
Andrew, you wouldn't kill your son for his freedom, but you would kill yourself, right?
Wouldn't kill my son for his
Like if you had a son, or even just his freedom, it doesn't necessarily have to be in slavery. And let's say that the idea that you and your son have both been taken captive, and they either say, you can go free, but you have to kill your son, or we'll let your son go free, but you have to kill yourself. Which one would you do, or are neither allowed in your world?
I'd probably do neither, but maybe myself if I was to do one of them. But I wouldn't kill my son.
Well, why would that be okay? Wouldn't that be a sin? Wouldn't that be not acceptable?
What do you mean, to kill myself?
Yeah. Under any circumstances, really, I would think.
Well, that's a sacrifice. Depending on how you're playing that out, that's a sacrifice. Because is the idea, so to go free, you're just going to remain captive. So that's it, right? That's the alternative. You just remain captive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd probably just remain captive then. But ought I kill myself? I don't know that I ought to.
So it's better to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself. So that it's better for you and your son to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself to go free.
Yeah, it may not be good for him for me to off myself. Even if we were both living in bondage, depending on what that looked like and for how long, and if it was in perpetuity, and if it was crazy conditions. I mean, there's a lot to consider. And what would we have, or what would he have if I was to off myself? What kind of life would he presumably have? And what do you mean by off yourself? They give you a gun and say, okay, you have to blow your own head off, or whatever. I mean, what's being said there exactly? I think a lot of those details might matter.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely wouldn't off him, and I possibly would not off myself. And I'm saying more like the ought, what I ought to do. Or if there's no ought, it may just be the case of what would I do. And yeah, I might off myself, but yeah, never him. I don't think I ought to do that. I think I ought not off him, and I wouldn't off him. And then I'm not sure if it's an ought as far as offing myself, but I might off myself. Yeah, I think that's depending on the circumstances.
So so you think that it would make sense that you would do something so big as to take your own life to possibly help out your son. But you think that in all circumstances of abortion, no matter what, it's wrong. Because no matter how good or bad a life that child is going to have in the future, since we don't know, you're just automatically assuming that all abortions are wrong.
Well, no, I mean, I think you have to have a justification. And I think generally you're not going to have a good one. If God tells me to abort my child, for example, then I should do it. But yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a few justifications that I can see for offing your child.
Gotcha.
No, there's somebody asleep. Could somebody mute them?
Yeah, who is that? Let me see. Is that David? Might be David. David. I muted him. Okay. Good deal. Yeah, so Heritage. Are you there, Heritage?
Yes, I'm here.
I think you came into our room. I want to say, I think I placed you. You came into our room probably 3 months ago, something like that, and maybe a little more than that. And you were making the case for like the white folks, basically. You were saying that the white race is supreme and that kind of thing. Wasn't that you?
I talked about white identity.
Yeah. But I mean, you were saying there was and then you got in. I remember the discussion was like white people have contributed to technology and they've helped advancements and all of these things.
Oh, that's you.
For sure. Yeah, I was here before. I remember you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back, buddy.
Are you trying to make a reason for? Andrew, are you trying to make a reason for abortion?
What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? A reason for abortion? I'm sure you're connecting there.
Well, if there was one more abortion, there would be one less white supremacist.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no. So here's the thing. Heritage is a very unusual person because he's well spoken. He's chill. He doesn't like get super fired up, but he says stuff that's extremely polarizing. And so I'm glad to have him. Yeah, no, that's good. So you're against abortion? Yeah, life starts at conception, Heritage, and no medical exception would be it, or what? On your view?
Well, yeah, I think it's just about that. I think you asked me this just like an hour ago, but just that, yeah, just if the mother's life is in danger.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if that was you that said that, but yeah. Well, I think we're on the same page, right?
You, Andrew, you don't hold. Wait, Andrew, do you hold to that?
Yeah.
That if the life is the life thing, then abortion is fine.
Well, I mean, some people want to argue it's not abortion. I don't try to get into that dispute, but yeah, I mean, I do think that if it comes down to saving one's life over another, then I think that's a very relevant. I mean, that's a real decision that can be made, and I think that's reasonable to go either way.
Well, what about life of the child? What if they say that after the child is born that they're going to have a certain amount of time before they definitely die? Are you going to force that mother to carry it to term just because it's going to live through the pregnancy, even though the doctors are telling you literally it will only live a week or a month or a year? And then where's the line for that? Oh, well, if the child can live for 2 years, but then it's definitely going to die, then we're going to make her go to term. But if it's going to die after a week after pregnancy, then we'll allow her to abort it. Because then you just get
Divine, what if it lives 75 years after it's born?
Exactly. But that's the whole point, is that the doctor is telling you that it's not going to live 75 years.
Yeah.
They can tell you it has a terminal disease in the same way that you're saying, well, I give exceptions if I know that the mother is going to die because of this pregnancy. Then it's okay. Because as soon as you start making it okay because of something, then you're just opening the door, especially if it's medical. I can come up with 2 or 3 more medical things that if you're going to let the first medical thing go by, then why aren't you going to let the other 3 medical things go by? Unless you're passing judgment. Unless you're just saying, well, she should be able to give an abortion, and then you're making moral things. If it's just medical, then it should be about the life of the child as well, not just the life of the mother.
I'm hesitant to say that we can kill the baby at any point in that case.
So you're going to force her to take it to term, even though the child is not going to live a week after it's born.
Well, you're saying that definitively. You can't say that definitively. You could just
doctors can. There are definitely circumstances where doctors know that after the child is born, they can tell you, okay, within 2 months or something, that of give or take or something like that. This child is not going to live a beautiful life. It's probably going to suffer in pregnancy. If you're worried about that it has a heartbeat and has feelings, it's suffering in your utero. It's going to suffer as soon as it's born, and then it's going to die. And not to mention the mental state of the mother and the physical state of the mother, and that you're forcing her to do something that she might not want to do. All because why? All for what? For that child to have a tiny little bit of life? Because life is so not the experience of life, but just the fact that life is so the sanctity of life will force you to make another human being have a terrible experience. And then the life that you're talking about will be tiny in the scope of things. They'll have a flash of a life, suffering, and die. But that's not enough for you. You still would make her go through that experience.
Well, I'll give you my answer, and maybe Heritage can answer. I think you anesthetize, and it's also going to be that doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So, I mean, that's just pretty much going to be, if I was to say, hey, no, I don't think that we should be permitting somebody to be able to kill their child if they think there's some kind of, condition in which they'll only live seven days and then die, and they'll be in excruciating pain up until then. I don't think that that's something, that's a tough question. I'm not going to say that it's not, but I think that I would probably go with, anesthetize, and then also that the doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So I think that's probably the kind of response I would have. I'd be kind of concerned about actively killing the baby.
What about the mental state of the woman? If the idea is that I have exceptions for the mother's life, why are you not concerned with the mother's mental state?
Yeah, because I think mental states can be, if there's some healing or there's time for that to be fixed or repaired or reversed, and it's really hard to say what's going to affect that, because it can happen either way. You could end the child's life and bad things could happen mentally for the woman, or you could not, and bad things could happen for the woman.
So she's 3 months. She's 3 months in. She's depressed and suicidal, and she's talking about how she knows her child is not going to live, and she's that way. She's that way 3 months in. you're going to force her to endure that for another 6 months where she knows that the child is not going to live, and then also then have to deal with then losing the child. So not just the mental anguish of going through that experience for 9 months, which you're going to force her to do because you're not going to allow her to terminate this child that God is going to terminate immediately after it's born. All because why?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying my answer would still be the same. I mean,
No, why are you going to make her do that?
Oh, because I don't think you should be killing humans without justification.
Right. Without
justification. And I don't think it's adequate. Yeah.
So the child deserves to have that life.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
No. That's you are. Yes, you're saying that they deserve to have a life. They don't deserve to be killed. They deserve to have that life.
No, that doesn't have to be what I'm saying. I can just say that look, whatever else is occurring, that's not the issue. The issue is that you can't end this life without a justification. I'm not saying that
justification just means that you have a reason to do it. I mean, I don't know why you keep on saying you can't do something without
a no. A justification that would actually justify it. That would make it permissible. And
the child is going to die within a week or a month of being born. The mother is at 3 months and she's suicidal because she knows that. Why?
They're saying that's not good enough of a reason. That's what it's sufficient justification.
That's correct.
Right, but then medically, if she's going to die, then that's okay. Then you have no moral problem with that.
So look, if it is the case,
so then you're valuing her. Aren't you valuing her life over the life of the child?
No, because you're saying no. Because look, if it's the case that because the idea of removing some kind of pregnancy or the fetus in service of keeping the mother alive,
right?
That's something that by changing the environment, it is certainly probably going to kill the child. That's true, but that's not the intention. You're trying to preserve the life of the mother. It's different than saying something.
No. The intention is to end the life of the child because that's what's causing the threat to the mother. So don't muddy the waters. It's one thing. We need to end. Yeah. You just said, I believe in pregnancy unless it's in the case of the mother's that's going to be terminal to the mother. She wouldn't have a terminal pregnancy if she wasn't pregnant. What are you talking about?
I disagree with you, though. It's not the intention is not to end the life of the child. The mother may want the child. The doctors would like to keep it. There could be all this. That's not. That doesn't follow. That just because you have to terminate a pregnancy to save the life of the mother, that therefore the intention is to end the life of the child.
If I have to remove cancer in order for me to live, isn't the intention to remove the cancer?
Yeah, remove it, but doesn't mean you're trying to kill it.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're not trying to kill the cancer. You're trying to remove the cancer and relocate it. You're going to put it into the cancer relocation program. Obviously, the intention is to remove the fetus. Obviously, the intention is to end the...
It's not kill it is my point.
You're prioritizing the life of the mother over the child, correct?
I'm saying if the mother chooses to do that, she can.
No. I'm talking about your exception for medical. Your exception for the life of the mother.
I'm saying that would be put in her court. That would be something.
No. I'm talking about you and your opinion and your idea about why it's acceptable to allow an abortion in the case of the life of the mother. The reason is because you're prioritizing the life of the mother over the child. If you weren't, you can only prioritize one, right? Right. So you are either prioritizing the life of the mother or the child. If you are allowing the mother to abort the child, you are prioritizing the life of the mother. This is not really, there's no wiggle room.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not making that choice. I'm saying
No one is saying that you're making the choice, Andrew.
Yeah, but I'm saying they get to make either choice. They can either permit it or they can let themselves die or both die or do whatever they want to do. That's what I'm saying.
But you are supportive of abortion when the life of the mother is at stake. Therefore, you are prioritizing the mother over the life of the child.
I'm supportive of their decision.
Yes, which means that you are supportive of them doing it.
if they choose to do it. If they
Yes.
don't, then no.
Obviously,
Of course.
obviously, Andrew,
Of
you are
course.
saying if they choose to do it, as if it's some objection to what Divine is saying. Of
Right.
course, that's already implied.
Yeah, but I don't understand I don't get what his. I mean, I hear
What
what's
is
being said.
what he's saying? He's trying to say something like you think it's a sufficient justification if it's death of the mother, but
Correct.
you don't find it in the case of which is like suicidal and the child's gonna die 2 weeks later. And given that the child is guaranteed to die, you would be valuing the life of the mother over the child because the death of the mother is sufficient for the moral justification of the abortion. But that's not the case for the death of the child. I think that's the point.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a tough deal because for myself, if I was in that kind of situation, that would be kind of a different deal. Like I think that I might be more risky on something like that. But for somebody else, if it's something where you just say, look, it is the case that the baby's going to be born and have all these whatever conditions or problems, and it is the case that historically 100% of the time the baby has died, then it is the case that the mother should be able to terminate that baby. Well, I mean, I just don't. That's not something that I'm in favor of. Again, because I do think that people can be wrong, and it is the case that I believe in God, and I mean, I would anesthetize and do what I can to prevent the pain, but that's it. That's the best I can do. Now, for the mother, and for the sake of the mother, I agree that that's an exception that you say, well, why draw it there? Well, it just is. It is. If it's reasonable that the mother is losing her life or in danger of immediate danger of losing her life, and that's a very reasonable thing to believe, that she should be able to terminate the baby if it is the case that would save her life. I do think that's a fair exception.
Yeah, but what if in the case of the baby 2 weeks later, it was like guaranteed they're gonna die? Like God Himself told the child's gonna die 2 weeks later.
Well, then, yeah, that's interesting. I think when you do the God Himself thing, I have issues kind of with that, Venus, because I don't know how you would know. I mean, God presumably know how to convince you that He told you that, but I don't know how you would know with some kind of.
No, but this is just like a thought experiment where I can stipulate anything. The point is, I'm just trying to isolate whether you think that it would have been a good enough of a reason to abort if the child died, but given realities of doubt, the doubt makes it such that it's not justified. But it's the presence of the doubt that makes it unjustifiable. So I'm just asking, had the doubt not been there, would in that case the abortion been justified? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I think even if you don't have doubt, you could still be wrong, right? So
no, by doubt had, I mean it's guaranteed to happen.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that I believe that kind of. I don't know. Do you think that's even possible?
Well, you said people can be wrong. You said people can be wrong, and I believe in God. You said people can be wrong.
Yeah, that's correct.
So now he's coming in and he's removing both of those things. He's basically saying,
no, I understand.
He's utilizing that.
Right. I was just.
So now you know that the child is going to die. It's not a question of, well, maybe he'll live 75 years.
Yeah, but I think God has set this. I think that we're in a world that we're actually. This is the actual world. So I don't think that we can. The problem I have, Venus, and this kind of a separate issue.
Yeah, but we're talking about a possible world. We're not talking about the actual.
I understand. But I think that if you changed that up, I think that it would be as such that potentially the whole moral framework of everything could be changed. It could be the case that what we're actually dealing with is different, and it would be just a different. I might have different commitments, and the moral law may be different. There could be a whole lot of stuff different. I just don't think that that's possible in this world, as far as I can tell. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe you could convince me of that. I have not been able to understand how it is that somebody could have infallible knowledge, in such a way that they could know that they have infallible knowledge. That it is the case that they couldn't be wrong about what they're saying. I don't know how to do that. I understand people want to secure that with God or something like that, but I don't even see with God, given I believe in God, I still don't think that's possible. So, do you see what I'm saying?
Are you saying
Right.
it's impossible, as in there is no possible world in which you could ever be certain of that? Are you just saying that you don't like to answer questions about possible worlds? You just like to stick to what's in the actual.
No.
So
I
not
love
like a big.
hypothetical possible. I love all that. But what I'm saying is like, it's like. Let me give an example. And I can't remember what I was talking to Sully about, but Sully gave this example where it was like, well, let's just say that this wasn't the case. And I'm like, well, no. I mean, I can do that, but you're asking me to put myself in a hypothetical where literally all these fundamental things about reality that would be relevant. You're basically saying those things aren't there. Okay, well then, sure. I mean, I can answer, but like I don't see how it imports back into the real world. Like, well, what bearing you can say?
Oh, because
Go ahead.
Oh, because I'm just trying to figure out whether you ultimately value equally the life of the child and the mother, and so.
I see.
That's why I'm like isolating the doubt. Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, if you just want to know, I mean, I can just tell you. I mean, as far as I can, my own assessment of what my commitments are, I do think that they're both equal of value. And I mean, maybe not to different people at different times. That could be relative to a person, but I'm just saying, as far as value wise, yeah, I don't make the distinction.
But there seems to be another thing where you do make a distinction, because you're saying the presence of doubt in the child dying 2 weeks later is sufficient. Well, that's what you point to say that it's not justified to abort the child there, but the mother dying from having the child, that's not 100% either.
I agree.
Like,
I agree.
There's a possibility, right? But even with the presence of doubt there, you're fine with the abortion.
I agree. I no, and that's fair, and that's why I conceded earlier. I think that's a fair. That's something I'm just conceding. I think that's the most reasonable, because it may not be immediate that she's like dying, literally in the act of dying, and then so you're like, I have to do something to prevent that. It could be that she's going to die shortly, or it's going to be very, very deleterious to her. And I still would say that should be able to be a choice of the mother. And yeah, I grant that you could just say, well, why stop it there? I mean, it's just it is where I've stopped it. I might be able to cinch that up more, but I think that as of now, that's like the only exception that I would really be in favor of. And it might be hard to say why exactly it's right there, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with it when you start opening up this idea, well, the baby is determined to die in a week or 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, so therefore, should we terminate it to prevent it from having
Do
these
you think those babies have a good life?
No, probably not. No.
Because there are plenty of babies that do fall into this criteria that die immediately after birth. What do you think the point of their lives are?
Well, that's a different question. I mean, that's hard to know. That's kind of like something I don't even know. But I mean, I would.
So there might not even be like a point of that life of that little child being alive for 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, I don't think. I mean, considering my theistic worldview, I don't think God is not using these things and isn't aware of it. I mean, He's aware of it, and there's some utility that's going to be brought out of that, even though it is the case that it's tragic from a certain standpoint. Yeah, I just believe that God is using that, being able to demonstrate what the good is. I wouldn't be able to do that necessarily. I don't have any special information on that.
But if you had a really good friend whose girlfriend went and got an abortion behind his back, and he's over at your house and he's crying, you would tell him, I'm sure, hey, I don't know why, blah, 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 but ultimately, God has a plan, and I'm sure that he had a reason for this happening, and, that he's going to use, like, that's what you would say to that guy, right? At that moment, you wouldn't, that's how you would use your faith.
I don't know if that would be my console. I don't know if I would console in that way.
If he's saying to you why, would she do this? Why is this happening? Why would God allow this? Why did God allow her to do this to me, Andrew? What would you say to him?
Why did God? I'd just say I don't know. I don't know.
You said you don't know why. And then, okay, do you think God wanted this to happen? Why would God take my child from me? Why would He allow this woman to do this?
I don't think He wanted it to happen. I'd say He permitted it to happen. I don't think He wanted it to happen.
Okay, so why would He permit this woman to do this? Why would He permit? I didn't even know about it. She didn't tell me. Why would He allow this? He loves me.
I said I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact, obviously, she did something by her own free will and whatnot. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact that he's hurting right now, and I'm not going to start getting. That seems a little too. That seems a little bit too cold, and it's not like I'm going to start busting out a theodicy.
Right, but in your worldview, since God allowed it, he must have a reason for it. It must serve him in some way. He's allowing it to happen.
Yeah, he will use it. It's not like you wanted them to do that. It's not like it's a good thing that they did it. They violated. Somebody could have been violated a moral law to do whatever, but God can use that.
Okay.
I do want to give the Grand Inquisitor rest. I do want to give Heritage Harold a chance to come back in. Are you there, Heritage? Are you there, buddy? Heritage. Okay. Yeah. So, what's your view on euthanasia, Mr. Venus?
Oh, I'm pro positive euthanasia.
Have you seen that death machine? That
the one in the Netherlands, the one in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
The suicide pod, or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That was pretty good. But
Yeah,
I mean, morally, I think that it's not merely like conditions or diseases like what was it called, FOP, where damaged muscles regrow as like bones. It's not only for like conditions like that, but I'm also for like severe depression, provided that the patient has had like sufficient time to ponder and think about it. Like it's not like a mere phase that they receive positive euthanasia. But as like a legal strategy, I would probably just argue for the extreme pain cases to get that legalized initially, and then maybe in the future expand it to like suicide. So expand it to like severe cases of depression or existential angst.
What do you think, Venus? What do you think about somebody giving up their autonomy? Just because I wanted to ask you this, just remind me of that. Giving up their autonomy out of because of some BDSM, whatever the case may be, fetish they have. They want to give up their autonomy irrevocably for a night.
For like a mere night or like for life?
Well, I think we'd start adding on to it, right? But start with a night.
Like an entire night?
Yeah, an entire night.
And is it like an open possibility what might happen, or is it like a rule?
Well, I mean, you can't there's certain laws, obviously, right? Like you can't break the law. You can't like kill them or anything like that. But they have to listen to you. They have to obey you within limits and do things, whatever, eat and sleep and do whatever it is that you tell them to do. Pineapple.
Yeah, that was safe word.
For like
yeah, exactly. But no safe words. There's nothing that'll get you out of it, right?
For like a day, I mean, I don't.
Do you think that's
I don't see why.
Do you think that's morally acceptable?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Like what?
What if somebody said like a year?
I mean, I think it is moral in a year, with the caveat that the person himself who gave up the autonomy, if they wanted to revoke that or end the deal, they wouldn't be doing anything immoral in doing so.
Or even at the end of the year, is that what you said?
No, like a day later or something if they changed their mind.
Oh, so but that's the whole thing, right? Like it's an irrevocable.
But if it's like if it's like some some high tech or something that just makes that impossible, probably if it's like I'm probably gonna have more reservation. I mean, definitely for like life, like until they die, that I would take issue. That I would
say no. Yeah.
That I would find.
I got you. No, I appreciate that, man. It's appreciated.
I mean, unless it's like a case where their fetish not being satisfied
Right.
puts them in a pain that is akin to people who have like diseases that I would be fine with for post euthanasia, unless like there's like some kind of like intense pain by not having the fetish realized.
Sure.
Probably would have
Yeah.
like I would take issue for life. Probably with a year as well, but probably like a day, no.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like what you're saying there. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. So, and you're in favor of, you said on the abortion, you're all 9, so partial birth could be acceptable.
No, probably have like up to 24 weeks, around the 20 range. Somewhere in the 20 range. But for like special cases, like if the child is like Down syndrome or are likely to develop some kind of a disease where they have to like live with like constant like extreme pain and suffering, I have no problem even if it's like post birth at like any point in the pregnancy and post birth in those cases.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Very cool. Well, let's see if there's anybody that wants to be opposed to that.
The whole thing about the number of weeks is that it still gets back to the life of the child, because you're not saying that the mother can say, hey, even though it's past these amount of weeks, look at the health of the child, look at what type of life he might live if I'm forced to give birth. Because again, that's the whole reason why I was, talking about what are you prioritizing, the life of the mother or the life of the child, what type of life either one of them are going to have, and what power you're giving to the mother to actually make that decision as far as that she doesn't want to bring a child into this world that's not going to be able to walk or that's not going to have, normal mental functions. So, because it's just very broad to say, well, past these weeks, because that's after these weeks, it's a this. I mean, obviously have your lines, but then again, if you have one exception, that opens up the door for all different types of reasons.
I think it's only like a problem if you have like one exception, that it opens up all kinds of reasons. If you're some kind of like a generalist about ethics, in which you could like extrapolate from one exception to another, but if you're like some kind of a particularist, like I don't think that would be like.
Right, which is what I kind of am too, really.
Yeah, I'm like a particularist, but like, well, I'm like a moral anti-realist, but ethics.
Yeah,
when I say like ethics, I just mean things like things that would be out of accord with like my desire or like state of affairs that I would desire not to happen or something. So
the life of the mother means physically, literally, you have to prove that if she is forced to give birth, she is definitely going to die. Is that what life of the mother means?
So who are you asking?
Well, sorry, I guess I'll stop asking these questions. The idea that it doesn't open up a slippery slope to more questions, I disagree with, and here's how I'll try to put it. Just as the person asked Andrew before, well, nothing is certain, so what, 99% she's going to die, but if there's 1%, then we are going to force her to go through with it, because then that means that then the child could live and she also could live. What if the doctor says that it's a 50% chance? What if the doctor says that there's only a 25% chance that she could die? Does that mean that that doesn't qualify for your litmus test of life of the mother? So yes, so that's one example in one example, as far as that when you say yes, more questions make you further, refine your point, and unless you really have a 100% guarded line, you're going to keeping on getting pushed, because all of the different examples are going to get more and more nuanced, and then you're going to be either forced to hold your line or move it.
Right, but that just seems to apply to everybody. I'm not sure. Like, surely do you have like a cutoff period for when you're with regard like abortion as non-acceptable? You would like to see some legal legalities around it.
Non-acceptable to me morally is different than legally acceptable. legally acceptable.
No, sure.
I'm almost like annoyingly like Selah, where I'm like, I find it hard to tell somebody else what they can do with their body. I don't like the idea of a woman who's about to give birth 2 minutes before it's alive saying that she's going to abort it. I think that that's morally that's disgusting, and I don't support it in any way other than when we move to law. And what I'm going to say that a group of people get together and make rules and say that this other person is not allowed to do that. That's where it gets wishy-washy for me. That's where it gets problematic for me to legally impose my will when we're talking about life. And that's my whole point about the 50% rule. What if one doctor says she'll definitely die, but then 2 doctors says that she has a 50% chance? Are you still going to allow her underneath your moral framework to have an abortion? That's the kind of questions that more haunt me. If that was a non-answer enough.
I think
no, but what if she's like 9 months pregnant and she was an abortion? Then still legally you would say I'm not for like any kind of like state involvement, like any kind of coercion.
I think right now in my legal framework, I don't think the state has any right to step in at any point. At this point, that's where I am legally.
But if
morally, I'm against. Go ahead.
But if the baby is just born and she wants to like post-birth abort it, then you're fine with the state step.
Then I go along with that. It's kind of like the murder of a separate individual at that point after birth. Yes.
What if it's still separate, still connected to the umbilical?
What if the cord? Yeah.
Then I'd have to go and do some research and see like the viability. That's where I go to. I'm like, well, but if they disconnected it, it's still connected to her, but is it alive by itself? And they just or does it need to be connected to her for a certain amount of time, or else it will die? That's the detail I would want to get. Because it's the whole idea whether or not like the whole idea also about the life of the mother is that at that point the child is kind of like almost like a parasite, because the whole thing that's causing her the life of the mother peril is the pregnancy. That's why I was honing down on you, Andrew, about that's what the reason for the termination is, or the reason for the procedure is to terminate the cancer. And the cancer in this moment is the pregnancy. It's the cancer on her life. And regardless, pardon the terminology, but if you just fucking accept the words that I'm using, then it makes more sense. The cancer on her is the pregnancy, and it needs to be removed. And then that's why, if it doesn't, she'll die. Hence why you have the exception for the life of the mother. But you don't think of a child as that, right?
I think
only when it's really going to kill the person. If it's really going to kill the person, then it's a cancer and it's a parasite that's acceptably.
I don't look at it like a cancer. Yeah, it's a weird way to put it, but I'll just say this: Venus is pointing out though, and I think it's just going to be the case that you're going to have lines around where your acceptability stops. That it's going to be, you could be pressed hard on those lines, and I think that. If you're going to say, well, it's the umbilical cord, or, so, okay, well, then while it's still connected to the umbilical cord, then a woman could just be in the middle of giving labor as the baby's coming out, as the baby's crowning, she could just take a gun and shoot the baby right in the head. It'd be completely acceptable to do that, right? If it's her baby, her choice, she can kill her own baby. Right.
No, I guess once it's outside of her, even if it's still connected,
even if it's starting,
then I'm going to go back. I'm going to reconsider that.
Okay.
Although it's murder anyway. It's murder on the inside.
What if she literally just starting to do it? It's not, the baby hasn't crested. There's no crowning. It is just the kid. Yep.
Yeah. And this is how annoyed you felt when I asked you this question.
Exactly.
I beg for forgiveness. I seek forgiveness.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Grand Inquisitor must repent.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's rough. And I just think that you're gonna have that kind of issue with a lot of different things that we're committed to. And you're gonna have to do a cutoff. at some point. Now, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough deal. It's a tough deal. I think yeah, I don't know. Have you ever been pro-life at all, Venus, or have you gotten progressively more pro-choice over the years, or where have you
No,
been?
I've never been pro-life. Never been pro-life. I didn't even hear about like pro-life was like a thing until I first got into like online debating and stuff, and I figured out there are people who hold this position. Like in Scandinavia, it's like so widely held to be pro-choice that it's like it's not like a debate thing. It's not like something you hear on the news or something like in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Are you?
How long has that been a godless country?
Oh yeah.
Probably like post World War II, I think.
Are you sympathetic to antinatalism?
What?
You know?
No, not anti-natal. No, not really.
Okay.
Wait, are you an anti? No, Albedo couldn't be an anti-natalist.
No, hell no. I'm like the opposite.
Yeah, you're not like a Christian, are you? No, I don't know the evolution. Because each time I leave and then I come back like two atheists and become theists like each time. So I always have to make sure. Because the other day I saw Himati with like a cross and like a Oriental Orthodox things. Did he become a Christian?
No.
Oh, I see.
Islam first.
Wait, who's the next one in line to become a theist, Andrew?
Albedo.
Yeah.
You want to know the real answer? Sasha.
It's
Maybe.
Sasha?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, hopefully, God willing, right? No. I don't know. There's a few people that are sympathetic. What's that lady's name that hangs out with Barth? What's her name? Canary or
Is it Naira? Mimi?
Is it Naira? Yeah, but she hasn't. I guess she's always been a theist. Yeah, but she went from Islam to.
No, she went from Christian to Islam back to Christianity.
There we go. So Christian first, and good. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't know that part. At least I don't remember that. But
yeah, I met her when she was a Christian, and then actually I think I met her in your room.
Interesting. Come up, Rico. Come up, pal of Thakol. But yeah, so are you back, Heritage? And if not, Benji, are you ready to tell Venus why he shouldn't kill babies? He's an atheist, so not be a god. The right to choose.
God thinks you have the right to choose.
Oh, hey, Angelique, you want to say something and then you want to leave? What does that mean? Why wouldn't you want to say something and stick around? But no, go ahead, Angelique.
Hi, everybody. I meant that I don't want to stick around here the whole day. So, yeah, I want to just bring like a fresh perspective on this whole debate. First of all, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So, in the circles that I move and in my worldview, children pick their parents. So, it means that the consciousness, when it comes into the world, has decided who will be their parents. So, by that view, if the baby is then aborted or the fetus is aborted, it is by the choice of that soul, basically. So, it takes the whole emotional thing out of it, because if a mother decides to have abortion, she is not actually the one making the decision. That is the decision of the soul is carrying. So, in that sense, it doesn't make sense for people to be like, abortion's wrong, abortion's right. In the end, it's that soul deciding whether they want to continue with this incarnation or if they decide to leave prematurely. So I can understand that it might be a controversial opinion.
Yeah, I'd say.
But
I think that's pretending to know what the soul wants before it's born. That's ridiculous.
I'm not willing to say that I know what the soul wants. What I'm saying is, all souls choose. Like you chose your parents, you chose the conditions that you were born under, because you decided that you will learn something from it, or you wanted to have that experience.
Well, I agree with you more. That is what I tell my son. I just think that what's going to happen is that any theist who's going to disagree with you has just equally as a ridiculous an idea about what happens either before and or after death. But no. Understand. I literally share this woman's ridiculous belief. That's kind of like my point. I tell my son that he chose us, and I do believe that we have spirit interactions before. But that's my whole point. If you believe not that and laugh at that, but then you do believe in the cross and the this and the resurrection and the Easter bunny and all the things that you think, well, of course this happened. You don't realize that you sound just as ridiculous as the people that you laugh at. But anyway, thank you for that share.
I don't have either of those views, so I'm able to laugh then.
No, but you're still a theist.
Yeah. No, if you believe in
I
nothing,
don't believe this like spooky soul stuff.
You're the worst.
No, but you're still a theist.
Yeah, but that's different. I guess like there's two things I would wonder is like some of these kids, they seem like, oh, I don't really like this. It seems very strange to think that ahead of time they chose it, knowing like maybe like what may occur, and then they get their ass whooped like till they die or something.
For the woman who believes in that we choose, like, is this like, do you actually believe that, or were you just like giving like a perspective that there are people out there who believe this?
This is my worldview. I chose.
Oh, I see. Is it like part of some religion or like a broader system of beliefs, or did you just like end up believing in this like one thing?
I would probably say that it has its roots in spirituality. Like there are many people in different spiritual beliefs that believe the same thing. So you might find New Agers believe the same, you might find pagans believe the same. So it's not specific to any spiritual practice, but it has a broad audience, I would say.
Nice.
So I just hope this perspective can help some people that are struggling with whether it's wrong or right. This kind of perspective.
I think
really think about it.
I think with all due respect, I think people who are like struggling with that debate like struggle more with this debate with like spirits and the other world. And I think that would be like a bigger struggle than like an ethical question about abortion.
I think for Christians, it's not a difficult question whether they are spirits or other worlds or souls. So I think those that would have the biggest problem with it would probably be atheists.
No, but like Christians usually have like doctrines. They can't just like adopt like random pagan beliefs as like additions. So they're probably going to be equally as opposed.
Okay, but as a former Christian, I can tell you that many Christians question things. They do read their scriptures. They do listen to what their preachers are saying, but they are questioning. So, yeah.
That's true, but the point is that if they're committed to their Christians, they will end up adopting these beliefs. But yeah, there are like Christians bordering on agnosticism. There are like all kinds of Christians out there.
Yeah,
I just said generally a Christian would have as much of a problem with this probably as like everybody else.
I'm not going to argue. Yeah, I think it has a spectrum, so it's yes and no.
Maybe Albedo would adopt this belief though.
He might. He adopts everything. He might. Angelique, how did you? Angelique, how did you come to believe this? Like, why would you think that that's true? What you said about the babies choosing, we choose our parents and all that stuff. Why would you believe that?
Okay, so I have come to this understanding many years ago. So how we are free to choose what we want to believe, right? So this was just something that I heard, and it made sense to me, and it also, in a sense, made me understand that the conditions that I'm living in right now, if I hate it, it's because of my thinking. It's because of what I chose to experience. So in my present life, where I'm at, I chose this. I'm going through this because I decided I wanted to experience this, etc. So that's me now as a grown-up. What I experienced as a child was because I decided. What I experienced then as an infant was because I decided. So it just goes back and back and back and back. So that's what's just like naturally following the progression of thought. You know, if I'm experiencing it now, I experienced it as a teenager, as a child, as an infant. It's the same kind of thinking. So I really understand that now I'm experiencing the life I'm experiencing because of what are my decisions and what I chose. And before I incarnated here, I decided I wanted to experience, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, it's just like a natural progression of thoughts that took me back there. Plus, I heard it somewhere, so I heard it, but it made sense.
Okay.
Wait,
Andrew doesn't like this because that makes you too much like God. So God can do that. God can. It can be the mind of God, and God can think about things before He gets here, and God can have all these things. But He doesn't like when human beings.
God can think about things before He gets here. What are you talking about?
What do you? Wait, no.
What are you?
Jesus did think about things
the
before he got
man
here.
dragon.
I'm sorry. Didn't God have a plan for Jesus before He got here?
Yeah, you said God can think about things before He got here. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I'm using the Christian doublespeak where we go back and forth between God being one thing and then God being separate entities. And I go back and forth depending on how it serves my argument at the time. Is that not allowed? That's what I learned in this room, Andrew.
God being separate entities. Well, hopefully, you've been learning from somebody other than myself. What do you mean separate entities?
Jesus is separate than God. Jesus talks to God. God sent Jesus here. They are separate. And then they're also one.
Jesus is God.
I know, Andrew. Are you not?
He means the Father. He means the Father.
Saying, yeah. So what I'm saying is that you have a problem with her saying the thing like human beings, us individuals, made these choices before we got here, because that puts us too close to like a godly realm where God is up there making decisions about what's going to happen before it happens, how He's going to send Himself, and so He made the choice to make the decision to have the plan for Jesus before. It's not like Jesus happened and then God made the plan for Jesus afterwards. So why you have a hard time understanding what I'm saying?
That's not my issue. My issue with what she said is that I didn't even necessarily said I had an issue. I asked her why she believed.
I'm just saying I know what your issue.
But hold on. Hold on. I want to know why she believes it. It isn't the case that I think there's a problem with it. It could be, she might have a good reason, or maybe I might even think it's a good reason for, us believing that that babies did pre-exist and, chose their parents. Okay, I mean, maybe so, but I just want to know what motivates the belief. That's all I was asking. I'm not saying that somehow, therefore, there's an issue having pre-existence. I don't believe in that. I have reason to believe that's not the case, but I want to know why she believes it is the case. That's what I was asking. So, yeah, go ahead.
Wouldn't I don't know, like children who get like raped by their parents and like caged and like tortured, and the parents do like the most kind of like messed up stuff. Wouldn't that like count against this like hypothesis that we like choose our
Yes,
parents?
I think so.
That's what I was saying.
Not really. And that is people have chosen to have worse things done to them after.
Yeah, but the scale though, the scale divine, the scale of how many babies end up with Ebola and their parents dying in front of them, and Harlequin's disease or whatever the case may be, just horrible stuff that occurs. I on a large scale, I think it's very impractical or very unrealistic to say that all of these babies chose
where
that.
they're just like they're looking ahead and they're just like,
oh, but God chose.
I really like that like ass whooping looks great. I think I'll have it.
Right, but it makes sense to say that God chose it and allowed.
Divine, you're
that.
trying to do. You're just looking. That's kind of like a whataboutism, or
It's not a whataboutism. We're literally talking about what people choose and not, and whether or not they have the power to choose it. So this idea of like, oh my God, I can't believe that souls would want to go through this pain, and then at the same time you'll flip it and say, but God allows it to happen because it's for
It
benefit.
doesn't mean God thinks people want to go through it. I don't understand what that means.
So because God's not choosing it to happen, but He's allowing it to happen.
No, I didn't say God's not choosing it to happen.
God's allowing all these terrible things to happen to these kids.
No, I'm saying it doesn't mean that they want it to happen. It's not like they enjoy it. I think God's aware, considering He knows people's mental states. He knows that people don't like the situations they're in.
But don't you see, the argument is, why would they put themselves through that? This is like the ridiculousness of the argument that just made. Why would the souls choose to go through? Why would a child choose to starve in Africa?
That's different than
I can explain that.
I'm being sarcastic. I haven't finished my point yet.
Yeah, but that's different than why God would. But that's different than why God would choose it, though.
It's actually not, unless you're making exceptions for Him. That's my point. You make exceptions for God.
She's saying the kids self-select where they go.
I understand that.
In the
but
worldview of a
the
Christian,
outrage is like, why would this be allowed to happen? Why would you put yourself through this?
No, that's not it. You're missing the objection. The objection is who would self-inflict that kind of life upon themselves. Weird. That's the point.
I understand that.
Let the nice Latino woman.
I agree. Go ahead, Angelique.
So we don't grow when we're living comfortably, right? If we're living comfortably, the possibility that we grow or expand or accomplish something new is much lower than if we're living in adversity and we're living a tough life, right? So this is the reason why people choose to go through things like that, because our reality, our existence shapes our personality and it shapes our character. So if someone would choose to go through a horrible thing, whether they made that decision together with God or not, I think somewhere in the Hebrew scriptures it says that the soul and God sits down and discusses before the soul comes down, I think. But so the reason is that if we all just had a wonderful life, if we all just chose to live happily ever after, there wouldn't be growth. There would be very little growth. If you didn't have to go to work to feed people, etc., what would motivate you to go to work? Your job sucks. You wouldn't go to work in the first place. So the reason why we're experiencing things that are tough and evil in the eyes of other people is so that it causes us to grow. It builds our character.
God would never force any suffering on anybody just for the
but how would this growth? But this growth thing, how does that explain like the 2-year-old who was just like mass raped by their father and then killed? Like, how did that help them grow?
Yeah, how did the baby itself grow, and why is the baby choosing? If the baby could choose something, you're saying the baby's choosing it because it helps them grow. How are they growing? Are you saying reincarnation, or what are you putting out?
Also, let's say at the point where the fetus is not, I believe the fetus is not conscious from the beginning. At a stage, the consciousness comes into this fetal body, all right? So at the stage pre-consciousness, when abortion takes place, I believe it could be because that specific soul backs out of this condition that they decided on before. If the consciousness is within the body, let's say late-term abortion, that soul either chose to go through that process for whatever reason, whatever it gives them, whatever experience it is it gives them. So that's my reason for saying the baby chooses the parents, the baby chooses whether it wants to be aborted.
But what about the rape?
How do they choose
about the rape?
when you create that they're not conscious?
Because they exist, their consciousness exists somewhere else. The Christians will understand what I'm saying. Their consciousness exists with God at that point.
No, when they become a baby.
Their spirit, it's spirit consciousness, not their body.
So are you saying you're always conscious?
Yes.
Okay, well I didn't hear you say that earlier.
The spirit is eternal.
Yeah.
No, but But that's fine. But like, what about the baby that gets like raped at 2 years old and then just killed? Like, how does the growth?
Sharon
Sharon
explained that. Sharon explained that. She said the soul chooses to go through that experience for an experience reason. Just like Earth is like a testing ground, or Earth is an experience chamber, or Earth is a VR machine. Either way, you make the choice before you get here. Just like in a video game, before you incarnate into a character, you decide what you're gonna wear. You decide in your mind how long you're gonna play. You exist before you actually go into the character of the game, and that's all that this existence is. We are playing characters, but our soul, the soul is the main thing. The physical body is just the avatar when we turn on the Xbox.
Okay, so is the idea here supposed to be that the baby who gets raped at like 2 years old and then killed by the father right there at 2 years old, like the soul?
Now he's killed by the father. This is getting worse. This is getting worse for this dude.
No. I always said killed. No. I always. Yeah, because the point was if the 2-year-old baby just got like raped by the father, you could always say, well, that experience led them later in life to become like tougher or have like tougher skin or something.
Or the kid dies, and the father, immediately afterwards repents and goes to Christ, and then God used that experience to bring that father.
No, but there's no Christ here. I'm not talking about the choosing.
I was doing an answer. Sorry, I was doing an answer where you could just justify the terrible thing afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the child there is like killed, boom. Like, why would that child, like, first of all, how does the child benefit from the adversary there? Like, the child is raped and then killed right away.
Maybe prison, maybe Earth in this experience is a prison, and the longer that you live is how long your prison sentence is. And some people have to have a very short prison sentence, and maybe that's why people die young.
Yeah, but the baby could have chosen to be aborted then and like never lived.
No. That's the whole point. No, they had to. No. That wasn't part of their. That would be a lesser prison sentence. Their prison sentence was that they did have to be alive for 2 years and go through this terrible thing, and if they get to die, their sentence is only for 2 years. Those poor people.
No, but they pick.
They're picking out of. They're still prisoners, and they get to pick what type of prison sentence they choose. They could have gone to this planet. I mean, again, we're starting to get into fantasy, not like the hardcore religion, which is obviously based in fact. This woman is just bringing up some, spirituality, which is just, crazy out there stuff. But yeah, who knows why we picked? Who knows what Earth is? Who knows why this experience is happening? Who knows what happened before? And who knows what happens afterwards? We're just kind of, comparing screens at this point. So it could be anything. Logic. You can't start logicking ridiculousness at some point. Try to understand, but you can't.
No, I agree with the logicking thing, but it just sounds like on the hypothesis that we pick, we wouldn't expect people to get like mistreated by their parents, at least mistreated in ways that like rule out any future benefits from the mistreatment.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Rob argument where he's like, well, I would expect a God to be like this, and since he's not like that, then that must mean he's not a God. Like that's you can have a limited framework, but that doesn't mean it brings any less validity to the claim.
No, I mean, well, there's like I don't think there's any problem with like doing arguments from like divine psychology like that. But in this case, it's not. We're not like theorizing about like God's mind. Like we're theorizing about our own minds. Like this is like we wouldn't pick. We're talking about like humans choosing here, which we have like way better.
Right. Souls, spirits, eternal spirits, and human beings. We are not necessarily human, and we're probably most certainly not human after we die. If you think about it, God's not a human. Everything else is not human. Human is just a type of animal, and you don't even want to say that God made human beings out of apes. You want to say God made human beings out of clay, and then have this whole argument about that. Well, even though our DNA is 98 or 90% the same as these primates, God didn't use the primates at all. Like just looking at it on its face, that kind of doesn't make sense. So you're already getting into an imaginary land of like. He created us, but he didn't create us from the exact same thing that's also on the planet that looks exactly like us, that scientists say we share 90% of DNA. You can't even accept that because you don't want to be called a primate, or I didn't come from apes. It's just like the cognitive dissonance is involved.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter if you don't want to call it a human. Surely the way you reason, like I mean, I don't know. I would need more like meat in the hypothesis, but The way when you are like choosing your parents, like the way you were thinking then is going to be akin to how you think now. If it's like radically different, then it's not going to be reassuring or any different because like you, the you who chose and the you now, uh, there's going to be like a breach of identity because the way you were thinking then has nothing to do with like how you think now. So
Right,
like
you're
how
thinking
some like
it from someone here as like, oh my god, it's so terrible if I saw something happen like that to a 2-year-old, or if blah blah blah. But you're just one of the avatars in the game. When I go and load up my game, if as soon as I load up, some guy comes and punches me in the face and shoots me, and it says you're dead. I have no feeling about it. It's not like, oh my
yeah, but
god, I
are
just had
you
a bad experience. So it could be that even though you and I are here and we see the 2-year-old and the terrible thing happening, that the actual experience of the soul, when it's before being here and after being here, it doesn't think of it as like this terrible experience. It thinks of it of like, oh look, I logged in and this happened. Oh look, I logged in and this happened. It's us that are here that it is in our best interest, to not do that to a 2-year-old because I don't want to feel like a bad person and I don't want that to happen to my 2-year-old. So it makes sense for me here.
but,
We're talking
but
about
the
an
avatar,
eternal soul.
but it's not like your consciousness itself here on Earth is itself like a product of the Uber consciousness controlling it. Surely, like the idea is like the consciousness is the same, just like the flesh that like now you're like manifesting in flesh.
It's the same, but the reason that you come here is to have the experience. In order to do that, you have to forget that you're everything. That's why people can have the experience of God, and so many people do, and that's why I lean on the side of that there is God, because ultimately we all are connected to the same thing. It's once you come down out of that spiritual realm and start to talk to people and then start to control them that you have to have different names for different gods and different things, and then we have different territories, and then I need to kill you and I need to have resources. That's not what it's about. It's about that before any of the human division, that there is a unity that happens. Then you do have something of what you would call an individual spirit that is trying to progress its spiritual growth. And if that involves coming to Earth and having a great and wonderful, or long, or terrible, short experience, that is what you are choosing, just like you're picking courses in college.
Right, but like if I could pick courses in college and like I would pick like a course that has like a serial rapist as like the
Again,
like the
you are
professor.
operating from the framework of already being the avatar, saying what the soul would pick. Once you are not the avatar and you are the soul, you're looking at the experiences differently. You're not looking at this is a bad experience that I don't want to have. To her point, the more challenging of an experience, which most people would agree in your own life after being alive, the more challenging of an experience you have, if you are able to get through it and overcome it, you generally have a certain amount of physical, mental, and financial growth. You at least have one of those by overcoming something that you. Go ahead.
Sure,
That's what.
sure. I get the point. What you're saying is like in avatar mode, the way you think and evaluate the framework is radically different from when you're the like pre-incarnate unity or whatnot, and
that's what
you're gonna go back to that.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna go back to that unity once you die, and then you're gonna like look at it completely radically different. I get that.
In the same way that when I'm playing the video game, I have no problem running people over on the sidewalk.
Right, but that's not.
That's what I came to do, bro. That's what I came to do. I came to kill hookers and run people over on the sidewalk.
No, but see that. I think there's a disanalogy there because, like, when you're playing GTA, you're still using the framework you have outside of GTA to control the movement, strategize, shoot, aim, pick which missions you're gonna do.
Yes. But I disassociate my own character. I disassociate my character, and I just use that framework to take on the character of my avatar. And so therefore, now I've moved into this new framework where all of these new things are allowed, and all of the ideas of what are good and bad are completely different.
So what I think is going on there is like you're just like role playing. It's the same thing as like when you're playing a role in a movie. In that case, if you're gonna play a character, let's say. But you're still.
Isn't that kind of what you think that we're role players, Angelique?
But,
kind of what we're doing.
But you're still using your own framework to strategize how to play that role. And you wouldn't do.
And we are in God's image. We are like God. We are more. Wait, let me talk. Let me talk about The Sims. Go ahead. One second.
No, but
I
let
got
him
to The
finish.
Sims.
No, but I'm not joking. Just let him finish the sentence.
No, I mean, I'm just saying there's like this analogy because you still have the same, like the same consciousness, the same way of thinking when you're like playing GTA as the same character. And I wouldn't do things that like cause me pain in GTA in the sense of doing like extremely boring missions or repetitive. I'll do things that are like dopamine inducing in the game. But in the case of like the incarnation thing, you're saying things like me picking a life where I'm like 2 years dependent, I'll get raped by my father and killed. While that to me seems like something I would never pick. The moment I die and then go back to the Unity, I'm just going to view it as like the best choice that I could have made. Seems a bit different from the GTA thing, but
it is a bit different, yes. But to the point of like, well, why it's like, why would you allow something to happen? Is the same question of like, why would you allow yourself to be put into this situation? Again, as I said, you're still operating from being in the framework where that is bad. And in the GTA analogy, yes, I am still operating from my own human framework, but like I said, I am willing to do things as a individual in that game, in that arena, because I know that there are no consequences to doing that. Things that I would not do normally in the real world, because I would not want to run someone over in my car. But in the game, it is completely permissible because there are no quote-unquote real world consequences. So that's how the spirit could be thinking about Earth.
Maybe. Yeah, you're just saying that like the spirit almost has like, if I say something like analogous to the spirit has like infinite amount of lives to play the game, and sometimes you can play the game in like impossible mode or something.
Well, that's
like
what
that.
God
But
did
like
with
once,
Jesus. God is infinite.
but once
He comes and puts himself into Jesus. Jesus is in infinite mode, but he's also, you can't take Jesus out of the game, but he also comes down into the game. And God's controlling it, but they're also one.
Right, but you're just saying that like once you launch game, let's say like round 52, the consciousness just transforms, and then you have like no recollection, and then you think differently. But the moment you die, you sort of go back to the Xbox controller, or like you're aware of the Xbox controller.
That's the whole point of Jesus. The whole point of Jesus is that he doesn't.
I don't know why you go back to Jesus. I'm just trying to understand this view.
Well, because I think of as Jesus as the avatar, and this is a religious, semi-religious room where a lot of people understand who Jesus is, that he came and he had a purpose. He's separate, from the Father, and that he kind of got sent here, and that this is like the place where he wasn't, and then he was. He came here for a reason. He is, and that he served his purpose, and all of humanity owes a great gratitude to him. So that's it. But also he's a character in a game. He's being controlled by an outside source. The only difference is that he gets killed, partially or mainly, for claiming that he still remembers that he is part of that outside source. Almost to the point where now, Andrew wouldn't like me to say that I'm God. He can, if I say I'm divine, and you say, well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, divine is everything. Oh, okay, well, that's okay. As long as you're not saying that, like, you're God, because God's God and you're you. So that's how long, 2,000 years later, that mentality still persists.
Divine, I will remind you that somewhere in the Christian scriptures, even Jesus said you are gods, speaking to his audience.
Absolutely.
Well, I was speaking to the authority of the Jews. Said your cosmos benefiting. But I mean, I don't want to get into exegesis there,
but the whole point about forgetting who you are is the idea that he did not, and that's what makes him so, revered by people, because he reminds us that we are connected to Source, or to God or whatever, and then but that you're not supposed to also say I am God.
Well, some do play.
That's blasphemous.
Well, some do lean towards that he at times forgets.
Right. But I mean, that's not his main character.
I know.
Character is
I know.
He is the Son of God, and he professes that.
Right.
So
we're
just taking it a step further and saying that everything, that God is everything, we are everything, gets slightly divided, and so anyway.
This is like, I think that this is like a bit different from the initial view that we chose. I think, and I also think under this view, it like kind of like devaluates the life of this like completely. It's almost like just like one round GTA.
There's no reason to think that this is a very serious thing that's very important that's going on, other than the fact that you're here and you think that.
Right.
Like you're supposed to think that. That's the whole avatar that's supposed to think that all these things are bad, and at the same time say, well, since I don't want this bad thing to happen, but since the bad thing happened, it must be in the greater good. We're just justifying. As far as justification in chat, we are the ultimate justifiers because we have to make sense of what is happening, or else we'll go crazy. So we'll do anything and come up with any number of reasons inside and outside to make sense of what is happening. That's all that we're doing.
No, I get. I guess I get the view now. But is this something you believe, or is this just something you?
I'm moving. That's why I wanted to say answer the question yourself, because I do share probably most of their beliefs, but I don't want to misrepresent them. But I do mostly think that makes much more sense. That there is eternal energy, and there's no reason to think that our individuation happens, somewhere after our birth. And also, if you're a theist, then you believe in all these other imaginary things that have happened before, and God knows this. What I'm thinking is not any more Harry Potter than you're Harry Potter.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, all of you guys believe in Harry Potter, but I take it that you don't then make fun of Andrew for believing the things that he does.
No, of course I do. Because he's wrong, and I'm right. That's the whole point of having a theology and a personal kind of thing.
Right, but not in the sense that you take him to believe crazy things. More like you just think of the crazy things, he got the wrong crazy things.
Exactly. Right. I mean, I've been indoctrinated to think that the Earth is trillions of years old, and he only thinks it's 2 years old. So I must be right, and he must be wrong. Look what my screen told me. I think personal agency makes sense, and I haven't seen any proof to think that what I am experiencing right now started when I can remember it, because I have at least some sort of physical evidence that I was having an experience before I can remember having an experience. So something was experiencing that, and there's death, and there's plenty of people that have come from all different time periods and experiencing, saying that at their feeling of death, they didn't just feel nothing, and then they have a myriad of experiences. So it makes more sense to me that I will have some sort of experience after that than no experience. Just, I have no proof of this. I'm just looking logically at what's around me, what other people are saying, what feels and makes sense as far as when I have personal agency, when I think I'm being, quote, godly, or when I feel like I'm acting in a way that is connected to the universe. All these things come into all these ways of describing what is happening around us. Hits people in different ways, and if it hits you as, I don't think that there's anything larger or an entity or a being. I'm happy with my choices, and I'm happy with that there was nothing before and nothing after. That is what you were meant to experience, and that's probably going to work for you. It's probably going to work better for you than in this lifetime than being forced to believe something that you don't. I just don't think that either one of those people are right, and neither of them know, and nobody ever really knows. We're just arguing kind of like theologic with each other. No one wants to sound crazy. That's why the idea of you're not going to let the woman abort the kid while it's coming out of her vagina. Of course I don't want to say yes. No one wants to sound crazy. So there's moral things. Ought you kill the Jews, or ought you lie? It's just these litmus tests about team, about are you gonna fall in line and be on the team, or are you not?
Right, I'm just reading the beef between Clippers and Andrew in the chat.
Oh, it's because Andrew realizes that he allows murder. He allows baby murder at the cost, only if it's at the cost of the mother. But then he'll go back and then call other people.
It wouldn't be murder, but then what?
Wait a minute. Yes, you're murdering the cancer, Andrew. You're murdering the cancer in the woman's body. So she can live.
Unjustified. Murder's unjustified.
What? So justified means what?
There's some justification that makes it permissible.
Okay, so then was Hitler justified in killing the Jews?
No.
Why not? He had a reason to do it.
Doesn't mean it doesn't matter, right? But morally justified.
Oh, morally justified. Okay, now we're adding an element. Okay. So there's a difference between whether or not
No,
you
it's
justify.
talking about. No, you can just say justification. That's fine. It just makes it where it's more. We're talking about whether it's morally permissible or not. So the justification is fine. You can just say justification. But the point is that no, it wasn't. It was not justified when Hitler did what he did.
Okay,
And
so if it's abortion and if it's in the life of the mother, then it's not murder because it's justified to kill that baby because it's in the life of the mother. If the mother's life is not in risk, it's murder because it's not justified to kill that baby. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Because.
So then you're just giving the reason. It's just you're just saying that if it's okay by Andrew, then it's murder.
Hold on, Divine. Why can't a mother chop off her infant's head at 2 years?
Why can't she? Because it's murder. I'm not sure.
Wait. Why is it not justified?
You mean if she had a reason to do it? If the 2-year-old child had a gun pointed at her?
She thinks her son.
Why do you think that?
Yeah, she thinks her son's head is going to look better up on the mantle of the fireplace. That's a reason. Yeah.
Right. That's kind of my point. Is that you can just justify anything, and so.
Why do you think it's murder? He's asking you. What do you think is murder?
What do I think is murder? Murder being unjust.
I'm
trying to answer.
No, you're not. You don't know my fucking question.
Murder
How
being
are you trying to
okay. Fine.
answer my question?
Is murder?
My question.
Murder is justified. Murder is
No. Why do you think
unjustified
that's? Yeah, why do you think that is murder? He asked you if it was murder. You said yes. Why do you think it's murder?
Because she killed him. I think it's murder.
I don't think they specified the gender of the baby, but okay. I don't know. Look, maybe you shouldn't be so antagonistic and condescending when you giggle in response to things that you haven't reflected on.
Well, what haven't I reflected on? Whether or not it's a justified killing,
Well,
whether or not she's allowed to kill that killing?
Evidently, that simple question just caused you to fucking malfunction. So.
Well, no, I didn't understand. I didn't understand whether or not you were asking me what constitutes a murder, or whether or not I think that mother should be allowed to do that. But no, my brain didn't break down.
Do you think people should be allowed to murder?
Do I think people should be allowed to murder? Yeah, if it's going to keep them alive, if they're allowed to murder somebody else. Sorry, Andrew. Do you think people shouldn't be allowed to murder if they're saving their own life?
Divine, can I just point out something that's hilarious? Him and he's all. So why do you think it's murder? And you're all because she killed him. I can't. That was awesome.
I don't know why you take this weird patronizing tone when you're talking about things that you obviously haven't really reflected on.
Right. Okay. So what part?
Just have a conversation with someone. You obviously haven't read shit on it.
What haven't I reflected on? What haven't I reflected?
Yeah, bro. There's a reason that you stalled multiple times on answering these questions. Clearly, isn't something easy for you to answer that you're gonna have to think about it. And given the quality of your responses, you haven't thought about these things before. So just don't be so fucking patronizing in the future.
Okay, so now you've said that 3 times, so now I'm trying to get better and clarify.
Because you asked me again. What do
you think?
I'm not volunteering this. So you asked me.
Okay. Gotcha.
Speaking of which, Venus, bro, you're insanely patient. You must
Venus
be so.
is awesome. Venus has been.
Bro, he was getting interrupted non-stop. I was just waiting for him to snap.
Yeah. Venus. Yeah, is this a new leaf?
I've always done this shit.
He's just sober.
I don't know. I think you're a great interlocutor, Venus, and yeah, it's good to have you, man. You've been like that the last few times you've been hanging.
Yeah, sober V is top elite level. I mean, lower than Sasha now, but still elite.
Of course, but still elite.
Yeah. Wait, but you should pursue that. You should pursue that line with Divine anyway, Andrew. I'll butt out.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask Venus if he'd ever had debated Arianis on anything, actually debated him on anything.
No, not serious. No, not seriously. Maybe when I was drunk, but it's always It ends up like being troll after like 2 minutes.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
and if you guys want to carry on the conversation, but I was saying you should pick it up from murder is killing.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So Divine, look, you're like, well, you're just coming up with reasons. You know, you just make up reasons as justification for these are. Well, yeah. I mean, we're talking about moral justifications for these kind of acts, and you do the same thing. So.
Well, no, I just meant murder from kill. You're right. That's why I clarified that you think it's murder. It's not. You think it's not, even though it's the same act of terminating the pregnancy, which 99% are not in favor of, and 99% of the time you would refer to it as murder because it is not justified in your moral framework. But
that's right.
Some people believe that it's 0% and that they don't care about the life of the mother. You are willing to carve out an exception, where then in your framework you have to change it from murder to a killing because it's now justified, which just really means that it's morally acceptable to you. So but you're not going to say I'm in favor of child murder, but you will call abortionists murderers. So you're getting out of referring to your support as murder just because you say that it's justified and it's only a killing, even though it's a killing of a child inside of a mother. All of the other killings of a child inside of a mother, which you disagree with, are murder, and you can call those people murderers. You don't see. That's all I'm pointing out. That your line takes you out of murder land. Because you're justifying this murder, and since you justify the murder, really all you're saying is like a justified murder is only a killing.
Look,
that's by definition.
And that includes a baby specifically.
I really appreciate you, Divine. Listen, if somebody's running away with your TV, is it okay to shoot at them?
But dude, we're talking about one thing. You think it's okay? Okay, go ahead. If someone's running away with my TV, go ahead.
Yeah, can you shoot at them to kill them? Can you shoot at them to kill them?
It depends. Is my medication? Does my life medication attach to the TV?
Just your no.
Okay, if I don't watch that TV, am I gonna die? How do I know that? What if one doctor tells me I'm going to die if I don't watch TV?
Okay, that's right. There you go.
Okay.
Then Liz.
Okay, fine. No, I'll say no, right? No, I'm not allowed to kill him.
Okay.
No.
What if he was running away with your PS5 though?
Yeah, PS5. Exactly. Okay, and we can just keep going. Okay, and here's the thing, Divine. At some point, you're going to say, nope, that was unjustified, and we're going to call that murder. Okay, and I'm saying that, and there are people, just to be clear, I think that was a case in Texas, a neighbor saw somebody running away. One of the neighbors had a TV getting stolen. The person shot the person to kill him. And I don't think they were, I think they were let free. Like they didn't get charged for murder because it was like, hey, you're protecting the goods of your neighbor, and that was legit. Now, a lot of people find that to be barbaric, and I could be wrong on the details of the case, but certainly there are cases like that. My point is that you're going to be adjudicating that from your own moral perspective, and you're going to say, hey, is it the case that's murder, or is it not? And yeah, so yes, I agree. There's this thin line between what might be murder and what might not be. And I'm saying, in the case of the mother's life, I think it's the permission. She has the permit. She has the. It should be permissible for her to make her decision, whether she wants to, ride it out and see what happens, or terminate the pregnancy.
So you call that an allowable or an acceptable abortion?
Yeah, and it would be an acceptable termination. But keep in mind that there's people who would argue that that's not even an abortion. We're not even talking about the same things, but I don't want to get in that kind of dispute. That is a current discussion that's going on in the pro-life, pro-choice, debate world. But I don't really get into it too much, but yeah, just say that that's an abortion, that I would say, yes, that's an acceptable abortion. And anything outside of that, for, just because you don't have enough money to go to college or whatever, or you don't have money saved up to put your kid through college, therefore you can afford them. No, that's a murder. So that's the distinction I'm making.
Do you think that U.S. soldiers are murderers, or do you think that they're defenders of America? Oh, sorry. Let me give specifics. If an American soldier goes to another country and kills somebody, or when they come back, do you refer to them as murderers?
No, it depends on what they're doing. Look, I'm not in favor of killing innocent people. If somebody,
so some are murderers.
Yeah, certainly.
And you would base that on an individual basis as to you'd have to find out the details on the service member, how and why they killed somebody. Then you'd make a justification on it, or then you would decide whether or not morally in your framework if it's justified, and then that would be how you determine whether or not it was a murder or not.
I'd want to know the details of it. I mean, I don't think just because somebody went over to another country and killed somebody, it just follows that they're a murderer. There can be conditions in which that would be acceptable. If they were trying to prevent somebody from getting raped in another country, I think that would be completely justifiable.
Do you think U.S. service Army men are mercenaries?
I mean, they could be. I don't know. I don't know exactly what that means. What are you asking me?
What do you understand a mercenary to be?
Just somebody for hire that could be used in a different context to do something else. I mean, like, what exactly do you mean?
Well, do you think there's difference between? Well, I guess to get to my point, everybody on their side thinks that their people that do the killing are the heroes, and the people that their people kill, the enemy, are the enemy.
Yeah,
like, even when it's two opposing.
Yeah. It's irrelevant though, Divine. You're just trying to say, look, everybody views it differently. Yeah, sure, I get it. I don't buy into that stuff though. Look, I think that the morals are they're objective. It doesn't matter. People can assess them differently, sure, but they can be wrong. Just like you can be wrong that 2 + 2 = 4. I don't think that it's a matter of just your subjective take, and that's all it is.
I thought there is one morality, which is God's morality, and it's just us that are supposed to align to it.
No, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. It's not just some subjective take that you have, and that's it. It's objective, and you should become in alignment with that.
Okay, so then how do you know God doesn't want no abortion, and that you allowing any type of abortion is you being out of alignment with God? When so many people who believe in God, even in your religion, say that there is no exception for any type of abortion.
Well, how do I know I'm not agreeing with that? I mean, sure, that could be the case. I just don't have any good reason to believe that. I mean, it's possible, sure. Welcome, Daniel Nero. Welcome, CC, Benji. Benji, are you ready to defend pro-life with Venus here? Or are you going to go after how God's not pro-life? And have you taken off your church shoes yet, Benji?
Who's Benji?
Benji's here. He's laughing. He's pretty funny.
Wait, Daniel.
He's.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Daniel, are you there?
And CC.
Nah, just Daniel. Daniel, can you speak?
Apparently Daniel's not there. Daniel has not been really present for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been suspiciously absent these past few days, ever since a request was made of him.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. CC, are you there? Benji or CC? Okay, so you're not gonna do it, Benji. Okay. CC, are you there? Heritage, are you there? Is Venus actually going to come back? We'll see. Himothy Heritage, hopefully he comes back to the mic. He's that guy that was, dude, he's that guy that was defending remember he was talking about the white race was superior? Remember that? And he was real kind of calm and was talking with us for a while. Younger guy. You don't remember that?
I mean, I apologize. I don't know. I spoke up not too long ago.
Okay, yeah, he was talking about that for a while. And he was saying how they contributed to technology and helped made advances.
The guy who
remember all that? Sasha. Yes, that's right. He's back. That's Heritage. He found his home. He found his home. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know what is that. Get up here, Midas. What's that?
Some white supremacist neo-Nazi law, or like white people are descended from some like ancient fucking godlike creatures. Like think Atlantis, some like I don't know ideal civilization where like some race of superhumans, and basically the current crop of white people are just a diluted form of these, or just the descendants of these Hyperboreans.
Wow, you know the
Yeah,
history.
it's like a neo-Nazi bedtime story.
Yeah.
It's weird because I'm pretty sure Robert E. Howard invented that for Conan the Barbarian. That's the time period he's supposed to live in. The Hyperborean.
Yeah, like I think it's meant to be like supposed to be like almost like contrived law, but it's something to like rally around or something.
Yeah, it kind of inspired me a little bit there.
Yeah, Hyperborean is a word that refers to yes. Like, I need to look into my ancestry.
Yeah, what's going on here, bro?
Yeah, so the Hyperboreans were mythical people who lived in a northern paradise beyond the reach of Boreas, the Greek god of the north wind. They were associated with the worship of Apollo, Delphi. The Hyperboreans were said to live for 1,000 years. They were said to live in a land of perpetual sunshine and abundance. They were said to live in woods and groves. An Arctic wonderland, Andrew. That's where you descend from.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like it.
Why do you think Daniel's reticent to give us this recording, Andrew? Why do you think?
It's very strange. This is a very strange thing. I don't know. He knows he's got a lot of leverage with it, but I don't understand what he's doing. He did say a particular person asked him not to play it, but he said if we wanted to play it for ourselves, that would be okay. But then he just kind of, I don't know.
Hey, what's the difference there? I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. He doesn't want us to publicly play it, but we can each play it individually for ourselves.
But how would we do that?
He would give it to us, I guess, individually.
You know, I've got something, in terms of like a recording, that I almost guarantee you could be used as a bargaining chip for almost any recording on this app. But it's like it's such a nuclear option. I just can never use it.
Yeah.
I've got the best ever recording.
Yikes.
Remind me next when we're in like a private call and I'll play you a snippet. Bro, it's the best thing I swear to God, it's the best thing you'll ever hear. Huh?
How long is it?
I don't know however long like songs are.
Oh, is it the J Engs song?
Even better. That was funny. It's even better than that.
Yeah.
Remind me of it. Like I always forget.
Okay. All right.
I can't send it to you, but I can play you a little bit of it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Good to see you, my friend. Are you a pro-lifer, pro-choicer, agnostic?
I am pro-choice, but I'm not sure I can do a convincing argument. I'll leave it to you guys to do the constructing the arguments.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
I am.
That makes sense. No, I'm joking. Usually those go hand in hand.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Well, have you been in the room before?
Not really. I came up because like you DM'd me in the past, and I was a bit confused regarding the message.
Oh, it was probably something like soldier.
Hey, can you read it, Steven?
Yeah, soldier. Soldier.
It says soldier.
Yeah, soldier. What is that about?
Sometimes I'll say bub, but typically soldier is good. Basically, I'm just hoping you'll come up and report for duty and engage in the intellectual battle, whatever that might be, or whatever the topic is. Presumably, at the time, I think it was probably does God exist or something like that.
Okay.
And
basically, he's trying to enlist you, and that was the rank that he gave you. So
That's
you're
right.
Something that was the role you'd fill in the room.
That's correct. Sometimes they say private, but the
He
thing is,
said
I
that
can't.
to women.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And you can't go into great detail either because I got a lot of people message, but yeah. So I appreciate you coming up, Stephen, and reporting for duty. I mean, you don't have to.
I mean,
you
I'm not sure with a country, but we'll see.
You might go AWOL. You might not. You're gonna refuse conscription.
He's a conscientious objector. Can I get some information? Timothy.
Yeah, sure.
Are you an atheist? I am, yeah. Okay, because your PTR is interesting. That's why. I'm very just, and that picture is of a man by the name of James, brother of Jesus, who is very just. Okay. So that's why I have that as my PTR.
He believes you would condemn Jesus because he'd be the just one. He'd be like, Jesus, you're drowning pigs. It's terrible, and he'd go after Yahweh too.
I think James probably is more moral than Jesus. That's
there you go. Yeah, anybody, pretty much anybody is really. Because
it's kind of like, think about it now. If you had some kind of task or objective at like work, for instance, Steve. Sorry, can I please? Yeah, that's fine. Yes. And like, and then like, let's say you and one of your colleagues were like tasked with completing this project, and then one of your colleagues was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have a real bender this weekend. I'm gonna go on a bender this weekend. It's gonna be really tough. It's gonna be tough on my body and stuff. But after that, I'm just gonna take a trip and go. I'm gonna go on holiday." It's like, "Oh, where you going?" "I'm going to the best place that you could, the best conceivable place." It's like, okay, and then you continue, kind of, to, you continue to like slog it out in the trenches, so to speak, and complete the project, while this guy's just living it up on holiday on this like island in Bora Bora or somewhere. It's like, which one of you is like more of a hard worker? The guy who went on, granted, a tough, it was tough on the body, like, this hardcore bender, and then went on holiday, or you who basically stayed at work the entire time? Who's worked harder? Like, who's had it more difficult? Obviously, the person that's done the work. Right, and I think that's analogous to the case of like James and Jesus. Granted, Jesus had a really rough weekend. It was tough on the body, but then he ascended to heaven, best place absolutely ever, and he's been chilling there ever since. Meanwhile, James had to continue the ministry on his own. Well, not on his own, but like pretty much on his own. Like he was stuck on earth. So, are you James? I said, are you James? No. I'm saying this is analogous to like actual just Jesus. Like, so when I make the case for like why I think James is more just than Jesus, or like more moral than Jesus, this is why he stayed on earth for us, basically. Meanwhile, Jesus essentially absconded. So. Yeah. Steve, Himothy's trying to see how close he can get to just being blasphemous. Yeah, I understand. And not get strung up. No, he's asking me why I have that PTR. I'm just saying, I think this guy. I understand. James is a just person, and I just gave. I do. I think Midas needs to come up. He wants to deal with you. He said in the chat, and Himothy, to be nice to him, he said Himothy seems slow. He's not Midas, wrong about that. We want you up, and Baghdadi, you got to come up as well. MJ, hope you come up. Himothy, can you invite up Midas? I'm trying to get him up. I invite Midas. I do like people that have that. People like this, I won't mention their name fully, but there are people that call themselves pastor, but they're an infidel in disguise. Like Pastor Toby. I wasn't talking about Pastor Toby. I was talking about someone on Clubhouse. Pastor Toby is hilarious. Yeah, Pastor. I think he's been like investigated now or something. I think he's back in Nigeria now. They've kicked him out of the country. Yeah. Is it? That trippy video just ran through my head. So you're atheist, Stephen? Yeah, I am. Praise God.
Well, there's no such thing as atheism. All atheism concepts come from Catholicism. Why would you choose atheism if you know it's stupid?
I love you, Midas. glad
Wait,
to
what?
see you.
Love you too,
I
bro.
don't say what? What does that mean?
All your
Frank?
atheist concepts come from Catholics.
Yeah, why did you choose the most metrosexual black person to be your PTO? What's wrong with you?
Why can't you ever deal with the debate? I mean, you just had a whole stupid conversation about James. So why can't you actually deal with the point?
No, you're right. My fault, bro. Catholicism, yeah, I'm not a Catholic outside of my. I don't really.
But you're slow because all of your concepts come from Catholics, atheists. Where did all life come from? The Big Bang Theory? Where did all life come from?
No.
So where did it come from?
What life?
Yeah, life.
Some kind of abiogen. Yeah, some process of abiogenesis.
Prove it.
I can't, I guess.
Because abiogenesis refers to the Big Bang Theory. That's the only thing you have. And that came
That's
from
not true. That's
yeah,
just like
yeah,
false.
What's the alternative?
I mean, just Google it. Like. Don't take my word
What
for it.
is the alternative? Darwinism has been thrown out since the 1930s, 1940s, and now you're a Petrie with George Mandel or Greg Mandel, what's his name? So if you think you're similar to a Petrie, I think your abiogenesis concept is trash. All your
it seems like there's a lot of like word association.
Life, Genesis,
you just thrown in a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just
so
thrown
you
in
don't
a
know
lot
the
of, like,
source of your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, can't atheism just be that you don't believe that there's a God and it stops right there?
No, because that would be niggardly or ignorant. Because what they would be saying is that they themselves don't know why they are here or how they came into being. And no scientist can show them how they came into being.
No. What I'm saying is that why can't, as opposed to all atheism stemming from Catholicism, can it just be that as early as somebody could have had the concept of God, that there was also a person who said, I don't believe what you're saying is the reason for everything, and then that person just says, I don't know what the reason for everything is, and then the other person says, I believe that the reason for everything is this thing, and I'm calling it God. So can't that just be the beginning of the two separate thoughts?
No, the atheist church and the atheist concept only came out of the, I think, 60s or 50s through a bunch of Satanists. And if you go to the churchofsatan.com, you're going to see that all Satanists are atheists. It's on their frequently asked questions.
So when was the first atheist?
Even to create this
wait.
atheism.
When was the first atheist?
Atheism is based in Satanism.
Right. When was the first atheist then? Like, give a time
Around the
period.
1950s, 1960s. But there's no such thing as an atheist. You don't understand. You're
So
asking me when the first atheist came into being.
Right.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an atheist.
So why'd you come in here and say atheists are this and atheists are that if there's no such thing as atheists?
That's the first thing I said. Atheists, they base themselves upon Christian theology, and therefore they're not atheists.
Okay, so you're talking about atheists, and then you're also saying that there's no such thing as an atheist. So which one is it?
Exactly.
I love this guy. We got to keep this guy.
Midas, you can.
Do you understand the logic?
I think you've done good.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Midas, there's two things. Timothy said Jesus had a bad weekend. I would like to know how you would like to comment on that characterization of what Jesus went through as a quote bad weekend unquote. And then Stephen is pro-choice, meaning he's okay with murdering babies. So, what do you think about those two things? The bad weekend and Stephen thinking it's okay to murder babies. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Should we have killed Stephen in the womb? And should we have killed the other guy in the womb? What's his name?
Timothy.
I think do they accept that?
That's a good question. Let's see, maybe they can answer that. Stephen, what do you think?
Should I be killed in the womb? It's not my. It was my mom's choice. She had me, so I don't know why this hypothetical. What's the relevance? What use is it?
So, do you believe that today your mother should have the right and power over your life and body today?
As I'm out of the womb, no.
But for years you were dependent on your mother. Even when you were out of the womb, right? You had to get the breast milk. You had to have her take care of you. It's kind of a similar
symbiotic situation. So after you were born, you came out the womb at the first 2 years before you started walking, maybe first 7 years.
I mean, there are multiple options the minute I'm out of the womb, mate. So she doesn't necessarily have to take care of me. She can put me up for adoption. I don't know how.
So wait, she couldn't put you up for adoption?
She takes my life. Say that again.
She couldn't have organized to put you up for adoption when you were inside the womb?
That is a good point. She potentially could have.
So today, can your mother kill you? You think your mother should be able to kill you?
Not today, no.
Oh, so she doesn't have the right over the body that she created within her womb?
Say that again. I'm a bit slow.
She doesn't have the right to kill the body that was within her womb and she nurtured for all those months. I mean, you came out of her, right? And she should have had the right to you. Therefore, she should maintain those rights until you become an adult. So should she
had her too.
So the analogy that I think is kind of that's persuaded me to be pro-choice is along the lines of donating an organ. If I can survive if I can survive independently without me, there are other options. And necessarily get an organ from her, then yeah. But I don't know if I'm doing a poor analogy. I'm doing a poor explanation of the argument. Yeah.
Because your logic is flawed. You can't explain the trash that you believe. That's the problem.
I mean,
maybe his mother's an atheist, and since atheists don't exist, then she can't afford it.
I just like to say.
What if she needs an organ? What if she needs an organ, one of his vital organs, and she says, "I brought him into the world. I had the rights to kill him when he was a child, and therefore I should have the rights to kill him when he's an adult. And therefore, if she needs the organ, she's able to harvest your organs from you. Should that be a law? You think that should be normal?
That's just the question is like inane. Should my mother have aborted me? If we're assuming the same set of circumstances, obviously not. Primarily because she wanted to have me. Like why? Like what sense would it make to say she should abort me when she wanted to have me as a child? If you're gonna construct some set of circumstances that obviously justify the abortion, then yeah, she shouldn't have. Like seems like a bit of a fucking futile exercise.
Well, you
I
became
expect nothing less. I expect nothing less from you, Midas.
I agree. If you became an adult idiot and she realized you're not contributing to the gene pool, then do you think that you should be then aborted? Or a posthumous abortion?
I don't think
she shouldn't have the right over your body. Now that you're outside of her body. But when you were in the womb, she had total rights to kill you or not, right? Can you show us anything else that becomes a human being other than a fertilized egg?
I don't know, like a cloning, like a fucking. I actually don't know what the process of cloning is, but I imagine it looks really cool.
No such thing. So this is the thing. How much does it cost to fertilize an egg through science? How much does it cost?
The movies one. What did you say?
How much does it cost to fertilize an egg through science?
Like I don't know, like IVF or something.
$80,000 minimum. How much does it cost to abort a baby?
Far less than that.
$200. So this is the thing. They devalued your humanity. And you accept that?
Yeah.
Well, one's a much easier procedure, costs less money.
Well, he just said he's not as good as a test tube baby. That's what he said.
No, I just said it's much easier to destroy a life in 2 seconds than to have someone come back for $80,000 worth.
But so are you, though. Just to be clear, like we're both free. Well, actually, in your case, maybe not. I imagine there probably also costs for your conception. But like in my case, You know,
You're
I
running
was
from the argument,
conceived in,
brother. You're gonna have to.
I was conceived in wedlock, so it was completely free. So yeah, all those IVF babies are of a greater value than I am. Maybe not you. Depends how expensive your mother was, I suppose.
I think you should be posthumously aborted, and I think your mother should have the right to kill you right now. What do you think about that?
I disagree.
And harvest your organs. I think that'll be great.
Okay, yeah, I mean there's like probably a good argument for that, to be honest. I'm not
It's
in
a
the
great
greatest
argument.
health.
Using your logic, it's a great argument because you
And
have
what
no
logic?
worth.
I haven't
yourself
offered you
have
any
no
logic.
How do
I
you
haven't offered you any logic.
how do you
Not logic.
posthumously abort somebody?
This means kill me. How do you posthumously?
I love
You're
that.
getting killed now that you're outside of the womb. Now it's murder, right? Oh wait, how does
I
that
didn't
work?
say it was murder.
If it's justified, what if it's justified?
Did he just say kill somebody? Did he not just say kill somebody?
Yeah, but he said murder. If it's
So
justified.
abortion is just murder, right? It's just a different name for murder.
I didn't say. Look, what? Just relax, bro. Stop spazzing. I didn't say that. I didn't use the word murder. That's what this divinely guy's saying.
You said
I just
kill.
I said what you're saying. Andrew said, what does that mean? Obviously, look, you can't posthumously wait. Like the posthumously, they're already dead. Yeah. So like, obviously, it'd be fucking stupid to say abort them posthumously. Like you mean after they're born. So what you actually meant, I was just translating it, is kill them after they're born. That's what you wanted to say.
Correct. I love
But
this.
the reason Andrew pointed it out is because you said posthumously, which is funny, innit? So I was clarifying that. I mean, to be honest, even what you actually want to say, ironically, which is a post-birth abortion, doesn't make sense because abortion is like terminating the pregnancy. So even that wouldn't fucking make sense because after they're born, the pregnancy is already over. That's the terminus of the
You just said
pregnancy.
it's killing you, bro. You just said it's to kill you. So
Yeah, I mean, you can latch on to that.
Or you after you come out the womb, that'd be murder, right? You said kill you.
Yeah, but I'm confused. Who do you think is denying that terminating the pregnancy results in killing the fetus? Because I think it is.
Might just say, just never mind all that stuff that I just said. I did like what you did there, Midas. Please keep going, because Timothy, you're on the right side. I'm sorry, Midas, you're on the right side. Timothy wants to kill babies. You're doing the right thing, but everything that was just said was not good. But that whole, I mean, let me be clear. Everything that was just said about the posthumously abort them, that's not very good. And then post-birth abortion doesn't sound very good either.
Andrew, you know, Andrew has so much love and respect for you, Midas, that he was shocked. He was shocked by that confusion and misuse of terms. But like, I wasn't shocked. Did you notice? Like, I didn't even blink. I didn't flinch. I was just like, yeah, that's what I'd expect from Midas.
Well, Timothy knows it's murder. He knows that post.
I didn't say murder. That was the other guy. I didn't say murder. I never said murder. You can't. Hey, you can't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I didn't say that shit.
Okay, so you're not saying that if
I said killing.
And harvest your organs right now, that's not killing you? That's not going to kill you?
Look, you need to slow look. Killing, like, forcibly ending the life of someone, take that to be killing. Yes, all of these instances are instances of killing. The murder question is a separate question, that's the kind of bar or threshold that Andrew wants to clear. So Andrew wants to claim it's murder. And by murder, he means it's like unjustified. It's like there's no, it's illegal, it's unjustified. By some kind of standard, it transgresses that standard. This is what Andrew wants to say. Okay, I'm not claiming that. I haven't used any of that language.
So if your mother needs your heart, bro, if your mother requires your heart, she takes it out of you because she gave birth to you, and she has the right over your body because she produced you.
No.
Is that killing you? Yeah.
No, obviously, it's killing me if she takes my heart out. I'm not a fucking doctor, but I imagine, that would result in my death.
Okay, so thanks. I'm just glad. I just want to set the terms. So it is murder, right? So pre-birth, it would be what? Pre-birth.
I think if your mother did it to you, it wouldn't be murder.
Pre-birth, it would be murder as well, right?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, hold on. Yeah, I think that would be unjustified. If she was like, actually, she she asked the abortionist to like, you know, specifically like locate the heart of the fucking fetus and like, you know, extract it.
Well, what do they do during
Yeah, that
abortion?
seems
Don't they
pretty
separate
fucking
the head
problematic
from the
if that's
body
like
and the
what you
torso
pay for.
and the leg?
Huh?
When they do abortion, don't they break the body into little pieces and they separate the head from the torso and the legs and the arms, and then they take them out separately?
No, it's the difference.
They don't have,
The difference.
yeah, they do.
The difference is, no, listen to what I'm saying. The difference is if she's essentially asking the abortionist to torture the fetus, assuming the fetus is like sentient, to torture the fetus, then like that's wrong, and that results in the fetus's death. Then I think that's like an unjustified killing. Whereas in the case of her just essentially asking for an abortion, I don't think that's an unjustified killing. Granted, in certain circumstances, abortions would be, in my opinion, unjustified.
Would she not
if
be
a
killing
woman
the
was
baby?
like,
Would she not
Sorry,
be murdering
you know,
the baby, which otherwise would be normally conceived?
yeah, I almost forgot myself and attempted to have a serious conversation with you. My bad. Ask your question again.
Would she not be still killing the baby that will normally, under normal circumstances, get to conception and become a child?
Well, it's already been conceived. You mean it's like born? Maybe, yeah. Yeah. She would be, yeah.
He means posthumous.
It's
So
more
if you
funny.
stop a life from coming into
It's more
fruition,
funny.
what are you?
Now,
If you stop a life from coming into existence, what are you doing?
Yeah. But can I just say, it's more funny that you brought it to his attention and he hasn't addressed it at all, as if like he's confused about what's even been like. Wait, Midas, what do you think posthumous means?
Don't worry about that. So now that the baby's conceived, don't worry about that. I'm not gonna
don't let him sidetrack. Don't let him sidetrack.
He got them bands, them Wonder Woman bands.
Oh, I know, dude. He's got the runners on. He's got the runners.
Yeah, Kevin Samuel. Yeah, you got them bands.
Yeah, so either way, it's still
Make
murder.
her dance.
It's still murder.
Huh?
It's still
What's
murder.
murder?
Dissecting a baby within the womb in vitro is murder, correct?
Like, what conversation are you actually having? Have you just got like a random word
During
generator?
abortion,
Like,
what they do to the baby,
put like
they have to dissect the baby.
5 or 6 phrases.
You're just talking over
just
me.
like
You're not
randomly
listening. You
spit
asked
them
me
out.
what conversation.
Pardon?
Is dissecting a baby in vitro, is that murder or no?
Wait, isn't in vitro the? Wait, in utero, in vitro. Which one's which again? Wait, which one? Isn't in vitro in the test? Which one's in utero is in the?
In vitro's in glass.
I thought so, but I didn't want to comment. It's in utero. He means in utero, right?
My bad, in utero. Either way, it still stands to be determined.
I don't know. I don't
So
know.
if you're dissecting a baby in utero, or even in vitro, because if you get rid of the fertilized eggs, isn't that a crime? If you destroy fertilized eggs, isn't that still a crime?
Either way, let's go.
Yeah, this is still a crime. But in utero, if you dissect the baby, it's still murder.
Huh?
In vitro, right? When they have fertilized eggs, if you dispose of those eggs, that is a murder crime. That is a case. There's a case like that currently. Now, in utero, if you dissect a baby, is it not still murder?
I mean, no. Are you just gonna keep asking the same question? Like, what's murder?
No, you try to scoff and I give you both cases with in vitro that is actually a crime right now. People are adjudicating.
I don't think either is murder.
Why would not? So you're saying outside the womb it would be murder, but within the womb it won't be murder. That's what you said?
Huh?
The end result is the same. They're stopping a being from being conceived, from being created. The life is being snuffed. So how is it?
I was reading the chat. Davey was given like a little like Midas like key or glossary.
How is it not murder, brother?
Posthumous.
Stop running. Take off the Wonder Woman bands, brother.
Conception equals being born. Bro, what's wrong with you? Don't get frustrated. I'm answering all your fucking retarded questions.
No, you're not. You're running from it like
I am.
child. Within the womb, the child's been.
No, it's not murder. Now what?
How can it not be murder? If there's cutting off the creation of the baby, right? Or the baby being conceived, and they're stopping the life process of that child, how is it not murder?
I don't know. How
Where's
can
the
you not
big
be
thing?
homosexual? I don't know. Because you're
I'm not good
I
at
think,
tennis.
Stephen, I'm a little
It's
worried if you come in. I'm a little worried if you come in, you might allow him and me to run, and I don't think that would be fair to
No,
Midas,
no, no,
because
Stephen.
Midas.
Yeah, that's
What do
fine.
you
That's
mean?
fine.
This
That's
is
perfectly
a
fine.
conversation. I was just like, the way it
Well, Timothy is running bad, man.
Yeah,
Did you ever do the Olympics? Stop doing the Olympics. This is the thing. Is it not murder within the womb and in vitro if you destroy
So
fertilizers?
Olympics means running. There's no other sports in the Olympics.
Bro, keep up, bro. I know you're slow. I said so before I even came into the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I've been born since. Sorry, I've been slow since I was posthumated.
So if your father punched you,
When I was
punch your mother in the
posthumated, I
belly,
was slow.
right? If your father punched your mother in the belly or stabbed her womb, right, when you were being within the womb in utero, would he been charged with a murder?
Sorry, what? Say that one more time. No, I was saying, I was thinking of that.
If
No,
your
I am
father
slow. You're right.
that you never met because you were born out of wedlock, if your father decided to abort you, stab your mother, or punch your mother inside the stomach, right? Would that be a murder charge? Will he be charged with murder?
If he assaulted my mother and it resulted in my death.
Oh, but she's fine. She just got a little punch. But your life don't matter in utero, right?
Yeah, so what?
Your
So
life don't really matter in utero.
So it's an accurate characterization of what you said. Yes. So if
But what
he
would she get
assaulted my
charged
mother
for?
and it
Murder
resulted in my
or
death.
assault?
It would probably depends on
I'm
the
trying to understand what you're
jurisdiction.
saying. Oh yeah, Hiwa. Attack Hiwa. Go Hiwa.
Oh yeah, it depends on the jurisdiction, Midas.
I'm just gonna let you know, Bob. I love Midas. Just letting you know. Go up, Kerry.
I understand why.
It doesn't depend on the jurisdiction at all. No matter what, if a man forces or induces an abortion or miscarriage in a woman, he will be charged with that, at least as a murder charge or either a second-degree murder charge. Right?
Or,
You
yeah,
can't get away from it.
sometimes
So
it's
then,
manslaughter.
in the effect, the law itself, it shows that the baby has life and the baby has rights. So the baby only seems to not have rights when it comes to the argument of whether or not the woman who is housing the baby should have the right over killing the baby.
That's right. You understood this correctly.
So by the Constitution, is that giving the woman more rights than the man, and therefore it goes against the Constitution?
Constitution doesn't say anything about murder.
All men are created equal. All men are created equal.
Right. And yet, there is nothing in the Constitution about murder. But if what if you meant, but if what you meant was the law of the land, there are like statutes in the U.S. Code, you know, the federal laws against murder, and in every state. But I understood what you meant. I just wanted, you know.
All citizens are supposed to have the access to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I guess, or the successful thing. And this is within the Constitution as well, brother. So it seems that you're not very constitutionally adept.
Oh, again,
Y'all
control.
like that? Okay.
Life,
So
liberty.
that's
That's not
the woman
also
has
not
no
in
rights.
the
Wait,
Constitution.
Bob,
That's not.
Bob,
Okay,
don't. I didn't
go
jump
ahead.
into what you were saying. I didn't talk over. Yeah. If the woman has more rights than the man as far as the ability to kill her own child, is that not unconstitutional in the first place? And also, if the child has a right to become an adult, isn't it unconstitutional against the child's rights within the womb?
Before we go to that, which document?
No. Just answer the question. You can deal with whatever you want to do.
No, I understand. I'm just addressing the previous point before we go on to the next point. Which document do you think life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is in? Because I can tell you it's not the U.S. Constitution.
I'll get it for you.
Right.
So why don't you?
Is it the U.S. Constitution? To the rest of the room, the phrase "life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness" is in fact not in the Constitution. It's in the Declaration of Independence.
I agree.
So that's 3 things I've taught you about what the Constitution says and doesn't say.
Midas, don't let him run. Keep going.
Even if it was like, what's he?
See, this is the thing. I'm not understanding his real argument against it. He doesn't have an argument against
Like,
it.
now that
So you're saying
pursuing happiness, and therefore.
Well, I just quoted another document that is actually codified within the law. I haven't done a lot of this abortion study, but I do realize that most of this information, you're taking unconstitutional and taking away the rights of the child and the father.
But it's obviously not unconstitutional because 1, the Constitution doesn't opine on murder, and 2, the phrase "life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness" is not in the Constitution. So that's 1.
But all men are created.
The second part is
so if the woman
right,
has
which
the
is
right
also
to
not in
murder,
the Constitution. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. You were going to say something different.
If the woman has the right to murder, and the woman has the right to take the life of the child, then aren't those more rights than the regular man?
There are different moral principles at play there.
Was Roe versus Wade created off of a fraud in the first place? She was never gang raped and she had the baby, right?
What?
Are you retarded? I said, was Roe versus
Yes.
Wade created off of a fraud?
No, I just don't understand what you said. Was created by fraud? I literally, you have to enunciate.
Created the baby. Midas, what did you say about Roe versus Wade and the weight of the baby? I did. Midas, are you there?
He said the weight, the Roe versus weight of the baby.
Did anyone else understand what his question was? Apparently I'm retarded, but maybe other people are too.
We do have a room.
Was Roe versus Wade created by fraud? She was never gang violated, and she gave birth to the baby. She gave birth.
Oh, fraud.
Was it perpetuated by fraud?
Was Roe versus Wade perpetuated by fraud?
Yeah, they were like.
It's like how no, I understand I think I understand what he means, but that's like how a 6-year-old would phrase that.
What baby part, Bob? I didn't understand the
I
very
don't know.
end of that. Okay, because you said about the weight of the baby.
No, he said she was because she wasn't gang raped. So is it fraud? That's what he said.
I still don't understand what he's trying to ask me.
Everybody's like the homicide or you
guys are going from the conversation. So I asked you about Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade is what codified abortion within our society.
Stop.
If you don't understand it,
Stop.
was fraud.
Please, look, Midas. If you're gonna do that thing where there's a lull because you go on mute and someone's about to, land a fucking amazing world-class punchline, don't choose that as the moment to come off mute. Either stay engaged in the conversation, or if you're gonna take a little brief moment, allow the person to complete their thought before you unmute and start speaking. It's like actually annoying.
You mean like you guys have been doing to me this entire conversation?
It's not just about interruptions generally. You do this weird thing where someone asks you a question, you mute for like 30 seconds, okay? Then someone's like, oh, here's a funny thing, this funny comment I'm going to offer. It's like, oh, immediately I have to get back off mute now to ruin the punchline. Stop doing that, bro. That's hate. That's like real hater shit. But continue, please.
So no, there's no evidence to suggest that.
Not today, Thomas. Not today.
As far so, have we become clear on what the question was?
I definitely think we need a repeat. Midas, can you restate the question? Because I honestly am not catching that. I had a hard time with the first half, but the last half I really something about a baby. I didn't get it. Gang rape, baby, and Roe versus Wade. Can you explain that whole thing? That question? Can you restate?
I said, was Roe versus Wade, how was it introduced to our society? Was it perpetuated by fraud? Was it entirely?
Depends on what do you mean by fraudulent?
Meaning what she said happened as far as herself getting violated by a bunch of men. It didn't happen, and she gave birth to the child.
Correct.
And for those who said it's not constitutional right for the child, it's inside the 14th Amendment.
What? You're right. There was, as far as I remember, the person, what's her face, Norma McCorvey, was that her name? She claimed at some point that she was raped, which would give her a legitimate reason to have an abortion, but that's not what the case has been.
She never had the abortion.
That is what I confirmed. I'm unsure as to that, but the point was just she falsely accused, or she falsely had said that she had been raped, because if she had been raped, then that would give her a legal reason to have an abortion. But the case Roe v. Wade is not based on that false statement.
I think Midas's point is that, like, had the fraud investigation team got involved, then they would have resolved it and they wouldn't have passed the legislation.
No, that was public before the case. Like, she admitted it.
No, it's a
Oh shit.
She said it on a deathbed. It was entirely fraud, and that's when you didn't hear much about it anymore. But it stayed within our society for at least the next 30 to 40 years.
But again, that was not the basis on which the Roe v. Wade was based.
Well, the basis was to try to introduce abortion into America using these false crimes and these false stories. And she got exposed recently.
No, the basis of the case was that you have a right to an abortion based on the 14th Amendment privacy clause.
No, but see, according to the 14th Amendment,
Midas, you're a dingus, because there was already an exception to rape. Why would you need to introduce rape as like in Texas? That was already.
Tell you what, provide a source. Provide a source that it was an avenue to abortion through rape. Go ahead.
No, sorry, my bad. Not in Texas, but there were other states where she could have had that.
Wait, what? I thought you just said it was. What's going on with this guy?
No, I'm saying you could already have abortions in the United States in cases of rape, as far as I know.
You just said not in Texas, though. You just said not within the.
I'm unsure because the case was in Texas. Yes, I backtracked by admitting that, hey, I'm not sure about that detail. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, because in Texas there was a total ban on abortion, period, at that time. And that's why Texas thinks
that's also false. You could have an abortion.
Texas was an easy target because they had.
You could have an abortion if the mother's life was at risk.
In what case can a mother's life be at risk through having a child?
That doesn't matter. I'm just saying there was an exception to abortion, and risk to the mother is the.
I'm legit not trolling here. I'm not 100% sure he knows what abortion means. I'm not trying to
Perhaps
What's the percentage? What's the percentage?
Percentage of what?
Percentage of women who will die from having or giving birth to a child is what?
I don't know. Very low.
Less than 1%?
I don't know. Around there.
Less than 1%. So this is a COVID argument again. Less than.
What do you mean COVID argument?
Yes.
Are you like mentally handicapped? I just said there's an.
Ask Midas if he knows what abortion even is.
Midas, do you understand that the frequency doesn't matter to whether or not there's an exception? Like I just said that there is an exception. There was an exception in Texas for the life of the mother. It doesn't matter if it happens It doesn't matter if it happens 0.001%. You said there's a total ban, and I said not quite. There is one exception. That's all I said. The frequency of how often that exception The frequency of how often that exception happens is irrelevant. But it doesn't matter for this case because the life of the mother that didn't play into it. That wasn't a variable that was considered in this case. So it just.
But just the other day, they tried to use the story of a mother who said she was going to be sick if she went to term, but she wasn't really going to be sick. They say even if she said she wanted to have children later, so they say even if she decided to have children afterwards, the same genetic problem would pop up. So this is how they try to bring back in Roe v. Wade after Roe v. Wade got abolished, I guess 2 years ago. So there was a woman going around saying that she was pregnant, and if she carries a child to term, the child's going to have genetic disorders. There's going to be adversarial towards her. But she still said she wanted to have children afterwards. Therefore, the government and the people have said, you know what? You're going to have the same problem later, so you can't abort this child.
Okay. I don't understand. Well, what?
So you're 0.01% of women who's going to die from having the child is negligible, extremely negligible.
Yeah, I agree. In the total number of pregnancies, very few people die. What's your point?
My point is that it's just murder and fraud, using abortion and using these outside places, these obscure.
No, I'm asking why did you just bring up? Why did you just bring up?
Cut off the sons of Amalek.
Right.
Amalek.
Right. Are there a lot of people in white coats? Are there a lot of people in white coats around you right now, Midas?
You're running from the conversation. I've heard rabbis speak about this regularly, bro.
Oh, I
see. The first thing
they're
supposed to do when they go into a new territory, one, choose a king. Second, cut off the seeds of Amalek. These are the rules of being a Jew when you're coming into a new territory.
Of a Jew?
And it's not just
Jews
behind it. But we saw eugenicists behind it a lot, right?
Why are you talking about Jews?
I'm talking about who controls Planned Parenthood.
Well, it's obvious.
I'm talking about who controls
Planned Parenthood. Well, do you understand that people in other countries do abortions where Planned Parenthood doesn't exist?
Do you know that Planned Parenthood is a genesis for America? We're not really worried about in other countries. We're dealing with America.
Right? I'm dealing with
why
America.
Is it that America? Yeah, we're dealing with America right now. So Margaret Sanger
got a lot of pizzazz in that voice when you said America. I like it.
Brother, your support of child murder is abhorrent. Your support of child murder is abhorrent. It's destroying you. Your atheism, your fake atheism is being exposed. It makes no sense. The things you believe in, the things you support, as far as trying to say that a life can be cut off at a certain period of time due to the mother's wants or the mother's whims, sounds idiotic to me. And I'm trying to go
it's probably because you are very stupid.
So by the Constitution, the child has rights, and you're ignoring the right of the child.
Well, again, according to the Constitution, it doesn't. But
I put the link in the chat for those who can't read.
What does it say? Oh, go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead, buddy. It's a good time.
If you have a wife and she's about to have there's some type of complication, and it's a choice between your, let's say, son or your wife, who are you gonna choose? Let me know.
Are you there, Midas?
Oh, he's asking me if I'm going to choose between my son and my wife?
Right.
Yes, if there was a complication, and yes, the baby can't keep the baby, and the wife survive. So, what would you do in that scenario?
I don't do COVID questions, bro. That's 0.01%. I don't do COVID
questions. Okay, interesting.
All right, Prashant, did you want to come in? Are you pro-life? You say you're agnostic, actually, and you're a surgeon.
Yes. Hello. Good evening. Namaste. My submission will be based completely on my professional experience and my observations in India. I'm from India. So in India, abortion is legalized since 1971. I'm not going to make it very argumentative, but I'm just going to submit my observations. So to me, from in my professional space, there are a lot. I'm a surgeon, general surgeon, so I don't operate on obstetric cases. That means pregnant ladies are not my cup of tea. But I know a lot of my friends who hesitate to conduct an abortion for I don't know, for some reason. Some of them being religious, some of them are practicing Christians, and some work for Christian missionary hospitals, and the others they don't have an exact religious reason as such, but they don't find it they don't find it nice or comfortable. They're not comfortable doing that. So I always go back and ask them the reason behind this. There are a lot of provisions, and I mean there is a criteria under which you can go and ask for an abortion as a couple. So one of them is failure of contraception. So a lot of people who have no other reason, they go and demand abortion under this criteria. But I kind of I'm convinced, or I'm in complete agreement when it comes to situations like this. One of the speakers pointed it out rightly, where the mother's life is jeopardized and you have no choice but to terminate the pregnancy. In such situations, I think since it becomes a little more easier because we don't have a proper emotional bond with the fetus as such. I mean, we probably have some kind of this thing, but it becomes very easier for the husband or for the wife herself because her life it becomes her decision, and whether there is agreement from the husband or no, it doesn't matter because it's about her life and she has all the rights to undergo an abortion to save herself. So yeah, those are the situations where you can justify, and in some other situations where the child is going to have some serious disabilities, or it's going to be a very defective birth, and it's going to be very miserable for the child after it's born, and for the family as such, because it's going to. I mean, we can on a realistic plane, we can all come into an agreement that at some point we feel like, oh God, why this child was born in the first place? Why it becomes very. It's not easy for the parents to look at a miserable kid, right? So in such scenarios, I think there has to be some option provided by the law, and it shouldn't look unconstitutional or unlawful. And I think that should be there. That option of abortion should be there in the society as a legal option, as a legitimate option for the couples to make. But I can also, having said all that, I can also acknowledge where Maidas is coming from. I think he's got some serious moral questions about is it not a murder? It is equivalent to a murder, killing a life, unborn life. I mean, this scenario also I've seen where a lot of, I mean, in India it's kind of unacceptable, or it's a taboo to get pregnant before you get married. So I've seen a lot of couples who are like in a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship or a living relationship who get pregnant, hesitating to take the responsibility. In such scenarios, it becomes a moral question where there are no identified defects, or there are no, or the girl is not pregnant because of a rape or some scenario where she is not willing to get pregnant. But probably after she got pregnant, maybe she is not willing to continue the pregnancy because having an unprotected sex is probably she is mature enough to know that, or the both of them are mature enough to know that the probability of pregnancy is there, and then they've gone and had a physical contact with each other, but once they got pregnant, they're like they don't have the preparedness. So in such situations, people usually we as doctors, we usually tend to counsel them, and or in the case of a married couple who are not prepared financially or in other ways, we kind of counsel them as doctors. We kind of counsel them because as doctors, we always find life very precious. We are in a profession where we are obligated to look at life in a very precious way. So that way, probably we look at abortion from a different angle. So there are 2-3 dimensions to it. So I still, since I don't deal directly firsthand with these cases, I have this privilege and the luxury of kind of staying in my zone. But yeah, this is my opinion and my submission as a human being and as a professional doctor. Thank you for that.
Yep, thank you, Prashant. Appreciate it. Abu, did you want to come in? You or Vinny? Did you guys want to come in? Are you there, Abu, Miriam, or Vinny? Either one of you guys.
Okay. Well, let me just say something quick about this.
Yeah,
life,
continue
liberty,
to cook. No, you're fine. Continue to cook, Midas. Go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, bro. I brought up the point about life, liberty, and freedom of thing, right? But it was really life, liberty, and property without due process of law.
Yeah,
so
I know.
these are the things you
That's
guys
in the
are
14th Amendment.
Right? Yeah, you can't. Yeah, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So how can you then condone the murder of unborn children?
Because that doesn't if you don't already understand why, I feel like it's difficult to explain.
Midas, I seriously have a question to you. Midas, if moderators allow me to.
The point is just that passage, first of all, doesn't say anything about whether or not the fetus is a person, but second of all, is just about the fact that the state cannot kill you without due
all
process.
fetuses become a person.
Because sorry to interject, Bob. I have a serious question here. I mean, yeah, I would like to repeat the same question which was posed. I don't want you to take it personally, but I just want you to look at it as a scenario where you are a woman, and forget about your wife, where you are the woman and the doctor comes and tells you that there is a serious risk to your life if you continue with this pregnancy. Would you terminate your pregnancy, or I mean, how do you look at that? Or you take a scenario where you're the husband or the father. I'm sorry if I'm making it personal to you, but I seriously want your take on it.
Opinions. You can't just take one doctor's opinion, especially with these murderous doctors that we have running around.
Oh my God, you're so imagine you got like 10. Hold up. Imagine you got like 10 opinions and they all agreed with you. Now what? It all agreed with you.
It's also about the life of the mother, right? You're also compromising the freedom or the right of the mother to live. Do you get the scenario? You're just looking at the scenario from the fetus's perspective. It's the mother's life and it's her liberty and right to live her life, right? You want her to compromise and sacrifice herself for the unborn fetus. I just want your take on it.
Andrew, you should have told me to bring like my Gucci mining kit.
Well, this is the thing. We've advanced so much in technology. Most people can have either C-sections. They have different ways to have birth, which are safer for the mother. So a lot of these cases that you're talking about don't even exist. It's probably 0.
Right, but a lot of them do.
So
he's asking you.
0.01%.
Yeah, yes. He's asking you if you were.
9.99%.
Sir, we offer C-section. Sir, just a moment. From a medical perspective, we offer C-section or cesarean section once the baby has completed the term. You have to complete the term to make the baby to be able to survive outside the womb, right? I'm talking in the first trimester when you're just 10 weeks, that is 2 months, 3 months pregnant. And you have to continue a pregnancy up till at least 28 weeks, that is 7 months. In US, in India, it is at least 32 weeks. So your continuation of pregnancy itself is putting the mother's life at risk. That is what we're talking about. Even if you continue the pregnancy for the next 2-3 weeks, probably the chances of her life getting jeopardized is going higher and higher as she continues the pregnancy. So this is the situation we are talking about. We always would want an option where we can save both the mother and the kid, right? That is what the doctors always want. But since they don't see that option as a practical option or the real option, they always, they don't discount on this option and just offer abortion, right? They would have considered that option if it existed at that point. suppose the situation is such that it's going to take too long, and that duration is going to put the mother's life at serious risk. So that is the scenario we are talking.
Well, this is the first thing. If y'all are the same people who just told everybody to take a COVID vaccine, I don't believe nothing y'all say. The amount of crap y'all put into people's bodies. Y'all killed
Right. But now you're just running away from the hypothetical,
Don't
right?
write me. Bob
But
Saget.
you're like just obviously running away, right?
Wait, Bob Saget.
Right.
He put up the name of a pedophile and he's trying to speak over.
I don't know about that.
You know Bob
But I literally just pick a random celebrity's name.
And the families and the sex.
Right. Now you're running away again.
Talked about him on Full House.
Can we talk to someone who's going to engage? Yes.
Sir, I thought
you responded to him by running away.
Yeah, I wanted a scientific and an objective answer from you, sir, because it looks like you've come up with a very sensible argument.
You talked for a while, brother. So this is the problem. Y'all doctors have been murderers for quite a long time. Y'all killed.
Right, but can you answer the question now?
Entire revamp of the system.
So you're not going to answer the question.
10.6. I'm answering. Are you okay, Bob?
Oh, no. You're not answering because COVID has nothing to do with the question he asked you.
I don't know what's happening with you, bro.
What's happening is with me is that I'm observing you running away. That's what's happening to me.
Cause problems with pregnancies. Nobody really took it serious, right? In the medical community, where pregnant women still inject.
Well, that's not true. But the point is just
all I was trying to make you understand is, sir, Maithas, I was just trying to make you understand that some things. Just a moment. Just hold on. Let me just complete. See, there are some things which are not in black and white, right? There are some things which we have to. I mean, people would have come up with this idea of abortion, or they would have legitimized it. Going through all these discussions, they would have gone through all this. I mean, you're talking as if the people who came up with these policies are completely heartless and inhuman. I mean, there has to be some
absolute murderers. Yes.
Right. But what would you? Can you? Yes, the COVID vaccine showed it. I agree with you. It's literally made by the devil. I agree.
Sir, just a moment. I can't just take an insult like this and accusation. Just a moment. See, sir, my own people. Sir,
Prashant, don't take the bait.
People from inside my doctor's community. Just a moment. I can't sit and take the shit from you. People inside my doctor's community have given their lives. They have died. No. They have died. My own friends have died treating COVID patients. You can't just come. See, you can't just discount our contribution. Come on. What is this? How is it fake? We have put our lives during this. India has suffered. The number of cases we have suffered during COVID is higher than your state. Okay, and we have with lesser resources. We are a smaller country and we have lesser resources. We literally had to throw ourselves in the battlefield, and we really got serious damages.
We're going off of like 15 different tangents.
All murderers. This is absolutely ridiculous and cruel. Very obtuse. Very obtuse.
We're not talking about COVID though. We were talking about pregnancy.
Is that the 0.01%? I'm supposed to take these guys seriously. 0.101%.
No. It's not, sir. Who told you zero? From where are you expecting?
No. Guys. You're both going off of some tangent. You're both the COVID stuff doesn't matter.
I'm just in alignment. I'm completely in alignment with this topic. From where is he quoting 0.01%? I don't know. Is it the same for every case? Suppose a lady has a brain tumor. Just a moment. Just hold on, sir. You're not from the scientific community. Just let me educate you. Suppose a lady is diagnosed with a brain tumor when she is pregnant and she is holding a baby inside her womb, which is just 8 weeks old. Can you just do some research, go through some educative journals.
And now let's go back to abortion.
No, you guys are scared. By the research.
So now let's go back to the abortion conversation. Are you ready to do that, Midas? Or do you want to switch the conversation?
This is still the abortion. This is still the abortion.
Okay, do you want to continue the conversation with Bob?
I mean, he was asked a hypothetical and he
This
ran
is
away.
still
But
the
he started,
abortion conversation
talking.
where we're talking
Oh my
about
God.
the viability of the information that we're getting.
Yeah,
from
this is the
doctors.
problem, Bob.
So,
is
so
that
this is the rate in the chat.
it's like he's talking to a
Hey,
brick
guy, I'm the
wall
only
and
guy with the
listening to
link.
the
I mean,
echo.
I would like to talk to the guy, but he's just kills
And
me.
I'm not saying you, Bob.
You
was
guys
the
are
brick
running.
wall. I'm saying
You guys
he's
are running.
like
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand.
And the echo. Yeah.
So, Prashant,
So Midas, can
according
you
to
please have a
documentation-
back and forth conversation, like a normal conversation?
Oh, it's
So
very,
there was a
very
question,
normal conversation, Anders. Very normal convo. And we're just going over the stats. And because of the fact he was talking to me, can I respond? Now, Prashant.
No. What he asked you, Midas, was a hypothetical. What he asked you was a hypothetical about.
And I said, by
Hey,
the
if you're
actuality
what?
of the
Hey,
doctors,
shush.
No, not
He asked you
shush,
if you.
Bob.
Oh my God. It's so difficult.
You guys are scared, brother. Let me.
Yeah,
Talk
you.
about half
dude,
the
Okay,
No,
point of
no, no,
moderation.
no.
Point of moderation.
I heard
Point of
it.
moderation. Point of moderation. Midas. I'm the one that's probably muting you the most. Not that you can't respond, is that you'll make a point. The other guy will get 3 words into his response, and then you got to talk again. I promise you'll get the same amount of floor time. Just let the person talk.
Prashant was talking to me.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, I don't. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to
And he
debate.
spoke about
I'm just telling.
We're not.
Okay, one more time. I'm moving you. Dude, you're giving
Well,
me a
I don't
headache.
care about getting moved. You guys are trash.
All right, no problem then.
So obviously Midas was like running away like a crazy person because the question he was asked was like, "Hey, if your wife was pregnant and she had some life-threatening issue, and the only way to resolve that issue was to terminate the fetus, terminate the pregnancy, would you do it?" And he started talking about COVID, which is I don't know. I don't think you could scream, "I don't want to answer the question and I want to dodge," any louder than that. So, I mean, I've never interacted with this person, but it was quite something. Who's this guy, Andrew? Is he a friend of yours?
I'm not sure if Andrew's here.
No, he's all right. Sounded like a complete insane person.
Can I say something, Bob? I think, when you decide to participate in such conversations, I think the whole purpose should be to challenge your own perspectives and views on the topic, right?
Right.
I mean, you should come out little more evolved and enhanced at the end of.
That is a very enlightened
It's okay
position.
Yeah, that's the whole point of participating on Clubhouse. I find it that way because we don't have that luxury of having too much free time on our hands. And some relevant topics when you see, and some hosts are, some of them are hosting some good topics which are relevant to your life, and you have some dichotomy in your heart or some unsettled feelings, or sometimes you're completely sure about what to know about the topic, but still you would go and participate in the discussion, let it be argumentative, and in the end, when you see that, okay, there is some scope for me to learn a few more things and enhance my perspective on this, and you should take it. I think that's the choice. That should be a wise man's choice. It's very unwise for you
Yeah,
to
but
just come and
you're assuming that everyone you're going to meet on the internet's rational.
No.
Do you think that guy just
because he's being very rude and he's being very thankless. He's being very rude
Guess
to
what?
us.
Do you think it was?
That's very hurtful.
Can you stop for a sec? Do you think that's going to change of 20 more minutes of explaining the scientific data to that idiot? Just don't get emotionally invested. If you love the game and you want to participate, that's fine. But it sounded like you were actually trying to convince this guy he's wrong. He believes the Jews are behind abortions in America. He's an idiot. It's not going to change. It's not his first rodeo.
Yeah, probably it was the first time I'm conversating with that guy. Probably you guys know about him. So I had serious respect for him when he stood up for the kid inside the womb and started saying that it's a murder. And he opened up a discussion. I really appreciated that. And I don't know. Anyways, thank you for the space.
You're a real G, Prashant.
I'm sorry.
I said you're a real G. It just means I like you.
Okay, thank you. Real G. I mean, anyways, thank you.
Straight up.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Andrew, are you there? I was busy for a while. Damn, I wanted to brag about the abortion bus I bought. I'll bring it up.
And I think, like, in the next abortion conversation, terms should be defined, like murder, abortion, like what these words actually mean. Because Himati gave him like his response and working from the angle that abortion is not legally murder. He's not using that word. Midas was just coming back with the exact same question in return for like 15-20 minutes. I think clearing up what people mean by different words is important.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but you think Midas that would change? Like, this isn't his first conversation. Even if you don't know Midas, you've met this guy 100 times before on the internet, Anders. You must have, right? When the guy started to say there's a connection between the Jews and abortions in America, and COVID's fake, and his picture, his avatar was like some mansphere hero. That's like, the high value man. So there's no change in this guy's mind. I mean, I get like getting it, like yanking his tits for a little while, but it just, if you're actually trying to convince a guy like that and you think defining terms that's going to make a difference, it's not. He'll be back tomorrow doing the exact same thing. Won't matter. It'll never matter.
Yeah, I've probably come across him. Might have just listened for a second and figured out that it wasn't interesting and left because I don't remember him.
Well, even if what I'm trying to say is, like, even if you've never met him, you've met that type of guy.
Right? Yeah.
Like, do you think E-Bike's going to come in tomorrow and say, "Hey guys, I really thought about a pre-sub sucks"? No. He's going to start from square one and argue pre-sub again every day.
I mean, we got lots of people on the stage. We can change the title if we want to talk about whether or not a God exists.
Yeah, I do think the abortion topic's been kind of going for hours, so it's up to you guys if you want to change it.
Hey, someone mentioned that abortion has been legal since 1971. In what country was that?
India.
India, okay. I think it's kind of the same that happened here in Norway. I have to double check. I think it was in 72. And abortion has been like pretty free and open. Of course, there have been like limits that are linked to like moral reasons for the limitation, but it hasn't changed since the 70s until I think it's like 3 or maybe 5 years ago when some Christian people here in Norway actually managed to get it through. So it's a little bit more strict now than it was back in the 70s and up until now. Question to everyone. Is it reasonable to believe a God?
Well, let me ask you this, Anders. God or not God?
I go with the no God.
Well then, can you please explain to the room what your fundamental and ultimate grounding for all facts and intelligibility is?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with that premise. So I wouldn't even the presuppositionalist wouldn't even get it off the ground with me with that. Because I remember like the very first conversation I had on Clubhouse, like I made a profile, I logged on, and I went into a room and I talked to people, and it was like Matt Yester and the gang. So it was a bunch of pre-suppers. And they never got to take off with their plane with me.
Well, don't leave us in suspense. What's the answer? How did you tear it down? Did you?
Oh, well, I don't remember exactly because I lost the replay, so I don't remember what I said back then. Probably nothing interesting because, unlike Midas, I've changed and learned a lot since then, since 2022. Fortunately, the pre-sub train has passed us now. It was a thing like a couple of years ago and a bit further back, but it seems like most of them have dropped it. Except for e-bike though.
I think that Matt Yester guy's still around. I saw him yapping in some room the other day. And I think Darth's still out there doing his thing somewhere. I heard he got kicked off TikTok or something. I don't really follow him.
Yeah, and I think I heard this from you, Rob. You have to correct me on this, I guess. Something about J. Robin not being too interested in Precept anymore and left that train. Where he's at, I don't know. I haven't seen him for a while. JT Mole is the same. Anthony or Tom Locke. I haven't seen him for a long time. And Tom Locke loves to talk about abortion. He's nowhere to be found. We found him.
Yeah, I had a couple of conversations with Darth Dawkins about he did his whole script. I mean, I don't really debate the precept stuff. That's not my niche or the tag or any of that shit. But it's pretty interesting. He had a meltdown, rage quit. Tom Rabbit, I think, put it up on his channel. I just basically, and I'm not like philosophically sophisticated or anything, but I let him go for a while, and like I don't mind like playing into his ego and just letting him kind of explain things and da da da. And I finally just said to him, I said, well, my problem with it is that the God worldview presupposes a supernatural component that I think's been failed, to be demonstrated. Until I see such demonstration, by the nature of the dichotomy you propose to me, I'm stuck with the not God worldview. Whether I can explain how it works or not is irrelevant. The nature of the dichotomy that you put forth, that's kind of what I'm left with. And he called me a fucking scumbag and did a monologue and left. This is what they do, Anders.
Yeah. Have you heard that? Do you remember the intro song to Donald Duck that was used between 47 and 53? Who's got the sweetest disposition? One guess who never ever starts an argument. That song always reminds me of Darth Dawkins. I'll put it in the chat. Text. There we go.
Dawkins, he's quite a guy. Yeah, I don't know who's in his orbit anymore. He's lost a lot of his minions. J. Robin cut ties with them. I think Spike's still stroking his dick and probably Barthologist holding his balls out of the way, letting bullshit all over the internet.
Yeah, Barth with his meltdowns, and I think it broke his people found out quickly that he's he's a Darth Dawkins minion. After the videos of him, you've probably seen him with the notebooks.
Oh yeah, they're great. They're great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Darth was a god to him at one point. The ultimate boss.
Oh yeah, they do. These guys that grab onto Darth Dawkins, these are the next best thing to Jesus, right there in front of them. They love it.
And it was YouTube's algorithm from 2016 and so on that fed me. One day I came across a Tom Rabbit video and Darth Dawkins. That's what led me to making an account on Clubhouse to listen to Darth, because I found it very entertaining. At least way back then.
Yeah.
2018, 2019, somewhere around that time.
Yeah, the Clubhouse days. Or sorry, the Google Plus days. So Darth kind of made his first. He stepped his toes in the water at Google Plus from Pal Talk. He was trying to escape his trolls from Pal Talk, and they all followed him over to Google Plus.
True. I never was on those platforms at that time. I only listened to the YouTube videos, but yeah, eventually I came on here and got to meet the Godless girl.
Yeah, the whole crowd. But showing my age, what got me kind of coming into these types of communities years ago was some friend of my girlfriend's at the time. Her boyfriend, like my girlfriend's friend's boyfriend, was like, "Hey, your boyfriend's into science and stuff. You should check these DVDs out." And it was 9 hours of Ken Hovind. And I remember at some points just standing up, pointing at the screen, like just yelling at it. So, anyways, that's what kind of got me into some of it. And I started out making like debunking videos on YouTube, and I went on to Stickam and stuff. I'm more into debating and stuff, but I'm in and out. Now it just kind of rolls off my back, unless it's someone absolutely crazy. Even the crazy stuff, I just take it in stride. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. You go nuts, Anders. I'm telling you, you go nuts. Can't take it personal. You meet all kinds of crazy people.
Yeah. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Isn't that the saying? I will endure, but when it comes to people like John Lee, Midas, Adams, JT, Mo, J. Robin, I think I've had enough of people like that, because I want a productive conversation, and literally, if a God does exist, I genuinely want to know, because that's a big thing. I mean, it would probably be.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, there we go. It's a big deal. So I actually. Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on the character. I get what you're saying. You want more of a honest discussion with somebody. I appreciate that. But I don't know. There's different kind of ways. Like for me, if I get into a thing with Matt Adams or even John Lee on some level, I know what I'm getting into, right? I know what they believe. I'm not going to get emotionally invested. I might get frustrated a little bit, but at least I will give credit. I still think Matt Adams and John Lee are easier to manage than a Midas, right? Because with a Midas, like I said, I get it if you just want to like entertain it for a while, but it's never gonna stop. It's a train. Like it's, there's not going to be a resolution to the conversation. So at some point, like at the end, he was literally just trying to commit suicide by mod. If I can use that expression in here. You know what I mean? That's all he was really trying to do at the end. So.
Yeah, I hate that. Clubhouse should at least, maybe it should be limited, like let's say 5 times per 5 minutes, but like you should be able to mute people for 30 seconds, 1 minute, and let's say max 3 minutes before they can unmute, because it just sucks. Just yelling right back at you.
Yeah, well, it gets to the point you're trying to moderate, right? And it's like, not only you're trying to control the conversation, then you got him like arguing with you about it, and it's like, no, I'm not here to argue. I'm not like giving you my opinion per se. I'm just stating a point of moderation, right?
Yeah,
like it. I guess hit the road, right? I just have low tolerance for that. Like, I'm trying to actually moderate. Whether whoever's right or wrong, if they're the ones that just won't shut up and are coming at me, then they're the ones that are going to get muted or moved to the audience.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes it depends on like if it's entertaining, if it keeps the room going. Sure, for a while, and let's see how it goes. But if it's just like what Midas did, I don't think it's fun for people to listen to, because Bob tried to say things and the other guy tried to say things, and Himothy tried to talk to him, but like 3 words in, and he
Yeah, it was just getting out of hand at the end. It wasn't even like, I get it. Like I said, I get it for a little while, and he says some crazy stuff, and it was a back and forth, and it is entertaining for a little while. But at the end, it was just, I was getting a headache. It was just, I couldn't even understand what anybody was saying. As soon as anybody would talk, he would just have to talk over them. So, Anders, I probably asked you this before, but I'm not sure. Were you raised religious at all, or were you just always like in a home that was kind of blasé towards religion, or what was your up?
Dad and grandparents and his side non-believers, like I would guess atheists. We never used the word and never talked about God with them at all. My mother's side, a handful of them believe in a God. My generation, like my cousins, most of them don't. So it was like 50-50. We did go to church like once, like during Christmas and Easter, but that's about it. I was read Bible stories in the way of like children's books and all that stuff from my grandmother, but I never like adopted the belief. So I've always been a non-believer.
Well, I was raised Anglican. Sunday school, church camp. I was confirmed. Received the Eucharist.
I was confirmed though. How was the Anglican personal confirmation?
I don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember there was like 3 of us. We had to do this like course, like a short course, and then I had to take the Apostles' Creed. So maybe I know Apostles' Creed for sure, and we were instructed on how to receive communion, and then I remember I was in the club.
In the club, nice.
Initiated enough to take the communion and stuff.
I was kind of in a club myself. I don't remember the acronym, but it stood for like Christian Religious Sports Club, and that was like the thing we did. So we played football, beach volley, and golf, and we went to a concert. I remember, and that's we never did like church things.
Yeah, that was kind of like my church camp. It was like we called it church camp because it was sponsored by the church. Like they'd pay for you to go for a week or two or whatever. And it was an Anglican church camp. Sunday we did a service. We did these like stations where you got groups and you went around. So you did like archery, swimming, canoeing, all this stuff. And one of the stops was at the church where you're supposed to do like a religious study. But basically they just get through their moral lesson of the day and you can talk about do whatever you wanted. And wasn't really heavy on the church stuff, to be honest with you. It was fun though. It was, I don't regret any of it.
Yeah, me neither. It was mostly to like please my grandmother. I know because my cousins and my brother did the same because we're not believers, but we was confirmed anyway. So I think it was for the most part the symbolic part of it and being nice to my grandma.
I got you. I hear you. What's weird though, and I bring this up once in a while, and it seems so weird now. It seems like a whole other lifetime compared to the way things are now. But when I first moved into the small little town I grew up in, like I was born, we lived close to the town, but it doesn't really matter. But we moved into the actual town, and growing up, it was like extremely segregated between Catholics and Protestants, and it was just normal. You know, when I look back at it now, it's really weird, and the town's not like that so much anymore. But like, there was kids that lived like a street or two over from me that I didn't even know till high school because they went to the Catholic school. And this little town, they had the Catholic grocery store, and then the other grocery store. They had the Catholic funeral home, and then like the other funeral home, and it was kind of weird. But a funny kind of story when we first moved there. I didn't even know this story until like a few years ago. My mom told me when we first moved there, she didn't realize it was that segregated either. And she went into the pharmacy and ordered birth control. And they were like whispering, being all like weird about it. And she didn't get it. And she realized after she went to the Catholic pharmacy and was ordering birth control, right? Yeah, that's just how it was back then. It's weird. I couldn't imagine now. I remember going swimming at a friend's house. It was at his grandma's cottage. And on the way out there, they told me that if she asked if I was Catholic, I had to lie and say I was Roman Catholic. I wouldn't be allowed to swim on the property.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
The local church where I grew up only had it was only a sermon once a month, and they actually mixed the Protestant and the Catholic sermon together because they only had the one weekend every month.
Huh.
So yeah, I remember that. I don't think it. I guess if you take a walk around the country here in Norway, you probably find people that are like that, but I don't think so, at least not anymore, because we are so connected after like the internet and technology. Plus, we are like only 5 million people here. You guys are 350 something million.
That'll be fair. I don't live in the United States. But
oh, where?
I live in Canada.
Oh,
Canuck.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's better because you guys are more like you. What do you call it? The nature is closer to how it's here in Norway. Like.
Well, yeah. If America had a love child with Europe, it would be Canada.
Yeah.
Or like the nicer America, nicer U.S.
Yeah, I remember. It's kind of sad because he's not here with us anymore. A family friend of my mom, basically her neighbor here in Norway, when she grew up, moved to Toronto, and married a guy over there and got 3 children. And every summer they came to Norway, visited us in where we lived, and I got to speak some English, like now it's my turn, it's your turn, and yes, no, and thank you, like the basic words.
Right.
So yeah, I actually grew up, and I have to walk over to them because I have to double check that. My very first shoes are called Right Steps, and they're from Canada. They're size 17 or size 2. So my very first shoes was from Canada.
There you go. Your first English words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually live fairly close to Toronto.
I would have to visit Canada sometime during my life. Canada and North America in general.
You know, it's I always tell myself, Anders, because I live so close to Toronto, and it's technically an international city, right? It's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm like, I should go to Toronto more. And sometimes I'm just like in the summer, if I have the afternoon off, I'll just like, no, I'm just gonna go into the city. And every time I go, I remind myself why I don't go. I come out and I'm just like, that's enough for me. For a while, yeah, quite a while.
But is it the traffic, the noise, the people?
Oh god, the traffic, the noise, the people. Yeah, it's you know, it's an old city, right? And the streets are still narrow, but there's millions of people that live there, and sometimes navigating it is pretty frustrating. And yeah, it's just a different world, right? It's especially when you're in the heart of it, you know, like any big city, right? You know, it's, you know, they live in their own little cosm. It's its own ecosystem, I guess, of sorts.
Yeah, people like to be safe and stay in their little echo safe zone, like with like-minded people. And
well, it's just the lifestyle, right, of living in a metropolitan like downtown versus, you know, like I live in like big towns or what are considered small cities, right? Like there's tens of thousands of people and stuff, but like up there when you're like in the heart of the town, like these people don't own cars, they don't, you know, they just their whole life is right there. Like everything they need is there, and they never leave it, and they're just, you know, products of it, with good or bad. You know, it's just different lifestyle, right? It's a total different.
yeah, kind of like me. I used to have a private owned car, but it was parked all the time. The insurance and the yearly fee was almost more than what I spent in gas because I never used it. And of course, what do you call a car that you get through your job? Job car? But anyways, I have a car to my disposal that I can use, but I take public transport or borrow a car from family members or just use electric, like an e-scooter, for example, whenever I want to do something and get pretty much anywhere because, like you said, everything I need is.
Yeah. If you live in that kind of environment, like I get why people are like that. It's just different for me, right? Because I live in a, like I said, it's not that I live in like a ghost town or anything like that. Like it's a populated place, but just the means of like transportation to get to work, to get my groceries, it's just a different lifestyle, right? Like these guys, they live out of a backpack. They live downtown, right? It's just they born, raised, and just that they never expand beyond that bubble, right? They don't have to, right? It's not a bad thing. It's just that it's a different vibe, right? Like these people this is all they ever knew, and that's all they ever need. And They're a product of the city, like any city, right? Hail to the city, Anders.
Yeah, I like, okay, I'm not living in Oslo, like the capital of Norway. It's more like 20 minutes outside. But to me here in Norway, that is almost being in the city because it's just so close. But where I live, it's like super quiet. It's kind of farmlandy and foresty around where I live. So it's pretty quiet and nice here. But I do prefer living close to the city because where I did grow up was like in a lumber house from the 1890s. No kidding. My great grandfather built it. It was super cold. The electricity was out for 1 or 2 days in the winter time. It sucked. So.
What kind of house did you say, Anders?
So not my grandfather and not my so my great grandfather built, I think it's called lumber house, when you like
like a log house.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So yeah, of course, yes. I know lumber now. Lumber is just like when you cut down a tree. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a log house. And it was super cold in the winter time. We never had any electric ovens. It was just a wooden stove. It kept us warm. And the house is mega super tiny, like micro house.
That'll make you a tough person.
Yeah, I mean, in the morning was like, hey, Anders, do you want to go out and shove the snow off the car and start it, get it warm? Hey, Anders, can you go outside and get the newspaper? And it was like 2 feet of snow. And I was just like swimming. Panicking.
So I'm curious, how has the 101 been going? Has this room been open since last night or this morning?
It's 6 hours in.
Oh, my goodness. Any good debates?
That means that this vampire Andrew has been opening rooms at like midnight his time.
You see Midas tried to debate?
No, I wouldn't call it a debate. He just fucking talked over everybody until I finally kicked him. Jews are behind abortions, by the way, if anyone didn't know that. The Jews are behind the abortions in America.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, we invented abortion. We make good money on that.
Damn, Norm!
Does anyone want to debate with me one-on-one abortion? I'm pro-choice mostly.
No,
yeah, I'm on the same side.
Do you want to?
I'm pro-choice.
I think I'm the best pro-choice debater, Sam. So
Yeah, go ahead, Sally, if you want.
Wait, so we're going to debate. We're both going to be pro-choice. It's going to be a debate about who's a better pro-choice.
Who's better at being pro-choice?
All right. So, if you believe that souls enter bodies at certain times, like I'm going to have a hard time debating you because I can't falsify that hypothesis. But if you're like me that thinks that like consciousness is something that like gradually develops, then it's like very plausible that the zygote, which is just like a couple of cells, or it's just like literally one fertilized cell, is not conscious, and that like a clump of like 1,000 cells, which is just like an amorphous blob, is also probably not conscious. And like I think it's pretty reasonable to say that like the moral status of things depends on them having a mind. That like things have to like be able to feel pain or like want to live or like have goals, have love, things like that. These like sort of things that we usually associate with like having a moral status. So like my general view is that like it's very plausible that minds in babies generally slowly develop. That it's not like an on-off switch, but that we can say that there's like clearly times in the fetal development where they don't have minds, and that it should be like totally legal to have abortions during this like time when it's very clear they don't have minds. Now, when they're much later in development, when they're like 8 months, it's very plausible that they do have minds. Like that a baby just straight up has a mind, like you or me does. And that's probably not a good idea. You probably shouldn't morally abort that thing because you're just ending the life of a being with a mind. Now, it doesn't have exactly a mind like we have because it's very confused about the world. It probably doesn't have like a sense of self because it's like not developed enough to have a sense of self. It doesn't like it's like very confused about things, and its mind is probably like a very like confused jumble. But it still has a mind. And in that case, I would say it's like, but still, you probably shouldn't kill that thing unless there's like a threat to the mother or like a threat to some like other very reasonable reason why you shouldn't like put it up for adoption or like whatever. So my defense of abortion is, hey, let's not kill the things with minds, but let's like chill out about things that almost certainly don't have minds.
Yeah, so I take a completely different approach to doing these debates, which is that I just grant these people personhood at conception, right? And then like I argue on the merits of like the mother's right not to have her body used as like a human life support. If you're familiar with like the violinist art.
Yeah, those always ring a little bit hollow to me because like they kind of assume this like extreme libertarian view of like right to autonomy and like freedom of association that like most people that say this view don't even hold in other contexts. So like that's one reason it rings hollow. But also just like if, for example, Sully, in the violinist case, you only had to be strapped to the violinist for like, I don't know, a day, and if you left, he would die. I think you would be a complete fucking douchebag for unhooking yourself. It's only the violinist case, like, is only sensible in the case where it's like 9 months or something like that, which is like a huge burden to ask someone. But the thought experiment of the day versus 9 months is sort of evidence for that your right to bodily autonomy is not absolute. That like it does in fact depend on how burdensome it is to you and how.
Wait, it has nothing to do with whether the person is a dick, right? Like, so that's not part of the arch. Like, the point isn't, and it's also like the reason that it's set up to be 9 months is so that it's like more analogous. But like, the point is that like what the sort of like debate about abortion really is this debate about whether like the government should force women to like carry their pregnancies to term. That's like what the debate is really about. I don't want to get into a debate about where like sentience begins or where personhood begins. I think that that's actually just like too far afield of what the actual concerns are. So I'm just gonna say, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't actually. This is just for the sake of argument, right? Like, I don't actually think a zygote is a person, right? So, like, I kind of agree with what you're saying, right? It's just that the approach to the debate is like, okay, somebody wants to say it is a person, or that like a 3-week fetus is a person, or something like that, right? Then okay, fine, but why does the fact that it's a person mean that the other person, mother, has to stay, hooked up to this person for 9 months, right?
Okay, I think that the right to bodily autonomy is not absolute. If you're instead of getting,
I never said the word bodily autonomy, man.
What I'm just trying to get at is like if it was, one person stuck to you for 9 months, yeah, maybe it's reasonable for you to disattach yourself. But if it was like every single person in China was attached to you and that you had 9 months to do it, I don't think that you should detach yourself. I think you'd be a monster for like not just waiting 9 months to like save 1 billion people. So I think that like I don't think about these things in rights, and I think it's unreasonable to think about these things in terms of rights. I think it makes much more sense to think about these things in terms of like a cost-benefit analysis.
How'd you jump to saving 1 billion people? How'd that happen?
When I like to test moral principles, I like to make
Point
the
is that like it's not.
examples extreme in order to sort of test the principle in lots of different cases to understand like whether we actually think these principles, like how much do we think these principles hold up. I do that with most moral like theories. I go, okay, well if you have this theory, how does it handle this edge case? In the same way that with like particle physics, we go like, okay, you think this is the law of gravity? What happens in this extreme case? Just to see if it's like an actual universal law of gravity or just like a heuristic.
Yeah, but what am I? I didn't say anything about like. I just said that they don't have an obligation.
But you do think they have an obligation in the case of China, I presume, right?
I don't even understand how that's supposed to work. Like, as in.
Okay, if you leave these tubes and wires, for some reason, all of China dies. Should you unattach yourself, or should you wait the 9 months?
That's not even like related to the question. It's, do you have an obligation?
Do you have an
obligation? And it's not.
To stay attached.
You have a super. It's okay. It's in the case of like the one person at least, right? It's a supererogatory good to stay hooked up to them, right?
And in the case of China, is it supererogatory or is it mandatory?
I don't know. I mean, that's not like the consideration in question anyway. So it's like completely.
I'm trying to get at your.
It's not related.
I'm just trying to get at what your principles are, my guy.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what the principle is. Right? It's that you don't have an obligation to function as a human dialysis machine for another person.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that is a like. This is like a heuristic. It's not like an absolute right to not be dialysis machine. It's like a general heuristic for using. And like, I think that you do have an obligation for one person. You have an obligation to be a human dialysis machine for a day or 2 days for them. So that's like another case where I think this is like, again, just a cost-benefit analysis where it's not reasonable to ask a person to spend 9 months of their life hooked up to you to save your life. But it is reasonable to say, hey, you can spend a day, you can spend 2 days saving a person's life. That's not unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're changing salient features of the case. So, like, I don't.
Yeah, but that's what you got to do with thought experiments is to switch the knobs and dials around to see how the thought experiment is working. Like, okay, question. Okay, well then we just have like a difference in opinion about philosophical methodology. But I think you should like, if the baby's 9 months pregnant or whatever, it's totally reasonable to say, hey, mother, you have to like, if you want the baby out of you, you should get a C-section rather than kill it. That's like a totally reasonable request.
No, but it's just like what you're saying is silly because it's like, okay, if I set up the trolley problem and then I just like change the numbers around so that like switching actually kills more people, like I don't. It's just like
No. With the trolley problem, it does make sense to say like, okay, well, what numbers do you switch and not switch, like, and ask.
Yeah, but that's not
grandma or not your grandma. How old are the people?
We're never dealing with these kinds of variations of the abortion cases. So
well,
I mean, you're literally just making it disanalogous to what it's meant to be analogous to. Like,
yeah, I mean, could be trying to abort like, quadruplets.
Yeah, but I think in that case, it's still going to be like you can detach yourself. You don't, basically, you're not obligated to stay.
I think your claim to you're right, like with the violinist case, if it was 4 violinists, like your claim to have the right to detach goes down with the 4.
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't think it changes any of the salient. No, look, the point is that like you could set it up so that you're hooked up to 4 violinists. It's not going to change the reasons why you're not obligated.
In the case of 1 billion, I don't think you should. You're a monster for detaching. In the case of quadruplets, you have like a much less reasonable case of detaching. And then with 1, I think it's like kind of reasonable that you don't get to enslave someone for 9 months to save 1.
Yeah, I mean, I I don't know. I've never heard anybody try to do this kind of like blow it up to a billion people thing with the violinist argument before. I don't really get why anybody would think that's like a reasonable consider.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to say that, like, listen, this thing that people say, oh, we have an absolute right to bodily autonomy. I'm like, no, you don't. We have, like, that's not what you have at all.
Yeah, but I never said.
I mean, I think that for me, the hard case is, like, what does that do at, like, 4 months? Because, like, I don't even know how developed a fetus is at 4 months. And, like, probably it doesn't have a mind. But, like, seems, like, difficult to say.
Just imagine it's totally like a miniature person instantly.
Yeah. It's like, it looks like a person.
Like, that's what you're, but you're supposed to be imagining that the zygote is just like a little tiny human. Like, it's just a person with a soul and all that, or whatever. It's like, you can imagine that's true, even though it's not, right? And just say, like, okay, should we basically, like, should we enforce that the mother stay hooked up to this person?
As technology gets better and better, and as incubation technology gets better and better, in, like, probably the next, like, 15 years, we're just going to have full artificial wombs where you can just take a zygote out of the mother and put it in the artificial womb and then have it like a full baby. So in that case, then the abortionist has to say, oh, not only do I get to, like, detach myself, like, you don't get to take the zygote out of my body and put it in the artificial womb.
No, that's false. No, that's false. That still would be an abortion.
Oh, okay. I mean,
even if the zygote is, like, put into an artificial womb and survives, because all that's relevant to the abortion is that they terminate the pregnancy, so the pregnancy ends.
I think a lot of abortion advocates.
I don't care. I don't care what a lot of them say. I mean, a lot of them would say what I'm saying, but it's irrelevant. Like, the point is just that they don't have a right to, like, kill fetus for, like, no good reason, right? Like, if it can be saved or whatever, then, and they can terminate their pregnancy and it can be saved, then you just do that, but that's still an abortion.
Yeah, I can see that way of looking at it. I think it's when we get good enough artificial wombs, the debate won't be, can I kill this fetus? It will be, like, can I be forced to put the thing in the artificial womb? And in that case, like, it's totally...
No, but you're not being forced to do that. That's the point, right? Like, you're requesting that your pregnancy be terminated, right? And that's basically where you're right at. Like, the point is, you could, if the violinist could just be hooked up to an actual dialysis machine after you disconnect yourself, you don't have a right to then say he can't be hooked up to that machine either, right?
Yeah, but then with the baby case, like, there's a lot of laws around, like, you have to provide for your baby and stuff like that. So in that case, the mother would say, like, no, I don't want to, like...
No, that's not true either. You're giving it up for adoption, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Wait, if that's true, how does any father ever have to pay child support? Why can't the father not just say, oh, I put it together for adoption? Like, how does that ever happen?
Well, you can like waive all of your parental rights, but typically child support laws and stuff are around, like, people who are, like, married couples and stuff like that. Also, like, there's cases where, like, the baby's not being given up for adoption, like, it's being cared for by just the mother by herself. And so, like, a lot of the laws around, like, child support are weird, and the laws around, like, child custody are weird.
I give the baby up for adoption to the mother. I give my baby up for adoption to the mother.
That's the thing that my baby mama tried to do that, and they basically told her that I need to be married.
What did you try to do, Albedo?
Well, I didn't really try to do anything. She tried to get, like, my daughter's mom isn't really involved, and at one depressive moment in her life, she's like, I'm just gonna give up her rights, and she tried to look into it. And she said that they wouldn't even really allow it unless I was married. That's what she told me. I don't know how accurate that is, but it seems to be right given the other stuff I know about adoption. My old boss worked on like an adoption for quite some time, and yeah, basically like you have to fit a bunch of criteria. Also, like if I were to have like another person take over the rights of my kid, they would basically need to be married or have like some long-standing consideration of being my significant other.
Yeah,
don't just like allow people to just come in and out.
Yeah, the adoption thing, like if the mother like gives the baby up for adoption, like basically like very early, like at the hospital, basically, then like they have to sign a bunch of stuff in terms of like what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do and stuff like that. They're like waiving like basically all their rights and stuff like that. But yeah, it's weird if the baby's being cared for by one of the parents, so then there's like, are they married and all that? Like when I was never married, and like my name was on my kids' birth certificates and stuff, but like when my ex and I split up, it was like I had to go to court to get like 50% rights. You know, like I didn't have anything by default. You know, even though I raised them like the whole time.
When I was a sperm donor to some woman, the laws apparently were literally the case that we couldn't have sex. Like that couldn't be the way that we like sperm donate. That like we had to like do it through non-sex means to get the sperm inside of her in order for this like to like count as a sperm donation. Even if I like legally signed that this is a sperm donation.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know how all that shit works, to be honest. I'm sure that's like differs by states.
You know that if like you're married and let's say your wife sleeps around on you, gets pregnant, that's your kid. Your name's going on the birth certificate.
That's some evil nonsense.
Well, I think that you could get like genetic testing done or whatever later.
No. Like you can know ahead of time. You can even tell them your name's still going on the birth certificate.
Right. You have to like take it off, basically.
Yeah, there's like a huge process you have to go through. There's a name for that law. I don't remember what it is, but yeah, like a friend of mine had to go through it. It's like this. I was like, I didn't even know that existed at the time, and I was like, what the?
Yeah, a lot of the weirdest laws surround like being married to a person. Like that's where it gets like all weird with the like alimony laws and like all this other shit that doesn't even have anything to do with kids.
Something that one of my hottest takes, which is saying something, is that I think that like if you were a parent, like that both parents need to, like should have to consent for like to bring a child into this world, in the sense of like if you have a one night stand and the woman like gets pregnant, like she should ask your consent. Do you want a baby? Not this thing of like, well, it's not you. I can like. I'm not saying this is legally. I'm saying morally. You should ask for the consent of both partners, because this is like a bit. You're bringing in like your baby into the world, and like that's something that you should like not just do to someone without just like getting their consent.
Wait.
I'm saying morally, if you have a one night stand and the woman gets pregnant, she should ask for your consent to take it to term. Like that, both the parents' consent should be involved with like the decision of like we're gonna bring this baby into the world. And I'm not saying legally. I'm not saying legally. I'm saying morally, not legally. Like,
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. There's something to do with, and Timothy and I have had this conversation that goes back to that whole like artificial womb thing that we were talking about before. But it's like, I don't really think you have much right to your like genetic information, really. Like, if that's like the issue, is that like you have descendants or something, you have like people in the world that are like your offspring or grandchildren or whatever. Like, point is like I don't like. I don't think you can. I don't think you have any like moral say in like, you know, you knock a woman up if she decides like she wants to have a baby or something. It's like, okay, you know, I mean, there's all these like laws about like what your obligations are after that point, you know, that maybe we could talk about. Like, I don't really think you should, like, you know, there might be some like sort of like financial like burden that you should shoulder or something like that. I don't know. That's like debatable though. But like the point is like I don't think, you know, you really have much of a say, you know, in like whether or not there's actually going to be a baby.
I think like empirically, like pragmatically, it makes sense that we'd want the biological father to be involved in raising the child because like children do better with 2-parent homes or whatever. And I'm not saying the law should force women to get abortions, but I'm saying as a human being, if you want to be a decent person, while it's still just a zygote, you say, hey, do you want descendants? Do you want your bloodline to continue? Yes or no? And if someone says no, you're an asshole for saying, well, I don't care about that. I'm having the baby anyway. Like, you're an asshole. You're like a psycho.
I don't really agree with that. I mean, like, I just don't think
you ask.
Probably, but like, I just to consider the case that he's talking about, like, I don't really see that as something that you're owed. Like, you know, like in some sense, like, I don't know. If you get somebody pregnant by accident, like, sorry, like, you know, and they want to have the baby, you know, and let's say like they're not going to ask you for anything else, right? Like they're not going to ask you to support them or whatever. They're just going to have the baby and take care of it themselves, you know. I don't think that just because that baby has like some of your DNA that like you have much of a fucking right to say anything about it.
Well, then why do you have the rights to like cover for it though? I think that's going to be the thing that they.
No, I know. I'm saying like suppose the situation is that like they're not going to ask you to do anything like that.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think they want to just think that it's like held like equally. You know, like sometimes they call it like a financial abortion. It's like, well, you know, if I don't have any say in this, I shouldn't have to pay for it then.
I completely understand that. Like, I mean, I would want, in principle, financial abortions to be totally like, but pragmatically, on a realistic basis, like, if that was the norm, there'd be lots of single kids not like having just a single mother, and that would be like horrible for their lives. So I just understand like the pragmatic reason why we don't allow like full financial abortion. I'm just saying,
right? But just like put all that to the side, like suppose they would be financially stable and everything. Like I don't know, suppose they're not like the single mother would be fine.
Yeah, if they're
and maybe even they're like maybe they'll like get married to somebody else or something, and so it will be like a 2-parent household or whatever. Right. I'm just saying like if you isolate this idea that like, oh, but it's like my biological kid, I don't really think that matters.
Like in the world where like babies that get raised by single mothers are like fully having like amazing lives, then I think financial abortion would be totally reasonable. But in the actual world, that's not the case. And in that case, I just want to say that like moms should. I mean, I guess you don't share my intuition, so there's not much more to be said about that. That like it's very unkind to say to someone, "I don't care if you don't want to have a baby. I don't care if you don't want to have genetic descendants. I don't care about that." Like, okay, well, you can not care if you don't want to, but like you're a dick.
Yeah, see, like it gets weird when you say like, okay, say you do have kids, and then they have kids with somebody, and then it's like get into all this shit where it's like they're passing on your genetic information to their, you know, to your grandkids or whatever. It's like, you know, I don't think grandparents have some right over like telling, you know, people to get abortions or not or whatever.
I don't think that the financial support is going to make more people stay together or not. Like, just think about like, oh, well, since I'm paying child support, I'm going to go see my kid this weekend. It's almost never motivated by the money.
Sure, but like in the case where it's just all the father gives is just money, that helps the kid some.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that would be true wherever they get the money from. I mean, just like the mom having more money makes it better for the kid.
Yeah. By the way, fun story. I cock-blocked myself. I was on a date with a girl, and I just like this topic came up, and I was defending the you should ask for consent Like, she was so offended that I like ruined the date. Like, I didn't get laid because of this opinion once.
Yeah, you can't bring up topics like this first.
I thought consent was important to women. Just kidding. So, like, if the violinist had 2 weeks to be on the dialysis machine for 2 weeks, do you think they have a right to detach themselves?
You're saying without permission, Sam?
Yeah. The violinist gets forcibly kidnapped, and now he's attached to the violinist. He has to wait 2 weeks for the violinist to get unattached.
No.
What? No, none. I think 2 weeks is not as burdensome to save a life as 9. I think that, like,
you're forcing someone to do something against their desires and wills, right? Whether or not you want to call that person a dick or not is irrelevant.
Well, in the violinist case, the violinist isn't the one that did the kidnapping. It was just some rando strangers. So now you're just in the room with the violinist, and you're saying, yeah, even though you had nothing to do with this, and even though it only is going to take you 2 weeks, you're dead, motherfucker.
Yeah, but is this about, like, forcing them, like, legally? Like, because sometimes the topic is, like, it's illegal stuff, and obviously, like, that's usually what the abortion topic is. But they'll want to appeal to, like, whether it's, like, a moral thing. And I do think it's, like, immoral to unhook yourself.
Do you think it's even
immoral?
immoral?
Ultimately, you could say, like, it's immoral, but it shouldn't be illegal.
Yeah, that is my position. I don't think the government should be involved, but I do think it's immoral.
Do you think it's even immoral in the 9 months case, Albedo?
Yeah, my position is, like, if you and me were stuck on an island, and for some reason you were, like, unable to, like, help me get food, I'd probably feed you with my own capacities until we both died.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And then if you
I think it's a supererogatory good in some sense, though, Albedo. Like, it's like when you say, like, okay, are you, like, obligated to stay stuff to the violinist? You would. You might say no, but, like, it would be a good thing on your part if you stayed. You know, like, it'd be a very moral.
It depends on their character if they don't. Like, I would view them worse off if they didn't.
I think that's fine. Like,
true.
I think
that could be true without making it an obligation.
There's certain supererogatory goods where it's like Sam is saying, like, oh, well, if it was like you had to stay there for a day, where it's like, yeah, you had an opportunity to do some really, like, worthwhile supererogatory good, you were just like, meh. And that's kind of
it's hard for me to delineate that, like, usually I'm viewing the supererogatory as, like, it's good, like, we're going to be, like, positive. But if you didn't, there's not a negative associated with it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because, like, I mean, I don't know. There's other cases where it's like, okay, like, are you obligated to do something to, like, stop, like, the mall shooter from going in and shooting up the mall? And it's like, I would say in cases like that, like, yeah, you have an obligation. Like, if you don't stop the guy when you could and at low risk to yourself, then, that's actually immoral. Not to do something in that case.
Yeah.
And you could try to draw an analogy there. I just think, like, in this case, it's like, I don't know. I asked you, like, the other day, I think, about, like, okay, do you think you have an obligation to, like, give your organs away? Because, like, that's something you could actually just go, like, do, like, you basically just, like, commit suicide and, like, you make sure that you're, like, registered for, like, organ donorship, and you set it up to, like, automatically call the ambulance to come and take you to the hospital, like, immediately, like, once you're dead, and it's like,
Nicolas Cage.
You probably just saved, like, 5-6 people.
Nicolas Cage did a movie about that.
Yeah, so I thought about it a little bit, and mind you, I don't have, like, principled view on these things. I just have, like, a more primitive view. But I guess, like, to some extent, I think I'm saving more lives by being alive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could try to construe it in a way where it's like, why not give up one kidney I thought about that too. And the only thing I really like come up with is like, I'm kind of just saving it in case my daughter needs it. Just like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
She needs something. Yeah, I'll be like what was that movie called? With Denzel Washington, where he's in the hospital for his kid. He needs a heart.
Oh yeah, I think I know the movie. I forget what it's called.
It was so good.
I think you should be obligated to be an organ donor on death, but I think like giving your kidney up while you're alive is supererogatory.
You know what's weird though is that like the organ donor stuff, like when it says it on your driver's license or whatever, like that always freaked me the fuck out, to be honest. Because I'm like, oh, but see, this like incentivizes people to like kill me though. Like, what if there's some rich asshole, and like it turns out I have like the exact match for what he needs? He's just like, okay, yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, looks dead enough for me.
Right? It's like, oh yeah, we could save him, but yeah, we're just gonna say that it went wrong.
Obviously,
cops will like break your taillights just to give you a ticket.
I mean, there's some level of that does sort of happen. I mean, like they assume you're dead when you're really not.
Right. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm like on the verge of death at the hospital, and like they could save me, but they could also make it look like it just didn't work out, and like there's some guy who's just like winking and nod like.
Well, I'm not even trying to make it like diabolical. Like the way that they're gonna view those organs is like we need those organs ASAP because they're not really useful unless we get them out right away.
Yeah. So it's like systemic at that point.
I think it's pretty unrealistic that in practice that there's gonna have any effects on whether doctors try to save you. I think this is like a 1 in a billion like thing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It's just
I don't think you have any numbers on this set.
1 in a billion is like out of my ass. I'm not saying like literally I think it's 1 in a billion. I'm saying like the
if it happens like 50 times ever, then it's like gonna be more than 1 in a billion.
Sure, but like are the paramedics like they have the like clear like whatever those things are called, the defibrillators, and they're like, wait, hold on, are they an organ donor? Let me check. Like I don't know, it seems like that's not how these things go.
Well, no, I bet you it is though, because I bet you they're like planning it out ahead of time. They're like, okay, like this guy on the 3rd floor of the hospital, he's like probably not going to make it, and then we can use his organs, and then they're just sitting there going like, all right, like they're just watching. They'll be like, is he going to die? Is he not going to? I'm sure that happens.
That's so it's so inhuman to think that way that I think it's just like it's not going to happen very much.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, granted, it is like ultimately that they're trying to save some other people with the organs, So it's not. It's not like they're like fucking pure evil or.
There's all sorts of countries that just.
What's good.
Yeah, you're just the one guy who's getting the fucking trolley thrown.
There's all sorts of countries that made it like default that you do give your organs away. You have to like do some bureaucratic things, like undo it, and that's just like for me, obviously for the good. That like okay, like yeah, we're not gonna force you to do it, but like it's the default.
I mean, you understand that it is just like a version of the trolley problem. Like it's just called like the organ harvester days or whatever. Well, okay. It's like you could take a totally healthy person, right? And let's just say, like, this is all done, like, automatically by machines, right? So there's, like, 5 people who are going to die of, like, organ failure unless they get the organs. And then there's just one healthy person who's, like, going to live unless you, like, throw the lever. And if you throw the lever, then the machines just harvest that guy's organs and put them in the sick people, and then they live and he dies.
Yeah, I understand. But, like, with trolley problems, people always imagine themselves to be like the one guy. But, like you're 5 times more likely to be the other guys. So like even if we had a society where like we kept murdering people and stealing their organs to like put it in 5 people, you're way more likely to be the recipient of that than the victim of that. Like now I don't want the
you could be both. You could end up being both. But like I don't know, like I guess like see the organ harvester trolley problem is actually something that like we could just start doing.
No, I don't want us to start doing that, but I am saying that if we started doing it,
also as a practice start like
saving people from trains by having them hit somebody up.
Well, that wouldn't make much sense, I guess. It just seems like we're kind of already in the conditions that are set up by the organ harvester case, where it's like, yeah, well, there actually are, like, say, 5 people dying of organ failure, and there are healthy people whose organs we can harvest and give to them. So it's like, in some senses, like, we're not forcing the situation to take, like, and this has always been the kind of thing about the organ harvester case that I say is like, it seems like if your answer is we should harvest the organs, then that just like sort of incentivizes like more instances of this occurring.
One thing I will say about the organ harvester case is like most people that like get the organs are like gonna be like 80-year-olds whose organs are failing, whereas most people you kill are not gonna be like 80-year-olds. So like it's not like a true trolley problem where it's like equals to equals, but like if it was equals to equals, like where like you only kill 25-year-olds.
Yeah, you can fix it with
25-year-olds.
Yeah, you could definitely.
There's a more defensible case for it. Even then, I wouldn't want it. But if we did live in that society, I just want to be clear: you're more likely to be saved than killed by this. Like it's probably to your benefit to do it. Like purely.
See, when you say this, but you're like leaning into it now. I don't know. It's like it seems like it's the kind of thing we want to say. No, this would be like bad practice.
No. I don't want it. I don't want this society, but I'm just making the other
why not?
Which is that it would selfishly benefit you to have it.
Right.
I don't want it because it's like because it's fundamentally unjust to just like take a person and like take their organ. I mean, okay, that's not actually why.
But wait, then I could go back to the original trolley problem and say, it's unjust for you to do something that just like kills this other random guy who would have lived.
Okay, what I want to say is that I think a society where we're constantly in fear of getting the government stealing our organs is like not a healthy society. It's not one where like institutions are functional. It like breaks society in a fundamental way. I think this might be like my deeper. Like, oh, now I'm afraid to go to the hospital in case they steal my.
Are you arguing that we should have such and such?
No, I just don't know why. Like, I already kind of gave my reason for like why my answer changes. From from the original trolley problem to the organ harvesters. Like, I think that the original setup of the trolley problem seems like this kind of like fluke case where like flipping the lever makes it in no way more likely that this kind of thing will happen again. Whereas like the organ harvester one seems to be like, yeah, if you say like you do it, it seems to like incentivize the reoccurrence of the setup conditions like over and over again. Or you could just look at the fact that like I said before, like we kind of already find ourselves in these setup conditions like everywhere, and we shouldn't just like start.
I think that if Switzerland wanted to start doing the organ thing, where they just killed randos sometimes to save 5, I would be like, oh, this is the most insane thing imaginable. I just wouldn't want to live there. By the way, I know someone that
I don't know if I didn't.
I know someone that donated a kidney and he regrets it. He was like, "Oh, that was just like way too much. Like, I like this was too risky for my health for a stranger, and I like shouldn't have done that." Whereas I've also met for the opposite way. It's a complicated emotional thing.
Go donate one of your balls. You don't need
to science.
You missed the guy that Andrew brought in here to kind of start this off. It was some type of TikTok, I think.
Gengar?
No, his name was Raichu.
Oh, I mean, it's probably the same guy if he's using like the Pokemon fucking usernames.
Oh,
was he like super aggro? Was he super aggro?
Yeah, he's pretty aggro.
Yeah. I saw him.
What's the argument for this? He's like a debate bro.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, so to murder babies? You'd be like, shit, like, oh, you so like you just kept like framing things as like, oh, so you can murder babies then?
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys will. They won't actually make like good arguments for that.
We didn't make any argument. He kept saying like, I told him because he was trying to like basically name the trait, and I was like, yeah, I think there's a difference even if I can't tell you what it is. Like, do you think that like my lack of enunciation of the difference means that I can't spot the difference?
Wait, how is he setting up name the trait?
Why are you able to kill it this way and not the other way?
Yeah, see, this just goes back to the same thing, which is that, like, and I was trying to explain this to Andrew, and I've explained this to him like a million times, and I just kind of laid it out for Sam, which is that, like abortion is actually, like, it's a secondary thing. I forget, what do they call that? The whole, when Converse argues for, like, double effect or whatever. Like, the thing they're trying to do isn't kill the fetus, right? The thing they're trying to do is just end the pregnancy, right? And the fact that the fetus dies because of because we don't have artificial wombs and so on, like, that is a secondary intention.
In practice, a lot of times they kill the fetus to remove it.
I think, like, you, at least in some cases, we ought like think like that. I mean, I could think of like maybe environmental things where it's like we don't allow like toxic dumping. It's because it's probably going to directly harm people.
No, I agree. Like, I actually don't think that. Yeah, no, I kind of agree, but it's just like weird because like Andrew will totally accept that double effect shit when Congress is using it for like arguments about Christianity, but then like not here. Like, the point is just like, yeah, you could say like, look, you should really be concerned about like the sort of like secondary effects of what you're doing, and I agree with that. So like, you shouldn't. It's not like, oh, I can just like. Right. Because it's like, I get it. Like, if I like hit somebody with my car, like, like they were just like in my way. Like, I was just trying to go straight. Like, I was, the fact that they died was just like a secondary. Yeah. Like, no, I agree that like a lot of that stuff is like silly, but like, in this case, it's like rather. The point is just like, there's always a focus on like, oh, do you have a right to just kill? And it's like, the point isn't that's. The point is like, is the death of the person or the fetus, like, right? If we're granting personhood and stuff like that, right? Like, is that something that obligates you, right? Like, the fact that if you disconnect from them, that they will die, does that obligate you to stay connected or not? And I know what you said about this, but.
By the way, the law of double effect or whatever doesn't apply to abortion, because I think the vast majority of abortions, they kill the baby before they remove it. They don't remove it and then like let it die. So it's not like.
No, but that's irrelevant.
I don't think it is irrelevant. I think if they took it out and let it die, that would be like, I wasn't trying to kill it. It just is a byproduct. Whereas if you're literally killing it.
No, but they do that. They do that because like it's the least dangerous method, and that like the fetus is going to die. Like, like, they know it won't survive. Like, there's no way for it to survive. Like, the point is that, like, there's a bunch of different, like, methods that, there's a bunch of different, like, methods for abortion. What's common between them is, like, you're ending the pregnancy, right? So, like, if you were to do, like, a C-section, right, on like a early development fetus or something like that, right, and then take it out, it would die, right, and that would, the abortion would be just the termination of the pregnancy. Now, like, a C-section is obviously like much more invasive for the mother, right, and the fetus is going to die anyway after you do that. So like, that's like a really stupid way of doing it, given like
they said they hold it like kind of fixed, and they say, yeah, you can perform the abortion, but you have to perform it in a way where you remove the pregnancy without killing the baby. Like, it isn't like you kill the baby to the pregnancy.
Once we get to like, you could have like an artificial womb, right? I don't think they have any fucking argument against abortion, right? Like, there's no way they can keep arguing against it.
Who are you talking about? Pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-life people. Like, once the artificial wombs exist and you can, like, terminate somebody's pregnancy and, like, the fetus doesn't die, like, those people are just going to be, like, shit out of luck. Like, sorry, yeah, like, abortion, if this is what abortion becomes, like,
oh, yeah,
you just have no leg to stand on arguing against.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there might be their own challenges, like, you know, these are going to be, like, government-funded things. And I mean, I think the world...
It's not government-funded, though. That's, like... You mean, like, in the future?
Yeah, I mean, like, I assume we don't have these things that we can, like, make a 1-month fetus survive or something.
There's, like, a law...
I just think it's that, like, beyond that, this is probably a baby that there aren't parents for, you know.
Yeah, it would be like
a state child.
Yeah.
So it'll be like funded by the government in some capacity. So they'll probably fight back. It'll just be in different ways. What was your legs, madam?
Well, like, there's I forget the name of the law, but there's a law that blocks, like, federal revenue from, like, funding abortions. So, like, generally people pay for it themselves.
No, yeah. I mean, look, even if, like, a baby came to birth, like, right now, and then, like, CPS just takes it, that's just government funded. I mean,
sure.
For adoption. But, I mean, that's probably what you would view, like, abortions as, like, in the future. Is like, it's just, I'm adopting my kid. How old is he? 1 week into pregnancy, or, you know, something like that.
Well, I think that, like, the government should spend more to take care of people anyway. So, you know,
I agree.
There's a whole bunch of arguments about stuff like that where it's like, yeah, you know, I don't actually, I don't see a problem with the government spending more to, like, take care of the citizenry. And I think, like, ultimately, like, it's not a bad thing that the government, like, you know, say, okay, let's just say there's a bunch of these, like, artificial womb kids who are, like, growing up and, like, okay, we just, like, okay, yeah, we do just, like, fund via tax dollars, like, taking care of those kids, getting them, like, good educations and so forth, right? And then they will help the economy, you know? Like, it's not a bad thing that we have more well-educated, like, people, you know? I don't know, I think that's a good...
Yeah, these are people that don't even want you to have insurance, universal life.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurdles to get over with people. They're all very stupid.
Like the Midas person. Jesus.
Like, I think one thing is that...
Again today.
What was that?
Earlier.
Oh God, Midas on abortion sounds like the fucking pits.
I've never interacted with the guy, so it was my first time, but he seemed to be well known. And, yeah, yikes. Holy shit.
Yeah, he is well known for being like a belligerent moron who thinks he's Malcolm X.
Listen, if you want to turn a baby into gold, it's totally your right. Sorry, that was a Midas joke. That's the mythological one.
Oh my god.
It's okay, we got it. This wasn't fun.
I didn't get it, actually.
I apologize.
Never mind, Sam, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff that, like, I think that what's crazy is that, like, ordinary conservatives now, like, just people who are Republicans, they seem to be, like, minarchists or something. Like, they're like, the government is bureaucratic and it can't do anything right, and we should basically, like, not use anything to do with the government ever. Everything should be privatized. It's just like, I don't know. I think people have kind of I don't know. I think part of the issue is that I think a lot of people on the left, and this is like a sort of criticism of the left or like liberals or whatever that like I'll admit to, is that like they're not making the right arguments, and it seems like in large part people have like forgotten how to make the arguments that got us to all this shit that the conservatives are now trying to tear down. Like they got so comfortable with having social safety net programs and Roe v. Wade and all this other stuff in place that like they completely fucking forgot about how to make the arguments for those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The average like abortion conversation that I listen to, I mean, the average culture war conversation I listen to is garbage. But like on top of that, the average abortion conversation that I listen to is even worse because like often the people arguing on the pro-choice side make bad arguments for it, and then like obviously like pretty much any argument you can marshal for pro-life is going to be bad. So it's just like two people throwing like the worst arguments at each other.
The right wingers have an excuse because even the best arguments available to them are bad, right?
Yeah.
The left wingers do not have that excuse because there actually are good arguments, so they just like I don't know. They think that they can just like fucking I'm gonna clever guy my way into the right things to say.
Something I have noticed is that this issue is something that gets right wingers very, very like triggered snowflake. Like, you know, like you could come into this conversation and be like, yeah, you know, I'm pro-choice, but I'm more, you know, I want to have a rational conversation with you, and their response is like, you're fucking murdering babies, you horrible person.
Yeah, Andrew does
To be fair, there are lots of people on the other side that are like doing the same shit. So I don't want to fault them for that.
You want to control women? You just want to control women.
I'll just bring this bum-ass atheist over and you can find out for yourself.
My point isn't that there aren't people on the other side who do that. My point is that, you know, on every other on every other cultural or issue, the right wing likes to act like, oh, we are cold and logical. We don't do this, you know, triggered screaming.
Or they're memeing.
Yeah, but then like on this issue, they become like even worse. Like they become worse than any like blue-haired feminist like ever. So it's like, you know.
I think they become on par. Whereas the other generally I think that they do their own lashing out in their own way, but on this topic, they have the same kind of lashing. But yeah, it is like sort of a weird, I don't know about inconsistency, but like it's strange that this is the topic that does it. I don't know, maybe there's.
I mean, I think it's sort of just like one example of how like you can't actually be consistent with this idea that like, oh, I'm never going to be triggered. I'm never going to be emotional on culture war topics. I'm just going to be a cold, logical calculator. And everybody who gets emotional, I'm going to impugn as a snowflake. It's like, no, you're a human being. That's not how that works, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. And I accidentally clicked on chillism again.
Rip.
Oh
I think that right wingers the worst arguments I see from right wingers is the animal rights stuff. Like the vegan will be like, "Here's my argument for why we shouldn't have factory farms," and then the right winger will be like, "But cheeseburger good, yum." Like that's like the
cheeseburger good, yum.
Like that's the usual argument.
Premise 1, cheeseburger good. Premise 2, yum.
I think that one of the things is that like I don't know, veganism is like a whole other discussion. But I think I said this to Piper recently, which is like, okay, people on the left. I think you and I were talking about this too, Sam, which is like, okay, let's say like you're a communist and you're a vegan and whatever else, and let's just like, I'm not even like besmirching those views or whatever. Like I think they're fine, but the idea is like when you're trying to win the culture war or like win the war of ideas or whatever, those are like really like generally unpalatable ideas, it seems, like even for like, and we're not just talking about amongst like the hardcore right, you know, like even amongst like sort of like everyday like liberal voters or something like that, you know. And so I don't know, I think that like the right in the past, say, like 10 or 15 years has done a good job of like, you know, marketing itself to people who maybe otherwise wouldn't even agree with them, you know, like it's just like the focus on the culture war issues and like, oh, isn't this so silly, you know, it like seems to bring a lot more people in onto their. And I'm not saying like we should do what they're doing per se. I'm just saying like the focus needs to be.
So what you're not understanding is that yum 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 cheeseburger yum. Sorry.
I mean, I'm against factory.
Yeah, I think the reasonable position is that like factory farming is the abomination, but if like some random like farmer in Montana has a cow and then they slaughter it and eat it, that's like not that big of a deal. It's that like it's the industrial inhumanity of the whole process. And like literally,
I mean, even a lot of vegans will agree with like, oh, it's okay to eat rodents.
Like most people think that the way most animals come from is like some nice farmer has some chickens, and then the chicken lives for a couple of years, and then eventually they get slaughtered, and then we eat them. Like that's the like consensus view of like what's going on.
I mean, like my position would just be like, I'm willing to spend more so that the practices are more humane.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is
the
reasonable view. I think that's like the sensible view, and like, unfortunately, vegans shoot themselves in the foot because they like don't want to just end factory farm. They want to like say that like having honey is immoral because we're robbing the bees of shit, as opposed to like fucking just saying, hey, end factory farming. But the vegan activists have actually done some like really good shit in terms of like making battery cages illegal and making the sizes of certain pens bigger. So they are willing to do like incremental stuff that is working.
Midas was like, he was asked if he was in a situation where his wife is pregnant and there's a complication which threatens her life, and the only way to resolve it is by terminating the pregnancy and killing the fetus. If he would do it to save his wife, and he said, "I don't listen to people who've taken the COVID vaccine."
Honestly, that was a better answer than I was expecting, because I thought it was going to be like, fuck that bitch or something.
And then that Indian guy like took every fucking bait, which I understand, because the Indian guy was like kind of normal. He seemed like a normal person, unaccustomed to the norms and tribulations of these types of spaces, And he kind of took offense and started talking about how he had colleagues who died treating COVID. A normal person response.
Yeah.
But he's like dealing
with
someone
funny,
who's like,
there's the funny thing about Midas is it's not like the thing that makes him like top tier idiot is like him just having bad positions. It's that he is like one of the most obviously dishonest people that you'll ever meet in your life on this fucking app. So it's like he'll do shit like that where instead of just saying like, "Oh yeah, I don't want to fuck my wife," you know, he does this like fucking obvious nod. "Oh, you have a COVID vaccine, so I don't care." Like he does that shit constantly.
Has anyone ever tried to argue with the pro-lifers instead of framing it in terms of bodily autonomy, which like they don't care that much about, being like these fetuses are illegal immigrants crossing into the uterus, and we're gonna do a regime change on the uterus to like these like we're gonna regime change the uterus, and now we're in charge.
Just be even more right than they.
Like deport these illegal fetuses, like shit like that. I don't know.
Before they go back to heaven where they fucking belong.
Yeah, exactly. Someone should give that a shot. See how it lands.
That's hilarious. So that's just super funny.
That just sounds like a Key and Peele sketch.
Maybe it is. So funny. Yeah.
Y'all have to stop these joke attempts.
Guys, we need to be very serious. Let's hold up. Let's tone down the funny, guy.
Yeah, well, that's what pseudonym in the chat said. So.
Can't laugh at dead babies.
Albedo, why are you using a sock account?
What are you talking about?
Different account.
He just changes his stuff around.
Notice how you and I are friends?
I thought we were. Well, I assumed we were friends in the sock account, too.
No, I only have one account. I don't really do socks. I had one temporarily for Discord, and that was it. I'm setting up my VR again. It's been a long time.
Is that your thing for watching porn or something?
No. I was gonna. So, I wanted to. One of the best games I ever played in VR was Resident Evil 7. And I looked into Resident Evil 8. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to play that in VR. Turned out that it didn't have it in VR, but then I found out that later it actually did release in VR, but only for PlayStation. And I was like, well, shit, I don't have a PlayStation 5 version of the VR. So I looked into that, and that was like, oh, $500. And then while I was searching for that, there was this little adapter that I could buy that would hook the PSVR up to the computer. And I was like, oh, that'd probably be better than the one I've got because I've got the original Vive. And then it said that the minimum you need is RTX 1660, I think. And I was like, well, I have a 1080, so I don't know if that works. Turned out, nope, not good enough. And then I was like, oh, well, then I'd have to upgrade my GPU, and then that's I don't know, $1,000 or something. So all of this was
capitalism.
I went down the rabbit hole of what should I spend my money on, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm just set up my old Vive.
You know that you can get those MetaQuest. Wait, why did you want to hook it up?
Well, my Vive is a computer one. I want to play my Steam games.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the MetaQuest. I have the 2. I think they have a 3 out now. But
yeah, we talked about it.
It had kind of
asked you about it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty sick. It's really sick actually. I'm sure the third one is probably.
I'd rather have that. It's got no fucking cords or nothing. I'd rather have that. But it only has its own games.
Well, it's not. It doesn't only have its own games. It just has like a sort of like restricted library of games. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like a Play Store type thing where it's like, what kind of apps do they have on this one versus that one? And so there's games on it that are like multi-platform games, you know, that like it's not exclusive to it. But yeah, the selection is obviously more limited than if you were playing on.
Right. That's kind of like I have a bunch of games in VR already. There's like 2 games that I want to play in VR. I want to play Resident Evil 8. I want to play Half-Life Alyx. So that's my goals, and one of them's PlayStation only. The other one's Steam only.
Yeah, that's the thing that's fucking crazy about it. I mean, you can jailbreak a lot of these headsets so that you could just like I know people have done it with the MetaQuest where it's like you could like sort of wire it to your computer, you know, so that it's just functioning as like a wireless display to your computer.
Maybe 10 years, you know, I maybe have like the desire to kind of do that stuff still, but I just don't anymore.
The thing that I want to do with mine that like I think there's a way to do it. It's just like really complicated. Is I have a drone. Like I have a pretty sick drone, and
you want to hook the fucking
when
camera.
you fly it, when you fly it normally, like you use a cell phone. Like it has a controller that you put a cell phone in the middle of, and the cell phone displays the camera feed from the drone like while you're flying it. So the idea would just be to like patch that feed over to the VR view, and then
why not just get one of those like cheapo fucking cell phone VRs? You know what I'm talking?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. It's where your phone is just like attached to your face, basically.
Yeah.
But I want it to be like more. I don't know. I want it to like that. Those look like shit.
Well, yeah, because they're not really designed for. Well, I mean, you would use it for like the cell phone design VR stuff, but because most likely that your drone isn't like VR camera on it, it's not ever going to produce like the VR image.
Well, what you could do, like what people do, is like there's like programs that can take like one video feed stream, whatever, and then it does the thing where it splits it in half for like the left and right eye. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's what
it's not like full. It's not like 3D. It's like perfect 3D. It's probably distorted.
Yeah, I think that's what the cell phone VR does.
Yes.
Like it splits the cell phone image. Yeah.
It's just that doesn't work as well.
Good.
Right.
Yeah, it's not very good.
I'm trying to look it up now, but one quick upgrade you could do to the Meta Quest 2 is the lenses. I'm trying to figure out what they're called because it's the shape of the lenses on the new Quest 3 and the new Pico 4 Ultra, I think it's named. They have like a new type of lens that makes the resolution and just everything more clear. So that's an upgrade you can do.
Oh, that's pretty
cool. So yeah, keep the conversation going. I'll try and figure out what it's called.
Is that like you have to like mail it out to them and they do like a refurbish where they replace the lenses or something? Or I doubt I could do that myself.
I think I'm just mixing because I know you can buy the upgrade for the Pico 4 from the Pico 4 to the Pico 4 Ultra, but I think you can do the same for the Meta Quest 2 and 3 because the new 3S, I think it's called, it's like a kind of a downgrade.
Yeah, it is a downgrade. I looked into it. I don't know if you can do an upgrade. But I would imagine that the hardware on it's probably better too.
Yes, it's the Snapdragon Gen 2. So it's versus the Gen 1.
The thing I've always wanted
XR2.
The thing I've always wanted that like I'll probably never own is the and I guess Apple has a version of it that they just came out with.
Say that, dude. I tried that thing. It's fucking incredible. It's way better than these VRs.
Yeah, the one that I want is called the HoloLens. It's like Microsoft's version of it. Like they've actually been the ones like developing that technology for the past like 15 years. I think so. They have a HoloLens 2. It's like thousands of dollars, but those things are fucking so. You can do so much with.
Did you try it on?
No, I've never even seen one in person before.
Well, you should go to the Apple store and just try that one out because dude,
Yeah, it's
like
functional.
I've been in VRs and you have too, and it blows the VRs out of the water, dude.
Yeah, because they're holographic, they're AR, they're augmented reality headsets, and
well, I mean,
it can superimpose shit. Yeah. I mean, it could, as far as I know, it could basically function as a VR headset as well. But like, the point is like, the idea is like with the HoloLens technology, it's like, okay, I'm in a room, right? It's a Microsoft computer, right? That's like powering this thing. So like, I could put my desktop onto my wall, or like I could put a 3D hologram around an object. Like they used to do these demos where like somebody's building a motorcycle, and they have like a 3D rendering of like the, say, like gas tank that they want to put on the frame. And so like the frame is sitting there in front of them in the room, and then they can like superimpose holographically the gas tank onto it just to see like how it would look and like walk around it and stuff. It's like Iron Man shit. It's fucking the coolest stuff.
The thing that really, like, I thought about like the practicality of it, but like forgetting about that for a moment, you could take a picture, and the picture was like fucking 3D, and it worked with like even just your cell phone. So you could take a picture of like it had like an Apple 15 or whatever, but even like a picture of your cell phone, you go into the Apple Vision or whatever, and you could like walk around your picture that you took.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I can
They
imagine.
videos. It's so crazy, dude. Like, I was like, this would be so. Imagine like being fucking old, because like I still like looking back on my pictures, especially my daughter, and like I don't know, like it would just feel so different to be like, look, like I'm seeing her really there.
Yeah, it's like Blue's Clues where you're like jumping into the.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
that
things.
was the thing that really did it for me. All the other stuff that you mentioned is really cool. It's like neat, but they're never going to be something that I like do a lot with it.
There's like there's like applications for it for like what I do for work, even like stuff like that. Like, because what it does, like at least what the HoloLens does, like the sort of like the reason that it's like an upgraded technology or like what makes it sort of new, whatever, is that it has a HPU chip, which is like holographic processor unit chip, and like what that does is it's like it scans like your environment, basically. It like models the room you're in or whatever, and like there are these really expensive things you can buy that they're like $20,000 for like these like laser devices that you can use to like make a 3D model of a space. Right, like you take this laser thing and it scans, and then you move it and it scans, and you move it and it scans, and it gives you all this raw data that you can then put into like Revit or whatever and generate a 3D model of the space, right? But the HoloLens does that like continuously, like in real time, like you could just walk around the room and it would build a model of the room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like I think that's what those pictures are doing basically. Very cool.
And then you got like, people talk about like the AI stuff, and like, oh, we have to give the AI like sort of like a higher degree of like sensory fidelity, so that it can kind of like it can situate itself within an environment, and it's like, yeah, that's the technology that moves that forward, right? Put one of those onto a fucking robot, and then there's also this, even just the technology that's in the Meta Quest, right? Like, there's this thing it does, which I don't even know how many games actually utilize the feature, but like I discovered it in one of like the home screens or whatever. If you don't have the controllers in your hand, right? It has cameras like on each corner of the set that kind of like scan the room or whatever. It can see your actual hands, and it generates a 3D representation of your hands that are like fully articulated. So like when you move your fingers, it moves the fingers of the hands like to match them, like in real time. And it's like so that you have like these ghost hands that are showing up in the VR screen, And I'm like, okay, so basically, like I could reconfigure this whole thing where like those cameras are at the corners of a keyboard, right? And then I don't need a mouse because I can type on the keyboard, and then I can lift my hand above it, and it will put an actual hand on the screen instead of a cursor, right? And then you can do all kinds of like more interesting manipulations than you could with a mouse, because a mouse could just do like left click, right click, whatever, you know. Like you could now you have a fucking actual hand in the computer screen that can do like all kinds of different, you know, movements and stuff like that to do different controls or input. It's just like kind of crazy, like I don't know. It's like once you start seeing these technologies, like they all seem to come like sort of piecemeal, but it's like there seems to be a bunch of stuff that we could do with this right now that people don't seem to be doing it.
Right.
Oh, you know, I also heard Sabina Hassenfelder had a video the other day where she was talking about there's some proposal by some quantum computing startup to like try to make quantum computers conscious per like Penrose's like quantum consciousness stuff, which is kind of, I don't think it'll work.
I'm trying to figure out where to put these fucking cameras.
Oh, you got cameras?
Yeah, you gotta hook up like two like standalone cameras. Like the Vive for like when so the release was like 3 of them. There was the ESVR, which wasn't very shortly thereafter, but there was the Oculus, the Rift. And the Vive was like way more like out of the league of the other two, but it was way more expensive. And this one, like you have, like it's not gonna work for my house, but like you can walk around in like a 50-foot space, like 25 by 25-foot square space. Whereas the other ones you've only got, well the PS4 version, you only had like a 10-foot square, and the other one was like 20 or 25 feet. But this one, like, you can literally walk around like a whole, like, big area. So, like, also the motion capture and all that's a little bit better, but it's a little more expensive.
There's a game that I play. There's a game that I play on the Meta Quest 2, which is it's called Blade and Sorcery. I don't know if I told you about that one.
I know what it is.
That game is fucking fantastic, dude. Especially, and it's got like you can get all like kinds of mods and stuff for it too. Like there's like, and they're just free. You can just like go through this like library of mods and like download them and stuff, and they add new ones and shit like that. And, yeah, it's because like the base game is just like basic swords and like bows and maces and stuff, and like a couple of like magic spells, whatever. And then like you can just get mods for like guns and like all kinds of crazy shit, like lightsaber. It also has this like dungeon mode, so it's like I think most of the time you see it on like gameplay streams or whatever, people post videos of it. It's like the arena map, but there's a game mode where you're like progressing through like a dungeon that's like procedurally generated. And there's like enemies throughout it. You have to basically like make your way through to the end, and you can like adjust the length and difficulty. And it's different every time that you play. I fuck people up in that game, bro. I fuck people up.
I kind of want to check it out again because like at the time when I had VR, there really wasn't very many good games.
I liked so the ones that like I got kind of fascinated by were like that one and Super Hot. maybe like a couple other random ones. I played Beat Saber for a little while, but I got. No, that's another one Sasha should try with the whole like rhythm.
Well, that one she probably could do because it's like visual.
Yeah. But I feel like if you play, the whole point is like I feel like if you play games like that enough, it's like you're doing it because of the visual stimuli, but then like the music is playing the whole time, so like you'll secretly get brainwashed into reacting to music.
Yeah. She probably would like it, assuming that she can handle the VR.
Yeah, Beat Saber's fun, dude. My daughter is sick at Beat Saber. She's way better than.
Hopefully that my noise of drilling and stuff's not too bad.
Nah, I can't hear it.
Cool.
You say right.
What was that?
Piper, you're unmuted. Yeah, what's the deal with Andrew starting rooms at like midnight? Only he's like being a vampire.
I don't know. Maybe that's his new schedule.
I noticed Ethan's been on there. Piper, you're unmuted. Goddamn. I feel like Piper's asleep or something. We're hearing Piper dream sound.
Well, if I start to hear like credit cards again, I'll stop that.
Sam, you gotta be careful around these race realist weirdo types like that Antho guy. They're gonna corrupt your shit.
Say they're gonna corrupt his scrotum.
How did that get your attention, Piper? When I just
Well, because I just sat down when I came back from getting a drink, and then I heard you say his scrotum is gonna be corrupted.
Well, I was trying to call you out earlier because like there were some weird noises coming through your mic. I was like, Piper, you're unmuted. And it was like, I don't know. I don't even know if it was you.
It's probably just like me shuffling around and sitting up.
When I've talked to a race trails person and I get the sense that they like have any actual malice towards the research, I immediately am disgusted by them and like want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but that guy was just basically like going like, yeah, look, Sam, some people are better than other people, right, Sam? Right, Sam?
No, he wasn't saying
that. Dude, what do you mean he was saying that? Oh my god. And he was being like, don't you like how I'm saying this in euphemism, Sam? We can't really say what we mean, right, Sam? I'm like,
funny story. There's this guy who's a really big race realism, like intellectual type guy, and I was in Germany, and I was like, oh, you've stayed on my couch before. Let me go to where you live. And it turned out he like lived on some like German nobleman's estate, and like that he was just like being funded by some like random German nobleman, which like makes me worried that like that German nobleman's like low key maybe a Nazi. But like, and then I went to go see like, and the digs were like totally palatial and amazing. But then, like his job besides being a race realist scientist was to like watch the kids, like be like a babysitter to the kids. Like he has two jobs, like race science and babysitting. I was like, you live a funny life, bro.
It's weird. Dude, I'll be honest. I sent Sam this meme the other day, which by the way, Sam, that was just like on some random meme page, and it's really funny that it's like a yellow girl and he grinds. It's like it's like 3 tweets between them, and it's like Ayla Girl says, I feel like I got friendly with the anti-woke coalition over the past few years, but now it feels like they're walking off a plank into extremism, and I feel frustrated about it. Being anti a bad thing doesn't make you right by default. Righteous revenge is not compassion. And then Grimes says, 10,000%, I feel like I was tricked by people pretending to be into critical thought and consequentialism who are acting like power-hungry warlords now and like cruelly enjoying the panic and suffering that obviously creates, and it's disturbing. And then Ayala Girl, I do wonder if we're low in some sort of detecting lying maliciousness thing. Because I just habitually take people's intellectual claims at face value, and I know consciously people often say motivated things, but I'm somehow often blindsided anyway. And then
Seeing that meme.
yeah, I sent it to you. And then the bottom of it is the "Are we the baddies" thing, but it says "Are we the idiots?"
Yeah.
I mean, I think Ayla and Grimes probably have a bit of the autism, so like they probably just literally do have the like.
Oh my god, what is with blaming everything on fucking autism?
I know, dude. It's so fucking.
Well, okay, Ayla literally has autism.
Look, guys, everybody who's
Yes, I'm aware.
yeah, so does her dad. Right?
Autistic people do things, and like some of the things they do aren't just like a result of their autism.
Sure, but this is a discussion about whether Ayla has an inability to detect the motives and emotions of other people.
Yeah, detecting lying maliciousness thing.
yeah. I mean that's like being able to not detect mental states is like a symptom of autism. So like you would not be surprising if people that are bad at
Being able to
states.
not detect mental states is a symptom of autism.
What? Are you denying this?
You know what's funny?
I think what I'm denying is that that's an accurate description of like the relevant symptom that you're trying to think of.
I have a hyperactive detecting lying maliciousness thing. So like I'm like the opposite of these.
Also, wasn't Grimes
That starts to
wasn't
make a lot of sense.
Grimes on white nationalism for a while? Like,
Well, she was like,
nationalism.
I don't know if I never saw anything of hers where it was like, oh, this seems like actual white nationalism, but maybe I don't know. I mean, obviously,
I thought she was literally saying like secure a future for our white children shit.
I've never seen that, but I'm not denying it. Like maybe she did. I don't know. I like some of her music, even though it's kind of like objectively bad.
So Sully, you don't have an overactive lying bastard detector. You're just a cynical fuck.
No, dude. No, man. I'm much more. I have hyperactive detecting lying maliciousness thing. Because, like, I will, like, attribute that very quickly to somebody. You know, and that's why Andrew calls it Sully.
Now every time Andrew wants to say someone's dishonest, he's like, I'm gonna do the Sully inference.
Because I personally think that it's better to have a hyperactive lying maliciousness thing detector because, like, yes, there actually are a bunch of people who are doing that, and it's actually pretty hard to tell on, like, rational grounds that they're doing that. So you should just assume they're doing it.
Better safe than sorry.
I mean, I believe basically in Hanlon's razor that you should like never attribute to malice that which you can explain by stupidity. And then there's another one which is like
that'll run you into problems.
And then there's
if
like
you
another
just constantly
razor.
do that, like you're just gonna get cooked. Yeah.
There's another razor which is like never attribute to malice that which can be explained by incentives, which I think is like also true.
Yeah, but they can be both.
Yeah, it could be both.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Either is like stupidity and malice, but like I mean I've done this with people. In fact, like the funny thing is that for like a really long time, the reason Andrew gets all upset about this is because I called him dishonest a bunch of times. And I used for a very long time I would like defend Andrew to other people who were criticizing him and be like, I think he's really just like naive and like gullible and like kind of dumb and stuff. But then like you interact with somebody.
Look, guys,
you're
he's just an idiot, alright? He's not a bad person. He's just fucking dumb.
Right. That was my assessment for a long time, and then it became like, no, he knows what he's doing. He knows.
done the Sully inference on Sully?
Yes, ironically. And the funny thing is that like he says like it's a bad inference to make about or to like basically to infer that somebody's lying is like what the inference is. And he says it's bad on the one hand when he wants to be critical of me, but then he like invokes it all the time. He's like, I'm gonna do a Sully inference now, you know.
He does do it a fair amount, to be honest.
He does it like while trying to distance himself from it by like labeling it as something I do. You know, it's like really.
Look, this is actually Sully's fault. So.
Right. It's like somehow he gets to dig in at me while actually doing the thing that he's criticizing me for.
I think, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit too Ayla on this, but like I think most people aren't like consciously lying. I think a lot of people are like self-deceiving or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I think like, I mean, I understand like what these people are talking about. They're just like, you know, they're just saying, hey, I took a bunch of like, I took these people to be smart, and I took their intellectual claims, quote unquote, at like face value, and just like accepted it. It's like, yeah, so you're like a bad reasoner.
Okay, like Matt Walsh is someone that I can tell that like even if we might disagree on like some of the anti-woke stuff, I can tell that Matt Walsh and I would not like he would not make a society that I would want to live in. Like it just is very obvious from like how he is and who he is as a person that like we don't share a vision of like what the good life is like. Whereas like other anti-woke people, I can tell would want to like make society, like I would want to live in an Ayla society. I wouldn't want to live in Matt Walsh's society. It feels
Yeah, but
like not that hard to tell who's got what goals.
Yeah, but the point is that like a lot of those people are like just collectively missing the point of like the view that they're critiquing because they get this sort of like camaraderie from like basically okay, you could go back to like 2014 and you could look at all like the feminist ownage content and be like, oh, aren't these woke people so crazy? Aren't these woke people so crazy? And you just like absorb a bunch of that stuff and you like don't really get the point of what like, you know, the sort of like actual like if you're going to be weighing the sort of like intellectual criticisms of like I guess like the right wing or like it was like anti-woke brigade or whatever, you know, you should probably look at like the people who are making the most sort of intellectual contributions on the other side that you're calling woke, you know, and see what they're actually saying. Because and that's not just a matter of saying like, oh, this person is like a professor at a university, and so like they're serious. The arguments they're making are serious. You know, like that's the other pitfall that people make. They're like, oh, but they're like professors at universities.
Look at Brett and Eric Weinstein.
It's like, you know, the actual sort of like if you steel man like wokeness, you know, like that should be.
That's the thing, like the whole like anti-woke, like the political correctness, wokeness, SJW, like that, like the whole cancel culture. That whole thing has never been based on like, okay, here we're gonna argue that the positions that these people have, you know, are wrong, right? It's always been based on, oh, these people are like crazy in temperament, right? These people are just like fundamentally irrational, and so everything they do and say is irrational, right? And so this is really, you know, it ultimately ends up being a criticism of the psychology of like a mock like group of people, right? Rather than actually criticism of any position. And that's sort of what makes it successful, which is that like, you know, okay, we don't have to actually have anything specific to attack, right? We just want to be able to vaguely complain about the irrationality of a vague group of people.
One thing I totally agree with you on, Piper, is that like it's so weird that they criticize the wokes for being snowflakes. Like, what is this like Nietzsche and Ubermensch? Like they have to be strong. like why not just like my criticism of the woke is that they're bullies, not that they're like weaklings. Like if they were just weaklings, I would be like, oh, cool. People that disagree politically are weak. That's good. But like they have this like weird like they're such pussies. They're so weak, but also they're so scary at the same time. Like what the fuck? Like
yeah.
I don't. Like yeah. So I never got that whole thing, but
when I do try to debate concrete positions with like woke people, I one-on-one they can do it, but in like if it's like me and a group of 4 wokes, and I'm just like, hey, let's just talk about the object level issues. They're like they don't handle it well. They don't.
Part of the issue, I guess, is like what it originates with is that they look at you like you're a bad person, right? And like that's kind of like that seems to be the thing that people want to like point to and complain about or whatever, criticize, is that like you're talking to a bunch of woke people and you're disagreeing with like the sort of, you know, let's say policy proposals or whatever that they're supporting or whatever, just like ethical views or whatever. And then like the entire time they're like engaging with you as if you're like a complete like subhuman piece of shit, basically, for like the views that you
Yes. They do that.
And it's just like an attitude thing, though. You know? Like it's just like that's people's rhetorical flourishes on here are kind of like analogies.
Well, yeah, I mean that was sort of the point I was making, which is like the criticism of wokeness is really just a criticism of like a temperament. It's not a criticism of any set of positions. And like the other thing is like, okay, I get it. If like there's definitely like situations in which it's wrong to demonize somebody just because they disagree with you. But there are also situations in which that's the right thing to do. Like it's the right thing to demonize like an actual like explicit avowed neo-Nazi. I'm not talking about like, you know, oh, I infer this person as a neo-Nazi, right? I'm talking about like someone who walks around with this armband in public and is like oh my god, the Jews, they're like the Holocaust was fake, but it would have been awesome if it did happen. Let's go. Like
I agree, Piper.
Those people should be openly demonized, right, for their opinions. Like kind of thing. So it's like,
I agree.
Yes, you can complain about it when it's illegitimate, but complaining about it as just like a thing across the board is not going to be tenable. The whole thing is going to be based. The whole anti-wokeness thing is going to be based on demonizing people for their temperament anyway.
Yeah, my criticism of them is that they have too narrow of an Overton window. Not that they have an Overton window. Like, of course, you need some Overton window. It's just that they like it's really narrow for them.
Well, the Overton window stuff is more about like assessing like the full scope of like, I don't know, let's say like American political discourse or something like that. I don't know. I find that concept is kind of like misused because like the idea is like, okay, like what is considered a centrist position, right? Like that's a better question when you're talking about like the Overton window and comparing different societies. You know, you say like, okay, in this society, this is considered centrist, and in this society, this is considered centrist, and like that's kind of how you think that.
I just use it to mean the range of acceptable opinions. Like some opinions are tolerated, some are demonized, and there's just like a range in which like debate is allowed to be had.
No, I know, yeah, but it's not so much about like the width of the Overton window. It's just like what is considered extreme, you know, and what is considered like moderate.
Yeah. Last night I was talking to Jane, and like Jane was like saying that like everything was caused by the patriarchy. That like the reason why there's gender roles is the patriarchy, and I was like, oh, okay, like I just don't have this framework where like I think that like gender roles exist because like the aggregate preferences of men incentivize women to do female gender roles, and the aggregate preferences of women cause men to have these gender roles. That it's like caused by this like aggregate preference aggregation thing, not like this like structure of the patriarchy. And that James like would not like allow there to be another frame of the debate that we should only look at this debate through the lens of patriarchy. That there could be like another explanatory framework that we look at to look at gender roles. I just found it to be so annoying, and it's like a common thing I find when I talk to kind of woke people is that they like will not put down their conceptual frameworks just for a minute to be like, hey, what if there was another conceptual framework to look at this with? Like, nah, we're using my framework.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Jane's actually not that bad. I tend to agree with a lot of Jane's takes on things, but like I don't know. There is a sense in which like when you're debating somebody, you don't want to give them the keys to the frame control.
I don't know. I just think like an honest discussion says like, listen, here's my framework, here's your framework. Let's look at things. Let's like be somewhat agnostic about which of these frames is the correct frame, and then like just like discuss it in sort of a what are some like things that we agree on, so we can adjudicate between these frames, as opposed to like fucking no, we're gonna use mine, not yours. one reason I don't like it when they criticize the woke people for being like sensitive snowflakes is like there's just like nothing wrong with being sensitive. Basically, like I don't think that it's good that like men are told to toughen up, or that in general people are saying like, yeah, you gotta be strong. Like I just like think that's like not my values. I think people should be allowed to have like some sensitivity. I think it's like
I think, ultimately, I think you're the kind of person who would end up agreeing more with like left-wing arguments than right-wing arguments, and that's like what makes it kind of strange on certain things the way you. I mean, I don't think your values are like that disparate from mine.
yeah, I mean, I'm not like a conservative. Like I don't in fact want to conserve. I don't think traditions are good for their own sake. I don't think that like the status quo is good for its own sake. I don't like lots of things about it, but like I just find that like there's a portion of leftism that I would just say is conservative in the sense that like as soon as you start doing identity politics, that's like another name for like ethno-nationalism. If you take ad extremis, if you say like, well, this group has interests, and so their interests are best served by like X, Y. It's like okay, well now we're going to ethno-nationalism, and like.
I mean, I think it is like I think probably where we disagree the most is that you seem to be more of like a pure consequentialist, and I think that's where like a lot of this stuff kind of will end up, being different. Like we'll differ on like what we should do, like on the normative. Because like I don't think it's all just about like so. Here's what I would say. I say like yeah, the consequences matter, but like the way you get there also matters.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I agree that I'm more consequentialist than you, but I think there's just like a bunch of other things that are like coloring the disagreement. Like, for example, a lot of wokeness is about like the proper showings of respect. Like that's like what they have like a very respect-based like. Well, when you culturally appropriate, you're disrespecting them, or when you use the slur, you're disrespecting the group, and that like respect-based morality on Jonathan Haidt's model of like human psychology, like respect is the conservative foundation, whereas like the liberal foundations are like harm and fairness, not about like the correct applications of respect. So I think I'm just like noticing that like, hey, this is the thing you're doing is like conservative. You're doing a conservative move here.
I guess like so. I mean, what do you think about a question like this? Like where it's just like, okay, if it could be just like empirically borne out that like draconian authoritarianism like would just produce like the best outcomes, in terms of some metrics. Like I don't know, you have to kind of say what the metrics are, but like we're going to suppose like it's some set of like quantifiable like metrics. So you're saying like on these metrics, the outcomes would be best served by like implementing like some authoritarian government. I would still say like, well, we actually have really strong reason not to do that, even though the outcomes would be better.
Yeah, I probably would bite the bullet there. I agree with you, but like, I think that like eventually we're gonna have to have like some insane panopticon surveillance system because like when we get good enough technology, like the ease on which it's gonna be able to like some rando with his AI to like build some like insane weapon is gonna be like easier and easier. Like it's just gonna be more and more trivial to like cause huge amounts of mayhem for individuals. And in that case, like the only solution is like some sort of panopticon, which like sucks, but like I just like bite the bullet. Like that might be enough.
Sam, would you consider yourself woke?
I mean, in Iran, I'd be woke as fuck, but in Boston, I'm very anti-woke.
I don't know about that. Boston's pretty old school.
How so?
In Somerville, Sally, my bad. In Somerville, I'm very anti-woke.
How so?
Well, I'm anti-woke in the sense that, like, I think that, like, lots of things in, like, when people advocate for racial or like, gender justice is, like, in fact, unkind and unintelligent, and, like, they shouldn't do those things.
Like the identity politics you were talking about?
It's like identity, but, I mean, it's like, we go issue by issue, but, like, I mean, I think the main problem with lots of fourth wave feminism is that they just like fundamentally don't care about the well-being of men. Like the movement is about the well-being of women, which like makes sense as like a thing to do. But like, if you're asking me like, should you, if we were making a moral system from scratch, does it make sense to like systematically not think about like how everyone is doing? Like, no, that doesn't make sense. And that like when we build systems, we should care about the well-being of everyone involved. And like when I ask feminists to like care about, hey, like here's an area where like men get fucked over, they just like don't care. They'll either say, well, that's because of patriarchy, or they'll just say like, oh, it doesn't matter, this is not a big deal. And I think that's like fundamentally an unkind attitude. And then when it comes to like lots of racial justice stuff, I think a lot of it is incredibly conservative and regressive, and like ad extremis is ethno-nationalism, and like I don't want us to like reify racial categories in a sense that like morally, like I don't want us to like treat individuals like, I don't want the laws or our norms to like take seriously racial distinctions.
I understand. So, if we consider like woke to be valuing consent, valuing equity, equality completely, and just absolute egalitarianism and everything like that, would you say that maybe you're not so much like anti-woke, but like ultra woke?
I mean, I think
you're more woke than they are.
No, I think
your argument is that they're more like conservatives.
Yeah, no, I think there's a real framing in which like on Jonathan Haidt's model, the liberals care about fairness and harm, and conservatives care about fairness, harm, respect, purity, and loyalty. And I think there is a real sense in which like I just do in fact have like more of the liberal foundations than the woke do, and so in that sense like I am more liberal than them. But like I don't want to define wokeness as just liberalism. I think like wokeness is like a specific ideology. So like I would like not want to say that I'm actually more woke than them.
I think the identity politics thing is pretty interesting, because I think it's just what you are going to fall back on no matter how you do it. Is this groups will have their own interests, and it will be just grappling with how you deal with that. Like, can you really, like through education, can you really convince people that their very real problems aren't in fact real?
I mean, I think we want to minimize these like group identities. Like, okay, like in America, like, is it good for like white men to be like, we have interests and we should have activists for the white male interests, and then we should have, then we also have like the black male interests, and we should have like, I don't know, I just kind of want like people, I want like in our policy and our norms to be like, how can we help Americans? What norms can we have that would make Americans happier? I think that would be like preferable. And as soon as people start defecting against that and saying, no, I'm going to only care about like a subset of the population's well-being, well then everyone's going to defect because no one's a sucker, and so then it's just going to lead to like tribal squabbling as opposed to like this like more high-minded like pan-American like interest, like caring about Americans generally. Like there's lots.
I like to know how you make that possible with considering finite resources, history, conflicts between like different groups, like how that's really possible.
Well, okay, there is like a strain of like right-wing thought that says like, hey, in homogenous societies, people tend to vote based on like economic well-being and like blah 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 blah. But when you have like these like multi-ethnic societies, it becomes just like a racial spoil system, and that each group is just trying to like steal money from the other groups. And like I hope that's false. I hope it's like I hope that like multi-ethnic societies don't like just inevitably turn into like a war of the spoils. But like I don't know. So what's your question again? Sorry.
I'm just trying to like think like how you make that possible. Like if I could like in a utopia, and there's no resource problem, there's no geographic problem, in the perfect kind of conditions, I could see like groups get along completely and that you can't like never care about identity politics. But considering that all those things are true and all those things are real, I don't see how you get away from that.
When you say like these things are real, you're saying that like in fact black people have different interests than white people and Asian people have different interests from white and black people. This is just a real fact of reality, and so we're gonna have to contend with it. Is that the view?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's like a little bit of truth in it, insofar as like they have like slightly different values on average, but like generally people want more wealth in the society. People want better schools, better health. Like if we actually built a utopia, I don't think there'd be that much disagreement amongst the blacks and the Asians and the whites about what that would look like. Like, I think our values are similar enough that, like, if I built a utopia, people would be like, oh, that's cool, good job. Not like, you built the white utopia, not the Asian utopia, fuck you.
They definitely do want the best. They want it to improve. I think what we see is they want it to improve for their own group. We see that for every group. Like in the United States, in the past 40, almost 50 years, the United States is more segregated now than back then. Like as we've allowed, like after desegregation, 40 years since, or like since the not even just desegregation, but since I think the point it's like 1980 till now, we are more segregated. Like as in different groups and different races are more close together and like in different locations than other races. They're not mixed. They're more segregated. So I think
where are you getting that
the
from?
idea of like everybody that's I can post an article and it goes over it.
Well, could you like quantify that anymore? Because like saying that groups are more separate, or racial groups are more separate than they were during segregation. What exactly does that mean, separate in what sense? Because under segregation, you know, it was enforced that okay, the whites go here.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Yeah. There, it is forced, and now it's not forced, and people are still doing it.
Doing what?
Segregating.
In what way, though?
By race, like choosing where they live, like choose to where they want to live, and by choosing where they want to live,
that's
it's their schools.
That's like vague. Can you like parse it out any more specifically?
Like you've heard of white flight before, right?
White flight, yeah.
Yeah, like that is occurring more. You have people when making considerations about where they want to live, they're making racial considerations. Like where am I going to go? Like if I'm a black person, am I going to go to Maine? That's not really my that's not my crowd, you know?
Yeah, so you're saying that people but the interesting part is not necessarily that there's like like racial concentrations in different population zones. The interesting part is that you're saying that amounts to racial groups being more segregated than they were under actual segregation, right? And I'm just asking how that's quantified.
No, I'm saying that over the time that we've given people the freedoms, they're choosing to become more and more segregated.
Yeah, I'm asking you to quantify that instead of just leaving it as a vague slogan.
But I'm confused then. What do you mean?
Yeah, so how are you actually measuring that they're more segregated than they were under actual segregation?
They're just populations. Like cities are more, like less mixed, less like if they were before 60% white, 30% black or whatever, now they are 80% black and the white people have all moved out.
And that's just the case across the board in the United States?
Across the board, yeah, in the United States, it's everywhere.
Okay, and where are you getting that from?
Here, I'll go show you.
Okay.
I mean, Heritage, have you seen the studies where even slight differences in segregation leads to like huge wide scale like segregation that happens? Like if I have like only the most mild of preferences to like hang out with a white person over a black person, if you aggregate that to everyone, it just leads to like total segregation across the society. Like I don't know if you see like mathematical models of this. So I think like that could be a thing that's going on.
Well, the reason why I'm just bringing it up is because this isn't like forced. It's not like something they're even taught. This is just their natural inclination. They just naturally want to be with their own people.
Well, even if your statistics were true, that wouldn't necessarily be the right inference to draw.
Do you think it is taught?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that even if your claim about it being more segregated than it was under enforced segregation, right, is true, that wouldn't
I didn't say
license
that.
the inference.
I said it is getting worse and worse, not in segregation.
Wait,
but in 1980.
You did say things are like racial groups are more segregated. Everybody heard you say that.
Yes, not comparative to segregation, but we were less segregated in 1980 than we are now. That's my point.
Well, no, you did say it in comparison to segregation, so now you're just like changing the claim.
Well, I'm clarifying. If I had said that before, then I was mistaken. I'm correcting myself.
Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to correct myself?
I didn't say you're not allowed to correct yourself.
So what happened to steel manning?
I don't know why you're getting defensive now. So I pour sword on you for it, right? It's just that you did make the claim about segregation beforehand. So if that's not what you meant to say, that's fine.
I used the term. Maybe you're confused.
I don't think I'm confused. I think you actually did make the comparative claim to segregation.
Heritage.
So what's your
point? Replay will show that.
Heritage.
But like putting that aside, so even if that claim were true, that since like what did you say, 1980?
Yep.
Since 1980, right?
This one says in schools since 1960s. But here's Time Magazine over segregation. This is I'm going over both. So here's the segregation in general, and this is for schools.
Yeah, schools still have de facto segregation. It's not like people just choose to do that. It's that like there's systematic discrimination
By the population, like where people live.
Okay, well you just said schools.
Yeah, like that's how your public school is chosen.
But like the point is that like the reason that there's still de facto segregation in schools is because that's actually like systematically enforced.
We have like laws in the books that go like this one's going to be white.
No, it's de facto. You don't understand what de facto discrimination is?
Is it anything unrelated to what I said about the population being born there? Like
my point is that it's not just people voluntarily.
That's de facto.
It's systematic discrimination.
How so?
Well, so do you understand what de facto discrimination is?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll do it as we'll take the analogy or the example of South Africa, right? So South Africa, right, as you know, used to have apartheid, right? So there were laws in the books that systematically discriminated against black people, right, and systematically favored whites, right? Now that apartheid has ended, white people still have the majority of political power and wealth. And so black people are still, basically given the shaft, even though apartheid has ended and there are no more laws in the books that allow you to legally discriminate. So that's the point, right? So the certain resources are going to be, as is, apply to the United States, right? The black population, right, is going to get certain resources, right, for certain types of schooling, and the white population is going to get other types of resources and other types of schooling, right? And so as a result, you're going to have de facto segregation as a result of just de facto discrimination. So it's not just people voluntarily choosing to do it.
So you're saying there are laws on the books that are affecting discrimination in American schools?
They said the opposite.
And how does it affect it? Like it previously existed, and so that's what's making it worse today?
No. Did you listen to anything I said?
Yes. I heard about the South Africa. Like I'm just asking then, how does it relate to American schools?
And I just told you. Did you hear the end of it?
Can you repeat?
Okay. So hopefully this will be the last time I have to do that, right? So as in the South African case, right, you have like certain populations being able to monopolize like the resources and power, even though there aren't laws in the books that say, okay, this group is going to be empowered, right? So similarly, in the United States schools, right, the de facto segregation is the result of the fact that the white population, right, has certain resources and power that are allocated to it in terms of like, providing resources for schooling, right? The black population doesn't.
This is not true in the United States.
Well, no, it is true.
It's not. There are black schools
Yes, it
that
is.
are more highly funded than white schools.
No, it's not about funding, right? It's
That's
about
resources. What other resources are missing?
That's one dimension of resources. The
That's
other
the
dimension
biggest. That's the biggest.
No, it's not. It's not. You're just arbitrarily carving.
No, do I need to explain funding to you? Like, what do you get with
No,
funding?
you don't need to explain funding to me. But what you do need to do is you need to understand that it also matters how the money is spent and on what the money is spent.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and so if you agree with that, like the fact that black schools get more funding isn't going to clinch the case in favor of what I'm saying being wrong.
I don't think so. Like, what is funding is just like disappearing out of the schools?
Okay, I didn't say anything like that, so I don't know why you're now talking about that.
Like, how is the fund? Like, I think we then have to prove, and maybe this is a bit more difficult, but like, how the funding is being misappropriated. But
well, no. The point is,
I don't think so.
That the schools. The point is that in terms of like providing a quality education that's going to lead to like, you know, like actual upward mobility and life success, white people get that better than black people do, right?
I think you're looking at like disparities, and you're just coming to that
Right.
conclusion.
Well, so no, we do know that what I said is the case. Right?
We can look at different income brackets, and we see
you can just
same disparity.
No, I'm not making the inference from the fact that there are income differentials, right? I'm telling you that this is actually what happens, and we know that's what happens. You can just Google like de facto segregation in schools, right?
I just don't think that's the case, and I don't see how it relates
Okay, well,
to
you can
like
be blind
segregation.
to reality.
I guess this maybe even say like this is not even the right conversation, because I don't see how this even relates. Like you can talk about discrimination and like the outcomes and how they perform in the schools, but how does that relate to segregation? Like the school that performs less and white students don't go there. Is that your point with
Yes,
in terms of segregation?
Exactly. The point is that white people have access to better education opportunities, and so they're going to be going to different schools.
I think I don't think that's actually true.
Well, it is true.
No.
I wouldn't tell you.
Heritage.
Okay, so you're just denying that because you want to.
Heritage.
I think you're just coming to that conclusion because you need it to be true.
Okay, so now you're psychologizing me as a way to get out of what I'm saying.
I think that's the case.
Heritage.
Well, yes, I understand. So the approach now is to say, you know, I am motivated in my conclusions, right? And so therefore you don't need to take what I'm saying seriously. Is that the approach?
I think you've definitely made something like that. I'm just giving you the same energy back.
Okay,
I genuinely think like this. You're coming to a conclusion off of your own biases.
Okay, and how did you establish that?
Because I've explained to you, we have many examples of like socioeconomics or like wealth statuses where students actually it's not congruent. If they're being like the funding is being put in. If the funding is being put in appropriately, even if they go to like white schools or whatever the case may be,
the white schools get better quality, right? Like it's just a fact.
Yeah, we can see this. I guess then we would have to determine like go to a white school with black students in it and see if they perform at the same level as white students.
But why would that be relevant? The point isn't to evaluate.
Because that's what you're talking about. Is you're saying that the schools are the problem.
No. It's not relevant.
Or like,
I'm not. What I'm saying to you, right, is not. Here's an explanation for the poor performance of black people versus white people in society. The point that I'm making to you, right, is that there are a disproportionate amount of resources, right, in terms of quality that are spent on, you know, the schooling that white people get versus the schooling that black people get, and that explains the de facto segregation. Not the fact that
I don't think so. Like you're just assuming the funding is being
it's not an
misappropriated.
assumption. That's just like a
You are. No. I've pointed out how they get more resources, and you say that you assume that it is being misappropriated. You say that it must be being used wrong.
First of all,
that's your assumption. Well, I guess it is an assumption until you prove it.
No, it's not. So, first of all, right? I didn't say it's being misappropriated, right? I said in terms of spending on quality education, the white schools are doing better, right?
That is synonymous with that. Like you're saying that the funding for white schools is being used appropriately. what else would you call it in black
No, when
schools
you
if
say
they get the funding and you can see that they are getting the funding
when you say
and the funding is not being used correctly?
Look, when you say misappropriation, right, that tends to imply something criminal is going on, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the resources, right, in terms of, the resources that are going to schools that are predominantly white versus schools that are predominantly black, right, are providing better education, right? Even if the black schools get more funding, right, according to your claim, right? So, and that is just a fact. It's not an assumption that I'm making. You can go look it up, right? So, now, what is your reply to that? Because the point that I'm making, right, is that explains why there's de facto segregation and not the fact that black people just want to live in poverty.
I guess it just is determined based on you proving that the funding is not being used correctly.
Well, no, I mean, it's just a, fact that, there's better...
That's kind of my point with this whole thing, saying that it's biased. You think it must be
How
a
is it
fact.
biased? Well, no,
You think it must be a fact. You think it must be reality. Because you're trying to justify the...
It is
You're trying to
reality.
justify the disparity in any way you can besides reality.
Well, no, what I'm saying is not an explanation for a disparity in accomplishment, right? I just use that as an example. What I'm saying to you, right, is that the segregation isn't voluntary, right? We know that.
Well, my whole thing is, why is it getting worse? If we remove the laws of segregation, I'm sure you've heard this kind of topic before. We remove all these things. Why is it getting worse?
Can I just jump in here, please?
Why?
I want to pursue a line.
I mean, okay, good.
So, Thomas Schelling has the segregation model. He's an economist who said that, even the tiniest preferences for, being someone with your co-racial person leads to, huge outcomes of segregation. So it might not be the case that, black people and white people have a huge desire to self-segregate. They just have, the tiniest desire that on aggregate that leads to segregation. And that would be consistent with the model where segregation is quote-unquote getting worse. What do you think about that?
Definitely don't think it's minor. I think they see being black as central to their identity.
Well, it's true that, some people have that sort of identity thing going on. But, if you look at, I don't know, I would say, elite spaces, if you go to, the high-end Silicon Valley, it's a bunch, it tends to be a bunch of whites, East Asians, and Indians, Jews, and there's no self-segregation there. It's not like the whites hang out with the whites, the East Asians, they all intermix. So it's it doesn't seem like it's plausible that humans have this thing where they innately want to self-segregate.
No, that's not true. They do.
Well, then what's going on with Silicon Valley, and why are all the parties incredibly intermixed? And as time goes on, it doesn't get more segregated. What's going on there in your model?
Definitely, there's a slight difference with class, but even among class, there's segregation where they choose to live.
I'm just saying it's not. I think that there are things that it is true that there's slight preference people have to segregate, but then that can lead to it seeming bigger than it is. And then there are some spaces in which there's just no segregation, and this is a sort of a stable equilibrium.
No, I don't think so. I think Silicon Valley is kind of comparing. You walk through New York and it looks very diverse. There's very much well-known places for Indians, neighborhoods, suburbs even for Indians, and the inner city, certain sections being for black people, and that's just that's where they're comfortable to be. That's where they'd like to be.
What's the general point? Just that humans prefer to segregate, so we should allow them to do the things they want to do naturally? Is that
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
I believe in freedom of association. I think freedom of association is good. I just don't think that it's that strong that people given the choice. I don't think people will have that strong a preference to segregate. And when you go to Burning Man, there's a lot of racial diversity there, and no one's oh, this would be better if it was white Burning Man. That's just not a thought that occurs to anyone.
Might be illegal to make a white Burning Man.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want to.
Be interesting to see
it's not illegal
how popular that is.
Burning Man.
But I think these are kind of events. These aren't where people live. And I think certain events might be more segregated than others.
What about an all-white cross Burning Man?
Cross Burning Man.
Heritage. I mean, if you're just saying that, like, you know, people should be allowed to freedom of association, that's fine. If that's just what you're arguing, like, I'm happy to concede that, like, freedom of association is
I'm
good.
trying. Well, yeah. The whole point of what I was mentioning is like it's that's why woke people. Your complaint against them was they fall back on identity politics. Is there's really no other way to solve those issues. Like it's just like telling people like, hey, your issues aren't real, so just ignore it. So I don't think that's a practical solution.
Can you disambiguate what you just said?
Like when you're talking about like identity politics of woke people being like ethno-nationalism or something like that, or adjacent to it, which I don't think it is like ethno-nationalism. But if you're saying that it's a problem for them to care about identity politics, like a black person wanting what's best for other black people or whatever, and like having it being drawn in racial lines, I just think you're missing the point. Like I think eventually you'll have to
missing the point of what?
Care about that.
What they're saying or what?
Like what they've seen. They realize the reality at some level. They base it on a victim kind of thing, like these are people that need more help than others, but they still realize a real thing.
Yeah, Heritage, we understand that. Wait, but are you saying that
I don't
that racial groups perform better when they're segregated amongst themselves because people prefer to tribalize? Are you saying that people perform better?
Yes.
Like they okay. The point of desegregation is in fact one of the most radical what's the word? You know how like one of the accusations by the right, like the political right against the left is the idea that what's the word? They're lacking some kind of values, and they're not instilling into Americans that are immigrating here the uniform set of values, right? Hold on, listen. I'm politically conservative, but desegregation isn't. If you genuinely think what desegregation is about, it is actually the most potent forms of instilling a shared sense of culture. Right. Like in other words, when people say communists are just or like the left is destroying, like I don't agree with what the left is.
Right, David.
What the left is, right? But desegregation is about actually pushing forth a shared sense of culture, tradition, norms, and habits.
David.
So,
look, the topic of the room is abortion is murder, actually. So please stop going off topic. Thank you.
What the heck? Sasha, no, we haven't been talking about that for like hours.
Oh, is this a new person that came in? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well,
but yeah, what do you think about that? Like,
I just don't think it's. I don't think it's true. I think we have. There's many different kind of reasons for desegregation.
Heritage. No. Jared White thinks that.
What do you think is
places
not
where
true?
white?
I don't understand.
Wait, hold on. Wait. My point is, right? We should care that our culture, the people who live in our culture, even though we speak different tongues, we should actually care that we actually do share a common set of cultures and values. Isn't that true?
Judeo-Christian values.
And that's most commonly shared with your own people. That's just what most people, they intrinsically know.
I like that we're getting, white nationalism versus cultural racism.
Well,
Heritage.
I think
some places where people are allowed to desegregate. So like Jared Taylor thinks that there should be a white ethno state where whites can live amongst themselves, and that there should be places where if people want to mix it up, they can. Do you agree with that general principle? That like
Yeah, absolutely.
There should be some places that prefer white identity and some places where there should be fully.
You guys are talking to a white nationalist. I'm not sure why you haven't figured that out yet.
No, I mean, I went to your Twitter heritage and like
check it out.
Yeah, you had the meme of like Judeo-Christian, where like the nail is Judeo.
Yep.
What's
So
your
true.
general? Do you generally think that like Jews are oppressing the white race?
Well, you don't know what that means. Like the meme.
Wait, guys, before
Is Jesus there, the white people?
Can we talk about ideas, please, instead of people?
Can we talk about ideas?
Yes, I don't understand how you are.
Dude, every David contribution to any conversation is always a blast.
I don't understand how you are for segregation when segregation itself, if you push forth Judeo-Christian values, which I do too.
I don't.
Right.
That was the point he was making. That I oppose Judeo, part of the Christian value.
The political left actually wants people to have random, what's the word? Or they want people to. They don't really necessarily. It looks like they don't necessarily care about everyone having being on the same page, right?
Look, David's point to you is that instead of being sort of white nationalist, racist, what you should instead do is you should be this cultural conservative that excludes people on the basis of culture rather than excludes people on the basis.
Yes, I understand. And I would say I just skip the petty nitpicks. I have nitpicks. I'm gonna skip them and just say I just don't think it accurately reflects Christianity to be I think you have to we can be equal. We can both be Christians in different places. Being Christian doesn't mean that you are to be in the same land.
Christianity is very universalist. Christianity is very universalist. It's
meant for tribes, meant for different groups.
Yep.
Generally,
historically that wasn't the case.
Generally, Christians want to say there's no Greek, there's no Jew, there's no man, there's no woman, there's just Christianity. So it's odd that you think that we should have
That's really funny to say, because are you supportive of trans people then? There's no man or woman. Should we not segregate men and women in bathrooms?
Relax, buddy. Should we segregate? Okay, so
that's segregation.
It's an equivocation, is what it is.
So that's interesting, but putting that weird point aside, right? It's sort of funny because you hate the Jews, but when the Old Testament was written, right? It was sort of written and created, in the context of a tribal theocratic society, and it's only with Christianity that you then get this great missionary religion, which is going out and preaching salvation to everyone, right? And so, actually,
you mean the Greeks?
Just the whole world in general, right? And so, the thing is, historically, right, the religion that you want to side with, right, is less close to your exclusivist values than the religious group that you want to demonize, right? And so it's just, I think it's sort of emblematic of the fact that people with your sort of persuasion, political persuasion or whatever, don't actually know that much about history or social science or any of this stuff.
Oh sure, yeah. You have a lot of misunderstandings. I understand.
What was the misunderstanding?
That I don't know any of the history.
Heritage.
Well, I just gave you a reason for thinking. I just gave you a reason for thinking that you don't know the history.
I corrected it. The first real missionary is spreading it to the world. I mean, what was the Bible written in?
Heritage.
What does that have to do with my point?
Heritage. You can move.
Sam, could you stop having main character syndrome for 5 seconds? Anyway, so heritage. How are you addressing my point?
Well, we're talking about you're talking about the groups that spread Christianity first and foremost. That wasn't the Jews. The Jews didn't do that. The first people who wrote the Bible, who spread Christianity, were Greeks.
Yes, and that's not First of all, there were Jewish people in Greece, but second of all, that doesn't address my point. My point is not that the Jews spread Christianity. My point is that Christianity was the less exclusivist out of the two. If you compare the Judaism that created the Old Testament to a Christianity that became the great missionary religion, right?
Yeah,
That one,
Christianity
like the
is
latter,
the-
they'll just wait for a second. So the latter is less exclusivist, and the former is more exclusivist. Yet you think that like Jews are like barring you from having this like exclusivist.
I'm saying they're opposed.
Ethnic order, right?
Yeah, like Jews are defined by their rejection of Jesus.
I'm not sure what that is doing to interact with my point.
Well, the Jews that believed in Jesus stopped being Jews, and they became Christians, even changing their names.
That's not my point, though.
But the Jews that did not believe in Jesus and rejected him and had him killed continue to be Jews.
You're going on to unrelated stuff, right? The only point that I'm making, right, is that the Judaism of the Old Testament was actually more exclusivist, right? And Christianity was actually less exclusivist historically, right? So now the fact that you, as somebody who wants this like ethnically exclusivist order, right, demonize Judaism and the Jews and affirm Christianity is ironic in light of that, right?
It's just like what is the difference to you? I don't see it as much different at all.
See, what is much different? I don't get it.
Like between the New and Old Testament in terms of like what?
I don't. Do you plan on addressing
the Old Testament?
Like the only real difference is of like the covenants.
Yeah, right. And so the New Testament says that it applies to Gentiles. It's like way more inclusive.
That's what I'm saying. Is they can be Christian just in different
that's
ways.
my point to you.
That's Piper's point.
But you're replying to like when we don't disagree. My point is though they can be Christian in different nations.
My point is just that your hostility to the Jews, given your values, is actually misplaced, right? Or to Judaism,
what hostility
is actually misplaced. Well, you were saying that you want to take the Judeo out of the Christian values.
It just has nothing to do with it. They're opposites.
What is opposites? I don't get it.
You literally just
Judaism.
said that you didn't see a big difference between the Old and New Testament, and now you're saying that they're completely opposite?
They are, well, maybe a better word is opposed, but yeah, they are not related.
At all. You don't see any continuation
not positively.
in the Old Testament.
They're not positively related, no.
What does it mean for them to be positively related? Like, what is, as opposed to negatively related? What are you talking about?
Did they, like, was Jesus born and, like, all the Jews cheered and made him king?
What does that have to do with moral values? You're talking about cultural moral values, were you not?
Or did all the Jews try to kill him as a baby? Which one happened?
What does that have to do with cultural moral values?
Because we're talking about how Christianity came to be and who it was for. That it stopped being for the Israelites and it became for all people on the earth.
Right, that was my point, right? My point is that if you have this problem with, like, culture, like ethnic mixing, right? And that's one of the reasons why you want to keep the Jews out of the Christianity, right? The ironic thing, right, is that in comparison, the culture that created the Old Testament was more ethnically was more exclusivist, right, than Christianity is.
It's just not the case.
You literally just said that. You literally just said
and
that.
You also just agreed with it, yeah.
You agreed with it.
Like I was saying, you can be Christian in different lands. That's what the Catholic Church understood for well over 1,000 years.
How is that addressing what I'm saying, Dave?
Because, like, we're talking about who can become Christians, but we're trying to conflate that with opening your borders and allowing diversity in your communities.
Well, it does, in fact, like, equate to that.
Doesn't really say that.
Well, no. The reason it does is because if you go out to, like, the world and you say, oh, come have communion with us, come be part of our religious community, come be part of the,
I believe in being kind. I believe in being gentle and welcoming people as guests. As that's what the Bible describes, but it does not mean they just become your people.
Well, no. The point is if you go out and you preach salvation to everybody, you're telling everybody, here, become the same people as us. Join our religious community. Right? That's the point. So it does equate to that.
This doesn't mean, like, become part of our nation.
Wait,
differences.
So you're talking about the ancient world. There weren't any nations back then. So
there were nations.
No, there were not. The nation is a modern concept. Ask any
nation's just a group of people.
No, that's not what a nation is.
It's a group of people in a certain place. Yeah.
No, that's not what a
It
nation
means
is.
the etymology of nation
The
is
etymology
born. It's
doesn't-
just a place where people are born.
The etymology doesn't matter, right? Nationalism.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, no, it actually doesn't, right?
Because you don't think the origin of words matters?
No, I don't.
How
Actually.
things came to be?
I don't actually, because we're talking about.
Okay.
It's literally a fallacy.
There's like 5 problems with what you're saying, right? So the first problem is that
Maybe the term.
Why are you interrupting?
Maybe you're confusing like the term nation
stop,
didn't exist,
stop,
but the
stop.
idea of nation, like a group of people being born in a certain place, definitely existed.
Exercise your intelligence as a white man and sort of just calm down and like be stoic for a little bit. And let me
I think I have been doing that.
Well, no, right now you're spastically interrupting me, so maybe just.
I'm correcting you.
Well, no, it's not that you're correcting me. It's that you said something. I'm trying to respond, and now you're spastically interrupting. So just like maybe wait for fun. So this is the point, right? Yeah, thank you. So the point
Go
here.
ahead and get it
is
out.
that- well, are you now just gonna start like doing trolling? Is that your strategy now?
Just get it out.
Okay, I will do that if you stop interrupting, right? So just zip your lip for 5 seconds. So anyway, the first problem with what you said is that words, right? The meaning of words are not the target phenomenon, right? When we ask, okay, we have some target phenomena, the nation, right? Okay, we want to investigate like the origin of that, how it existed across time and space. Okay, that means that we have to look at a social phenomenon, right? Just looking at how the word nation came into existence and like, the different meanings that it took on over time isn't going to tell us necessarily about that social phenomenon, right? So that's why the etymology is relevant. The other thing is that if you ask basically any social scientist, they'll tell you that nationalism, right? People conceiving themselves as separate, distinct nations is like a modern phenomenon. It doesn't have anything to do with what was happening in the ancient world, right? Or even in feudal Europe, right? So, like once again, we're sort of getting into the territory of, this white nationalism stuff doesn't actually gel with anything with regard to social science. Putting that aside, right? Now the point that I'm making, right, is going back to the original point, which is this like message of like going out and preaching salvation that actually does mean opening up your religious community to other people and thus opening up your culture to other people. So you're not going to be able to harmonize Christianity with your exclusivist message.
Except that's just how it was for over 1,000 years.
Do you have something to say to actually address what I said, or are you just going to do vague slogans?
That's not a slogan. I don't know what a slogan is either. But
Well, no. What you just said is just like that's how it was for thousands of years. Okay, that's how.
No.
How you addressing what I said?
all right, the countries that have been Christian and believed other people should become Christian did not just open up their border. That is actually a very recent phenomenon.
I don't know why you're talking about countries and borders. If you're trying to address the point I was thinking about Christianity, the point that I was thinking about.
Where do Christians live in? Like, they live out in space? We live in like some kind of place where we're completely detached from where we're from?
Do you have like an ability to like follow the conversation and not just start spastically talking?
I don't see where your disconnection is.
Well, the disconnection is that I gave you 3 points, right? One is about why the etymology is relevant to the modernity of nationhood, right? Then was the second point was the modernity of nationhood, and then the third point was about how Christianity, in its sort of preaching the message of salvation to everyone, right, is not consistent with your exclusivism, right? Instead of addressing any of that, you start just like freewheeling and talking about it was like that for thousands of years. Do we live in space? Like
I'm talking about Christians, like spreading Christianity.
What about Christians?
I don't want to. I like to be like more focused on progression in a conversation. I don't want to like keep digging on your like vocabulary. But if you want to like, if you really want to like answer for it, is like if you really think that people didn't have terms or an understanding of a group of people from a certain place, like born there, then I don't know what to tell you. That's just retarded.
Okay, so could you tell me what point that's addressing that I said?
About nation, like a nation, the etymology of it. That I was saying, like, it might not be the same term, but I mean, even nation has a, like it's I think it's natio or whatever it is, where that's where the origin of the word comes from. They had a term to describe it before, like in Latin.
Yeah,
so that existed before nation. And so the understanding of what that meant, and like, oh, these are a shared people, like who like how would they determine, even in the Old Testament, who was the Jews and who was the Egyptians, if they didn't understand these kind of things?
Based on the covenant with God.
No, they could tell by the look. They could tell by
Skinny
appearance.
rabbi.
They could tell by appearance who was Jewish and who was Egyptian.
Okay, yeah. So, what about you might be able to tell by appearance who lived in the ancient world is like things like culture and dress and that, right? But the thing is that the Jewish people didn't define themselves as a nation in like the modern term of like, or the modern concept of like, there's the Jewish nation, and it could have a nation state.
Well, actually, I don't know what you think Israel is then.
Well, no. Yeah, no. But like the modern nation state Israel is not the same as Israel in the Bible.
Well, no, if you know what the point of that part of the Bible was, trying to escape Egypt to go where exactly?
Yeah, so they have this connection to the land, right? But the connection to the land is part of a covenant with God, right? It's not a secular nationalist covenant. Right? So
no other group had their own place.
And now you're just sort of freewheeling and saying random things again. But anyway, I don't know. Is your brain melting or something?
What were Egyptians then? Like that wasn't a group of people sharing a shared place.
What I'm telling you is that people living in a place is not what a nation is.
Look it up. It's literally.
Well, no, you can go read any of the social scientific literature.
It's a group of people based on descent.
Based on descent? How does that differ from ethnicities?
What do you think an ethnicity is? How do you think you propagate an ethnicity?
Do you think ethnicity and nation are synonymous?
Similar.
Are they synonymous?
You can only have a nation with shared, at least similar ethnicities.
Can you have multiple ethnicities in the same nation?
And then it becomes racial. And so, yes, you can have a racial nation. So, and I did. It said yes. So it would be a racial nation.
Okay. So now you're introducing other stuff. But so if you can have multiple different ethnicities in the same nation, an ethnicity and nation aren't the same thing. Now you just define nation as.
It's like saying that. It's like saying that you don't think that ethnicity is like similar to race. Like you don't understand what race is. Race is just a group of ethnicities.
Yeah, race is a group of it. Okay, well that's going to be problematic. But
what else do you think it means?
Putting that confusion aside, right? The point that I'm now trying to make to you, right, is that you just defined, right, nation synonymously with ethnicity. But you also just
You did. I said it's similar.
No, you literally.
It's definitely related.
Earlier in the conversation,
you
define them as synonymous, right? So when I ask you directly if they're synonymous, you say no. So you're being consistent.
I said they're definitely they're definitely similar. There's a similarity between them.
Can you give your definition again? Can you give your definition again?
Of which one?
Nation.
Of nation.
Of nation is just a group of people with a shared heritage, descent, in a certain place. You can, and the difference would be like ethnicity is they're a group of people shared by the same descent and heritage, but maybe they're not in the same place. It's just their shared descent, and they can be from anywhere.
Okay. All right. So does it disturb you that no social scientist would agree with that?
No, that's just not true. It's just like that's how we define terms. Do you think like the dictionary is wrong?
That is not
No. There's
how we define those terms.
There's ways that people use the term nation in the way you're using it, but they'll still call a group a nation even if they're like diasporate or spread.
Right, exactly.
Maybe. I don't think it's I don't think it would directly apply. It's not quite the same thing.
Look here, I'll just give you some advice, right? If you're gonna be a white nationalist, what you should do is you should know what a nation is, right? You should know what a nation is.
I've been giving you an education this whole time. I've been teaching you.
I'm sure everybody believes that. But so one, you should know what a nation is, right? Then two, when you figure out what a nation is,
tell the class what is a nation then. What am I getting wrong here?
Well, yeah, the way I conceive of a nation, right, the way that social scientists conceive of a nation, is that it's a group of people who imagine themselves to be part of this sort of exclusively defined political subject, right? And And so it's a community of people who define themselves as like, you know, a sort of homogenous agent, right, in the sort of political space of the world, right, who can do political things, be citizens of a state, right, you know, erect states, et cetera, right? That's what I think.
Homogenous in what way?
Homogenous in the sense that there's the concept of like, okay, this is the in-group, this is the people who are authentically defined as a nation, and then that's the out-group, these are the people who are not part of the nation.
Is a multiracial society homogenous?
So it's homogenous in a certain way, right? So let's take the United States, right? The United States, right, defines certain people as citizens of the United States, right? Now, a bunch of different
Which is
racial
a recent
groups.
concept.
I'm not.
Did you just say that's a racial concept?
Recent. It's a recent
Oh,
concept. right?
recent.
Can you just try? I'm trying to answer your question, and then you're like
Okay.
sarcastically interrupting me. So just,
I'll go back to address that.
once again, well, okay, great. Just exercise your white self-control for a second. So, okay. So, now, in the United States, right, you have different racial groups, right, who have members that are citizens of the United States, right? So, there's extra racial criteria that allows different members of different racial groups all to be citizens of the United States, right? Now, that's going to be contrasted with those who are not citizens of the United States, even if they're part of the same racial groups that have members that are citizens of the United States, right? This is all like very basic. I mean, what I just explained to you is not even just social science, you know, basic social science. It's also just like basic sort of.
Well, it sounded like that we were using homogenous.
Homogenous,
to say
meaning
that
like they just think similarly.
No.
What else?
it sounded like it just meant like you're representing yourself as a unified whole to the world.
So you're representing
the same
yourself as a
thing.
unified. You're representing yourself as a unified political subject. But so that's.
Homogenous means similar kind or nature. Like that is
Okay.
related to ethnicity.
All right, so let's drop the word
Wait, what?
homogenous because you're having
Race.
difficult. Let's drop the word homogenous because you're having.
Well, no, look, I mean, yeah, we should drop the
literal
word, but
definition.
just-
Like, are we not going to
we
be
should-
using the
hold on,
terms
hold
with
on,
the proper
man.
definitions?
Hold on. Look, we shouldn't focus on the word homogenous because it's a word, but like you can have homogeneity across many different metrics, right? That aren't racial, right? Like you could say, we could say, everybody has brown eyes, so like that eye color, on the basis of eye color, they're homogenous because they all have brown eyes.
Yes, I think that's a great example.
You can do it with, but you can do it with anything though.
But here's
You can do that with anything.
here's the problem. I think absolutely is a great example being eyes, and it would be if you're in a room of 100 people with brown eyes, it's a homogenously brown-eyed room. Similar nature,
Right, but they could be
sharing that kind of
totally
quality.
they
But
could be
not,
totally
it's not
different
to say that
ethnically.
they're all of
though.
a similar, like even if they are from, like, it's not to say that they're of a similar nationality. Like, and that's the same kind
yeah,
of thing with
I know.
the values.
That's the
Even
point.
if they have,
But
like,
you
a
can do this
kind
with
of similar
you
culture,
can do.
it's not exactly the
Oh my
same.
god. The point is just that the term homogeneous can be applied to like things like, I don't know, a gas homogenously distributed throughout a box. It's like it's just saying like
It's the same. It's the same.
it doesn't.
sentence.
Look,
You wouldn't
I know,
say,
but
like-
the point is that you can do it for any metric, though. That's the
But
point.
you
You
wouldn't
could say like,
and
oh,
you would not say
my God.
it for
Look, you could say, like, the
gas
number of
canisters
fingers-
releasing different kinds of gas
Look,
in the same room. You wouldn't say it's
look,
homogenous.
the number of oh my god, dude, listen, look, the number of like fingers that people have is like roughly speaking homogenous. Like most people have 10 fingers. It's like it's actually pretty rare for people to have more or less than 10, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so that's like a metric on which like many population groups are homogenous, even if they're like not ethnically homogenous.
I think there's a much bigger difference there. I don't think it's just like we're sharing a lot of values and culture with like how many fingers we have.
This is just a point about you focusing on the word homogenous, right? Like homogenous just means that there's some
I'm just
property
asking
that's
how it
sort of like
relates.
evenly distributed and such that it's like, or that it's like predominant or whatever.
I'm criticizing how
right?
it's
So
applied.
I don't,
It doesn't automatically mean like they share the same values.
yeah, but Piper's just talking about people. So you have like a collection of people, right? And they all have sort of like social agreement to represent themselves to the rest of the world, like under the same banner, so to speak, right?
Like in
Doesn't matter what it's based on.
someone of
Doesn't matter what it's
could be
based on.
anybody,
And when
I
you
guess.
overtalk the other people, none of us could hear either of you, and you've been doing it the entire time.
I've been interrupted multiple times. You
So
know,
I'm frustrated because I would like to hear what the other people are saying, and you keep overtalking them. So it's frustrating.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's like interruptions are fine. Like you guys are having a discussion. Sorry, they're not fine. I'm not encouraging them, but it's fine. It's just like, just make sure you understand what you're responding to if you're gonna interrupt someone. Like make sure that what you're interrupting, the reason for your interruption, is to directly respond to the point they've made, and like you understand it. Then I think it's fine. I think James' point is out. I don't know what the fuck you guys are really even talking about.
The point is that homogenous doesn't connote or denote ethnicity specifically. It doesn't pick that up. The term homogenous can be applied to various different properties, some of which like don't even have anything to do with human beings at all. It's just like, so anyway. That's the only reason I'm doing this is because you like jumped down Piper's throat over the word. Okay.
Because
maybe you want to drop that whole point about
he's just struggling. He's struggling not to say like they're a shared people, like a similar kind of people, racially and ethnicity wise. And
they
I
don't
would
need
say,
to
like,
be.
The America
The whole point is it's not required.
Hey, whoa, don't interrupt. I would go back and say, like, just to.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
American immigration policy. Whoa, relax, dude. The American immigration policy being like for everybody is just not true. That started in 1952.
No, it didn't. But
That's non sequitur.
It's just true.
I mean, it's not even true.
For 200
okay.
years.
So
For
you don't think
white immigrants and white citizens.
Okay. It's not. That's actually like not true.
It's true. It's the Naturalization Act of 1790, which ended in 1952. Look it up.
Heritage. You can move to Vermont and live with mostly white people. You can move to Poland and live with mostly white people. Like, it seems like you can have your preferences fulfilled. You don't have to change much politically to just live around white people if that's your preference.
I don't agree. I think being even just like white person in a white group means that you are tied to their success and failures. And if we're like talking about a nation and who's going to be part of that nation, it's similar because it's you're saying that they're a shared people. And so my success and failure is then extended to encompass everybody that's here. And if we understand like where we came from, like where all of this started in like the 1960s, like 1965 immigration policy, which was like 90% white people deciding to open their borders and invite guests. And we view it that way, that these people are guests. We look at it.
So here's just like one
described.
So here's just like one example of an error in like the history that you're talking about. So the Naturalization Act of 1906 provided the conditions under which immigrants to the U.S. could become naturalized citizens, and under this act, only white persons and persons of African descent or African nativity were eligible.
Former slaves. That happened in 80 actually.
The one that I just read was under this 1906 act. I don't know if that's being carried over from previous acts, but you said it was only white people up until 1962.
I said yes. The citizenship extended to former slaves, but immigration ended in 1952. You can see a case by the Supreme Court in 1923 of a Aryan Indian man saying that he should be considered a United States citizen because he's white, but the Supreme Court denied his citizenship status because he wasn't white.
No, but this act that I just read to you is about immigration. It's the Naturalization Act.
Citizenship. It was extended to
immigrants could become naturalized citizens.
Not really. It's talking about like
that's what it's about.
Some Chinese immigrants, but like it's the people that were already here. It's not about like inviting other people to come here.
What was he debating with Piper?
You said the Naturalization Act.
But this is not. But sorry, like what?
They're just fighting about white nationalism. They're just fighting about him being a white nationalist.
But is there like I don't know? They're trying to like some ethical slant or like what were you debating?
Well, so what actually happened, and if we could prevent a David contribution for like the next minute or so while I explain this, is what actually happened is Sam and a few other people were talking about wokeness or whatever. Then this guy comes in and goes, "Well, you're imputing the woke, as Sam says. You're imputing them for engaging in identity politics." But actually, we all engage in identity politics because we all want what's best for our group. And we can see this in the fact that segregation has been increasing since the 80s or whatever, right, on a voluntary basis in the United States. And actually, we just all want to basically naturally segregate into our own groups. And so then we figured out he was a white nationalist. Then I started arguing with him about what a nation is. Well, before I was arguing with him about his, claim about voluntary segregation in the United States. And then and then Sam wanted to pursue something with him. I stopped paying attention. Then this guy was talking about like Judaism, Christianity. So I started debating him about that, and then I was debating him about what a nation is and the modernity of nations, and then so I came in and got him on some semantic point or something, and then.
All right.
What we're trying to do is draw out that show to Heritage that his position.
Oh yeah, the other part was David. David was trying to sell Heritage on the idea that instead of being a white nationalist and excluding people on race, he should be a conservative and exclude people on the basis of.
No. Hey, Piper, don't. You're misrepresenting me because you said. Okay, hold on. What we're trying to do is show Heritage, right? If I understand your position correctly, that segregation is valuable and important because you say that flourish more within their own kind, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So within their own kind, they have the same shared set of values and cultures, right? Right.
Oftentimes more than foreign people.
Yes. Okay. Great. We're on the same page. Now.
This is the guy that Sasha got abused that time, isn't it?
Wait, which one, David or Harold?
No, Harold, because he was making this point about flourishing, and then Sasha was like, okay, but does the empirics bear that out? Like, does it show that when cultures become more diverse,
yes, they do.
Don't flourish economically, and then
yes.
you go absolutely yeah, that's obviously not true. What the most?
I think economically. You might use the argument of GDP rising doesn't mean the economy gets better.
He generally has issues with social scientifically supporting his claims. I mean, you saw what just happened where he doesn't even know what a nation is.
No,
I corrected you about what a nation is actually.
This conversation is never going to work.
Well, no, yeah. What I'm saying is that
the debate is never going to work. We're talking over each other.
I understand.
So we should probably do one at a time debates. Probably do one at a time debates, guys.
No one cares about it.
Yeah, no one cares. Anyway,
like an uninteresting person.
But the other thing is, Timothy, all I was saying was I'm not surprised that he couldn't support his social scientific claims with Sasha because that's the general trend.
I know this almost seems impossible at this point, but he performed worse against Sasha than Tom Rabbit did. I mean, that's how bad it was.
Amazing.
I don't even remember this interaction.
You remember the guy? He was I don't know. If you don't recall based on his voice or something, it's he was arguing that he was giving this arbitrary definition of diversity and kind of progress or social progress or economic development or something, advancement, and then he was just asking him questions about
oh wait, is this the electricity guy, the one who said that something like electricity was invented at the least diverse time or something like that?
That's true.
Yeah, there was someone like that.
Not just anyone.
Yeah, it was Heritage Harold.
I think I was going to address the point about the economy. It's I think you'd even make the same argument that GDP rise doesn't mean economy do good. Pretty lame duck.
I think we should talk
understanding.
About
Whoa. Calm down.
Wait, why did you post this paper about fertility? What point was it?
Because this is talking. It's not just talking about fertility. It's talking about housing costs. That immigration.
No, it is actually talking
which
about
is
fertility.
primarily
It's about fertility.
Yes, and I'm explaining how it relates to fertility. If you'd allow me, can I?
Well, I mean, I think you're already sort of messing.
I've read the paper. Have you? Have you read it?
Well, I think the problem is you haven't actually read it.
I have read it. It talks about how housing prices are affecting fertility.
Well, what it does say, I went to the conclusion, and the conclusion says is that basically this idea that a allowing in a bunch of immigrants will like allow you to rebuild the population demographically like isn't necessarily true, and that one can favor immigration or disfavor immigration for many reasons, but favoring immigration for this reason probably shouldn't be done because it's erroneous. That's the conclusion. So how is this supporting like your overall point about we shouldn't be like mixing people ethnically?
If you combine that with the other study I posted, and it's related in the article below, about how diversity is to reduce rates of trust, social cohesion, it reduces activity in communities, it even reduces voter turnouts. As we see, the more diverse the community becomes. If we see these kind of things and we relate them to, like, is housing prices is our economy doing better? Is it our living standards? Are they better now than they were before? Like, when somebody owned a home for the first time? What age were they in 1950 versus today? Stuff like that. When we compare it on those metrics, we're looking at a much weaker economy for everyday people.
A weaker economy as opposed to what?
As opposed to
Because you realize that all contemporary economies are like reliant on immigrant labor, right? Especially in the West.
I think it's not true.
What's the idea?
Well, no, it is true.
It's not true, and maybe in some ways, like where you think like of things we need. It's things that you think we need, but we don't.
Especially, I'm just talking about.
I know exactly what your argument is. I'm just addressing like it's not like we don't need low skilled labor.
What ethnic state are you comparing it to? Like as evidence of immigrants not having the opportunity to become naturalized citizen is like beneficial for the economy. What example can you point to demonstrate that?
By like the fact if diversity is affecting how people have children, it affects their housing prices, it affects their social cohesion in the way how I just described all those things before, then we can infer that the opposite increases social cohesion, trust, makes housing prices better.
Listen. What are you comparing it to? Presumably there are less diverse nations that you
different time periods, even different countries.
So what's the ideal time period?
Like if we're just for this conversation, 1950.
So in 1950, you think America had a better economy than it does today?
For everyday people, yes.
And how
you think it would have been better if we excluded all those like Italians and Irish people that were coming over?
Thank you. Thank God.
The taxes on the wealthy in the 1950s were like 90% top marginal rate and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Plus it was World War II, and we basically rebuilt the world and built the middle class, and I don't know what the hell any of this has to do with.
Well, can I just say something? Can I just say something quickly?
Timothy.
Fuck Piper. Okay, go Piper.
Well, no, I was unironically saying you want to do something. Go ahead, pursue it.
Oh, me?
No, minute.
No.
Well, all I want to say is that like in the 1800s, like these types of arguments were made about like Italian and Irish immigration, right? Specifically, like in like the 1850s. No, they weren't. Specifically in like the 1850s. One second.
No, but he just said.
I just want to finish.
Those arguments were correct, but this was yours. Like the golden period you're citing is when that immigration was happening, right?
It's not exactly. I'd say some partly correct.
No, but just look up the history of the Know Nothing Party, right, in America, right?
I think
it's literally an anti-Catholic immigration party, right? And Catholic immigration, especially Irish and Italian immigration, led to a huge boom in the economies where these people were being housed.
I think that's a good thing.
I think we should just be like kind of a bit more precise about what we're discussing. So when you say that, maybe you've already kind of revealed it during the discussion, and I missed that part. But like, what's the precise criteria for what you consider to be, economic development to a standard that you think is superior to?
Where it benefits the people.
Tim to the stage, backwards, Reverend David, welcome back. And I know Matt would like to defend the color of his skin at some point, so we'll like to move into that whenever we get a chance.
But yeah, just just to be clear, just so they know what they're arguing for. What's your name? Heritage. Like what do you think constitutes this kind of ideal economic standard in the 50s?
I don't think it's actually bad to have a strong GDP. And your first question was like your first question was what constitutes a good economy for for a country, and I would say like an economy that benefits the people. And its national security, even a strong military, strong government, is just fine. But that's not what we see today. We don't really see a government or military or national security that really represents the values of the people, or at least not in their best interests.
Therefore, white nationalism. I understand.
Yes.
Confused. Okay, but all right, I understand that. But like, is there a way of like quantifying that? Is the question I'm asking. Like, I get it. So you're saying like, hey, if I jumped in a time machine. I went back to 1950, the government would serve me better. Okay, all right, fine. And then because of that, you're like lamenting this bygone era. But I'm asking, okay, what could you show to demonstrate that like this economy is kind of like, I hate to say it, but like objectively worse by that standard?
Absolutely, it's easy to do. Do you think the American dream is still alive today?
I mean, I literally said quantify. I didn't say like.
Well, it's directly related to the time period.
Timothy,
that's all. Dream achievable? Is the American dream achievable today?
That's all he's gonna do. No matter how like the more you ask him to get specific, and I know this because I went over this. The more you ask him to get specific, he's just gonna.
You just don't want to play along.
No, I'm not. I promise you. I'm not. This isn't like an attempt to like trap you.
Well, this answer.
I'm saying I want it less poetic. Like I'm just saying. Numbers wise, we're
true.
Numbers now.
Okay, well, I can get to that, but do you think? I'm trying to meet you where you're at. Do you think it's achievable to have the American dream?
I know nothing about American politics or economics.
Okay, you're not from America.
No, I'm English. I'm just saying.
My God.
Okay. You wouldn't say I'm English. You wouldn't say I'm English, but
I don't think anybody here would say that the American dream is still alive.
Yeah, but that's not
and
what
that's
I'm
because
saying.
of brown people?
Yes, apparently.
If we're talking about the economy today and like what's achievable compared to the 1950s, and the American dream is dead.
The only thing that's changed is that now we have brown people. That's what you.
Yes.
It is a big part of it.
Oh my God.
It's a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to accept the idea that like the American dream is dwindled, right? It's very difficult, right? But you're making like a univariate conclusion to it that the reason that is because there's brown people, not because of all sorts of other particular factors. I mean, it's like
not because
silly
of like austerity.
Well, the real thing. We're talking about two different countries, kind of. We really are. We're talking about two different places. One where it was 90% white, and now we're talking about a place that's 55% white.
And the only thing that changed was the whiteness. Did you not?
You don't think the whiteness had? What do you think the whiteness like reduction like had?
Did you not hear Sully talk about the tax changes? Do you think that had not any contribution to the welfare of the people as a whole?
I think that's fine, but I don't think that we would like lead to a better society if we implement that today.
I think we absolutely would.
No, but we just need to look, guys, for real. It's fine if we're just going to completely abandon this. Do you know what he means when he says better other than white? Because he wants to, presumably...
No!
What he finds, yeah, so if you, like, I genuinely am amenable to this idea that, like, diversity correlates with, like, economic downturn. I don't know enough to take a position on that. Presumably you have that you are of that opinion. So can you, like, convince the people in this room? Like, can you persuade us? Because maybe most people will agree, actually, if you demonstrate this, the more diverse the society gets, the worse, material conditions get for you. Maybe some people will start, taking notice. Like, okay, yeah, maybe it's the case that we should reduce.
Okay,
so
I'll do it in a way like by England, like London, for example. London certainly is wealthier now than ever before, right? And you're from England.
What are you talking about? Wealthier than when they owned half the world?
You can allow me to make my point. You can allow me to make my point. It is wealthier now, right?
Yeah, please, guys. You did probably don't ask a question when you are making your point. Just like You know, you probably it's
Well,
more
I don't want.
anyways.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't want anybody to go like, oh well, London is actually not doing better now.
Wait, just forget about that.
I don't want anyone to deny my
Don't ask a question unless it's the answer I want.
No one unmute your mic for a moment, please. The point is, that's the question. Economically, by what standard? That's what we're asking. So it's probably best not to use any kind of analogies and just explain the
No, it's not an analogy.
No,
I'm saying, it's very direct.
No, but I'm saying to you is get straight to the criteria if you wouldn't mind. So what exactly means is economically worse off than the 1950s? Like precisely.
For white people. Like, let's go based off property ownership. White people own the minority of property in London. That's just a fact. And that's the case because white British people are a minority in London.
But yet King Charles owns most of the land all over the world.
Okay. So that's
right.
More land than anywhere in the world.
Okay.
One guy.
White people are the minority in
Good for him.
London. White people are the minority in London. They're definitely not the minority.
36%.
Of property owners.
They are. No, Indian people own more property than white people in London.
I don't know about land ownership.
It's true. Look it up.
Well, I'll look into that. But so really, what your point is, just to be clear, is
like wealth for who?
Wait, I just want to be so I understand what you mean when you talk about.
Well, like wealth for who?
You mean white American? I'm not sure if this is true, but just you mean white Americans in the 1950s were wealthier than white Americans in the 2025. That's your point. That's what you mean.
Oh, 2025.
The three richest guys in America are white dudes, right? And they're worth as much as the bottom 50% of the country combined.
Yeah,
so I don't know what the seems like the wealth concentration is going to the white dudes, and also like look, he can't care about the meme, right? Because like he doesn't care if he has more money in his pocket. He just cares that white people in general have more money in their pocket. That's what he values. That the money is in the hands of the whites. That's what he cares about. Not that it's in his.
So true.
I'm not sure if that's true though. Like because
he just said it's true.
I just said it's true. I believe that.
That would impact the meme too, though. Like the fact that there's like this great wealth disparity. Even if it's true amongst white people, it still mean that like white people
there's a problem with the ultra rich. Like I
so what are you complaining about? You got Elon,
I agree with
Zuckerberg, Musk.
White people.
You got Musk and sorry.
Yeah, I don't like
Musk. Like white people are collectively wealthier today than they were in the 50s.
Yeah, like by what metric? By what?
By like dollar amount.
The dollar value. Have you considered that?
Can I ask a question? Yes. Where were you trying to go with that?
That they are economically weaker off for immigration.
Heritage, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to fucking.
Oh, okay. Saying either we're not talking to him or we're talking to him. If we're talking to him, I just want to understand what he's saying. So
can you put me in the queue, Empty, please?
Yeah, I mean, took away. I don't have any.
I think a decent metric to look at is purchase power and parity.
Because I can't yell over all these men, and they're just like, I start talking and they just start. So, is there some order here? I wanted to ask the.
There's not going to be like. I'm probably not going to like question. Like a one-on-one.
We're gonna do round robin.
Fire away.
What? No, I wanted to ask her. Do you think it was a mistake for America to forcefully bring black African slaves to this country, thereby kind of fucking up their Shangri-La of a white island here?
Yes.
Do you think that was a mistake? They shouldn't have done that. They
totally shouldn't have done it. Look at the mess we're in now.
Yeah, white people are pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just asking if y'all know that you're
that was good for nobody.
You're recognizing the white folks are the cause
like that
of the shit that you're complaining about. Now the natives, they were all already here and you did the best you did the best you could to rid most of them. But Africa and places like South America, already full of brown people, and white folks can't seem to stay out of there. As much as it's a shithole, as it's referred to, they just can't seem to stay out. And everywhere they go, they plant a flag where brown people are, and they're trying to turn it white, but it wasn't already white. It wasn't already white. just cracking up because I'm trying to for you to understand your logic.
So true.
Europe was all yours, and y'all would have been just chilled if you just minded your fucking business and like just didn't. I mean,
So
sure,
diversity is a
trade
great
for
thing.
people,
So
trade for
diversity is
people, but the way the imperialist colonization came back to bite you in the ass now,
Okay.
after hundreds of years, is kind of like crying over.
Well, let me get this right.
No.
Let me get this right. Diversity is our strength, and it's great, and it's benefiting us, but it's also our punishment.
Didn't address. Did you hear any part of what I said? I'm just curious.
That's why you're trying to split.
She's talking from your point of view. You view it as a punishment.
No, you just said it's biting us in the ass.
From your point of view.
Guys, if you're
Yeah,
gonna,
I get. That's what you're sounding like. It's like you're displeased.
if you guys
Well,
want to
here's the
stop
thing.
this, if you guys
These
want
are
to
the-
if you guys
Go
want to
ahead.
debate this,
Let him talk. No, he doesn't. When he wants to weasel, don't let him weasel out of it, Piper. Let him answer me.
All right.
okay,
So this is what I was referring to. I think maybe before you were even in here, but
I've been
like,
here
there
now.
are going to be different interests for different people, and they're going to be opposed to each other. So you don't like that nature of white people. They do. Like, I do have the value of like us versus others. Like, I do think it is finite resources. It's who's going to be like who's using the resources better than other people. Like, and I believe
Not
in what's
the
best for my
question.
own group.
I'm talking about
And
the
so, like,
results.
if you don't like that, yeah, I think it's best to remove yourself from white people.
That has
Just
nothing
what's
to do
gonna happen.
with.
I think this. Yeah. Is he low IQ? I don't know him. So.
What's this one? Like, you wanted me to address like
I
a
thought
history
they had the highest
specifically.
IQs.
That's
You
just
know
white
what?
people's
You know
nature.
what? I'm
What
a
you were
member
just
of the
talking
race.
about.
Well,
This
I'm
is
a
white
member of the
people's
race
nature.
with the lowest IQ here, Heritage. I just want to let you know that. And nobody understood.
Well, what do you want me to address then? Like just history and say like, oh,
You didn't
so
even
bad.
understand.
I was gonna tell you earlier that if you want to debate him, you're gonna have to talk to like a toddler because he can't follow points for like shit.
Is that why I've been educating you this whole time?
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
That's why you don't know these terms.
All right, buddy. Okay. I'm sure
Yeah.
everybody agrees with that.
Okay. That's crazy.
Heritage. What is your general political vision? What do you want? Like,
White identity.
Okay, what's a white ethno state? What are you
I
talking
want a
about?
nation.
Okay, do you want there to be only ethno states, or do you want there to be some ethno states and some non-ethno states?
Have you not heard enough of what he said to like gauge with the level of criticism? Like, why are you asking?
Other places handle their business. I do care about where I live and where I'm
My
from.
question for you, another question for you, is it kind of makes sense in your worldview that you'd want England to be a like white ethno state because it's like thousands of years of white heritage or whatever. That America is only 300 years old. It was started by Native Americans, and it's been diverse. It's been diverse.
Native Americans.
For the entire time it's been diverse.
Turtle Island? Do we still live in Turtle Island?
Yeah, by the way, if they hadn't brought the Africans here, though, who would have done all the work, Heritage?
They did.
Like, there wasn't,
Okay. Let's
there
not,
wasn't
like,
enough. No,
let's
you
not
said it was a
revise
mistake
history.
to do
Okay.
it. It was a mistake to do it. You wanted to. How were they going to get enough white people to come in here and do all their free labor?
Well, they did, didn't they? Which
To do
workers
for
did
free?
better? Which
They did. I
which
said you're
crops
missing.
sold better? Which were considered the cash crops? Do you know?
Excuse me. I said for free. Where were they going to get these white?
Why
people?
did the indentured servants work better than the free servants?
Do you know what? That's apparently your thinking was not the popular opinion at that time because
it was the true one.
That didn't work. Didn't last. So they
You
turned to something better.
already admitted that it was a mistake to bring them over.
Right.
So I don't know why you're trying to justify it.
I'm not trying to justify it. I'm trying to oppose the idea that the country was built by, let me check my notes, Native Americans.
No, that's not what I said. It's a straw man.
What are you talking about?
This
I think
continent has had natives and white.
He is a
black.
Well, you said America was started.
Okay, that was not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is this continent has
Yeah.
had people of different populations for a long time, as opposed to England, which has had a continuous like white people for thousands of years. I'm saying this country is not a plausible candidate for where we should have a white ethno state, given that it's had Native Americans for thousands
This
of years.
is definitely
white
a line
people.
of attack.
I don't agree.
I just still just I'm gonna find out who's gonna do all that free work.
Look,
Cutting down all
I
the
would just say this, like, Heritage, like, my people lived here, and then you came and took our land.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really nice about it, honestly.
Yeah, he's trolling.
I'm assuming that's like a troll answering.
No, this is actually genuinely truthful. I don't think it never belonged to Native Americans. Then it's like, which Native Americans? The first Native Americans who were slaughtered and enslaved by the previous ones, or the ones that, like, recently who were slaughtered and enslaved all the ones before?
But the ones who were
Yeah,
here,
that was Native American civilization. Just
the ones who came here when there was nothing but rocks and coyotes.
They came out of the ground.
There was nobody here.
From like Europe, like who aren't part of Europe because you guys fought over in Europe all the time? Like,
Exactly. Place is full of fucking.
Pretty sure I can't point to any city built by Native Americans. I don't see that.
Well,
there were in fact urban settlements.
They had
a casino, maybe.
But
so now we're just doing
I don't
naked
think that
racism.
America was built
You ever heard of Machu
Native
Picchu?
Americans.
I've been there.
Yeah. I think somebody's got to start a new room, like a real one. Because this guy is either just, and I'm supposed to be in the low IQ group. This is funny to me.
And it's just like, I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, do you think that people should stay where they're at, or they should go where they came from, or?
They should go where their people are, and they should have their own interests.
Okay, well, in America, there's lots of different people, so what are those people supposed to do?
Yeah, for America, if I was to be practical, like realistic, I think it's the best thing to focus on keeping a white majority, because we do find ourselves in a pretty complicated situation, and I think that's the most realistic outcome. But I will say, if white people do not remain as a majority, white people become a minority, we will see a fundamentally different America.
Why don't you think your women want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? What?
Weird.
Take your best guess.
Weird.
He says weird.
Oh my god.
I don't think you'd like.
You're like a sad human being, and like I feel really bad for you. Like.
I'm sorry, did he give an answer?
Your sympathies are misplaced.
Did you give an answer? I have no sympathies for it. I just want to know, why do you think
I'm not talking to you.
They don't want to. They don't want. Oh, okay. Well, but why don't you think they want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? Why?
They do.
Why is the population dropping like a hot rock? Then why are they not doing it?
Immigration, diversity.
Oh my god.
No. The birth rate is not being replaced. What? The birth rate is not being replaced. But I'm saying you're not replacing
a majority white population is being replaced with a majority brown population.
People existing in the United States keeping white women from having children?
Yeah, you might have to say that slower.
Because it hurts the economy. I've already expressed that. I shared the study it's literally in the comments here. There's a study going over this, that more immigration causes higher housing prices and it affects fertility rates.
Oh no, that's not. No, all that study said was that getting like more immigrants isn't going to do like demographic like miracles. That's all the study said. It didn't say anything about diversity.
It directly says increased housing prices, and it does reduce native birth rates.
Just like,
how does it reduce native birth rates?
Just forget about
because housing prices.
I just want to be clear that
a worse economy means
Can
worse birth rates.
Can we get like here's my complaint with how this is now going. Can we get like one person? Doesn't have to be me. Could be you, Albedo. Can we get one person to pursue one line with him instead of now I want to take it. Oh no, now I want to take it. Now I want to take it.
I think Sam should do it then, because he's been clamoring.
Well, no, but Sam wants to do it very well. So we got someone.
I just have like a couple like.
Okay.
Look, I'll just ask this question, and then I don't really want it. If we shut the borders, like zero immigration, you think that the rates of birth for white people would return to a rate where it maintains majority?
No, we need more than that.
Okay, so it's not maybe you think it's exacerbating the problem, but it's not really
yes, it'll limit it. It's a good first step.
I would like to pursue a thing with heritage. I would like to not be interrupted.
Yeah,
heritage. You claimed that cities did not exist in the Americas before Europeans showed up. This is just Empirical Falls. There's Aztec cities. There were cities in Mississippi. There was
Let's go with the United States.
Okay.
The thing that would make my fucking claim true.
Because how exactly is the Aztec Empire doing today?
I mean, it was conquered by
the Mayans up to.
You're denying that there was permanent settlements, but there were
The places that didn't have written languages.
What? I mean,
None of those places had written languages.
What gave
Like,
Europeans the right to conquer the Americas, given that there were people that lived here that had settlements? What gave them the right to do that?
The thing is it's a false dichotomy. We're relating two different things. Like we're comparing conquering to a sort of, it's like a suicide that we're doing now in America by choosing not like all I care about for white people and white identity is white people just have their own interests, have their own values. Like think of like what's best for their own people, which they're a part of, whether they want to be or not.
You do realize you
And by them not doing so is just suicide. They're not being conquered. They're not being invaded even. It's just like they're complacent. So I don't think it's related. I don't think it's the same.
Justify that they came over here and they treated people well. Why do you think they treated them well? And then also, why the fuck do we have a white ethno state in a place that we like evilly conquered? Like, why is that the appropriate thing to do?
I don't think it was evil.
Why wasn't it evil?
Because it was for our own interests.
Okay, so people should just conquer for their own interests. Is it your view that like might makes right, that we should conquest?
That's just war. That's just the way it is.
So is your view that we should just conquer, like humans should try to conquer each other and take as much territory as they can because that's good? Is that your view?
If it benefits white people, yes.
Okay, so you just want a zero-sum struggle between white races and other races, and whoever gets on top, that's good. It would be if white people win, that's good, and
that's reality. Yeah. That's how it is.
It's not reality. That's your prescription.
It's the truth. That's just how things are.
That's your preferences about how things should happen. That's not just
no. That's just how it is.
Things are. No, I'm asking you what you think should be, not about what things are. So when you say it's reality, it's not what is reality. It's what you want to happen. I'm asking what you want to happen.
I want us to realize the truth, which is what you just described.
Okay, I am asking you what you want to happen, not what is the descriptive facts about what tends to.
I've already expressed like what I want to happen about white identity and choosing our own interests. Like, what else do you need from that? What's missing?
Would you be mad if a different group did have the goal?
Okay, I can't do this. I can't have lines with people.
Sam.
Owned.
That would be like, hey, Albedo.
If I have a KD 10.
Albedo, that would be why I didn't want Sam to do it.
Yeah, but you said that it's moral for a group to act with their own best interests in mind. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you have a problem with that's what Native Americans were doing? You said that was not right, and it was in fact wrong for them to do that.
It's not wrong if you were of that tribe, if you were of that group, because it was kill or be killed.
Then why were you saying that it was morally wrong?
I'm not saying it was morally wrong. I'm saying like if we're
did,
basing it off of no. Okay, I'm clarifying now. If we're trying to make the premise that they were here first, we have to have the conversation of under what nature, how were they here first? If we're saying that the slaughtering and conquering and enslaving of them is terrible, why are we ignoring their very same actions?
No, what you said was we had the moral right to take their land over because they were being immoral by conquering each other and using their own self-interest as their guiding principle. You said that earlier, and now you're saying that the most moral thing a group of people can do is act with their own self-interest. So I don't know why you said they were being immoral and that's why we needed to take over their land and conquer them, if that's what you view as moral.
That's not true. Is this straw man?
It is what you said. That is what you said.
I just clarified it. You can make the obvious interpretation.
Well, in terms of the morality thing, that when he said the thing about Native Americans, what he was trying to do was to say he was basically trying to like erase Native Americans like sort of claim to the land by saying that they were fighting each other. He wasn't necessarily saying, "Oh, that was immoral."
Well, I know, but that's he was using it as justification.
If America
had the right to take them over because they were acting immorally by overtaking.
Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was so much a moral claim. I think it was like.
If you're saying.
Well, I think it was like. Oh, well, they clearly didn't care about the land because they weren't sharing it among themselves, so we could take it.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's accurate.
It's not,
if you're trying to say that we don't have a right to the land.
it's actually not a good point because that is actually not.
Well, maybe a good representation of what I'm saying.
Well, it's a good representation of what you were saying, but what you were saying is stupid because that isn't actually what happened.
It is what happened. I mean, they did not get along. They slaughtered each other, enslaved each other, cannibalized each other. Did far worse things.
That's about as accurate. That's about as.
Do you think white people don't cannibalize
As Albedo already pointed out to you, that saying that about Native Americans is about as accurate as saying that about Europeans.
No, like it maybe different time periods, but then you're comparing.
No, because Native Americans in
completely
the United
different time periods.
Native Americans in the United States lived here for thousands of years, and so they cooperated and they built cultures, thriving cultures that were there for thousands of years before they were destroyed by colonists, right? So they weren't just, even if there were conflicts among them, they weren't just like, pillaging and killing each other the whole time, right? So representing that as what happened, right, is about as accurate as saying, oh, that's all the Europeans were doing, right? So you're just like, once again, you don't actually know anything about history or social science.
Okay, you're just
that's sort of what's required.
Now you're just misinterpreting everything.
That's sort of what's required to be a white nationalist.
Is it really?
In London, I think it's 58. It's 58. Oh, like just give or take 58%, but so it could round up to 59. There's 59% of all owned homes are owned by white British people.
It's not I'll post the actual truth in the comments
here.
here.
What you're talking about is you're saying 66% of Indian occupants own their homes. Obviously, Indian people are like, let's say, South Asian, but South Asian people are like a minority, constitute the minority of the population. And I think white British is something like 40%, but like white, including white Irish and stuff, is like over 50%. So London is
White
majority
Russians.
white. Yeah, London is majority white, and of all the owned homes in London, so I think it's like 50% of occupied premises are owned. 59% of those are owned by white British people. And I think the nearest competitor is like South Asian, which is at 6%. So it's like not even close.
It's just not the case, what you're saying. I can share the truth
This is
here in the comments.
This is another thing about this guy, which is like, when you tell him, oh, okay, this claim that you've made is false, it's actually like this.
Because I can read you here, more Indians own property in London than the English, and here's why Indians buy property in the United Kingdom. Indians are among the highest number of property owners in London.
Hold on, Papa. You're misunderstanding the data. The point is, Indians constitute a minority of the population of London. Like, you understand that, right? And what they're saying is 66% of Indians who occupy property, who are occupants, own their property, right? But then what you could do is, if we zoom out, we say, okay, here's the amount of properties in London, and here's the percentage of those properties which are owned. And then we ask the question, relative to the population size, how many of these different ethnic groups are homeowners? And then when you do those calculations, you find that of all of the owned property in London, 59% is owned by white British people, and 6% is owned by Asian people. But it's just true that relative to their population size, relative to the amount of Asian occupants of properties, 66% of those people own their properties. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that part is true. If you're conflating white population in London with just being English, it's not the case.
No, I'm saying the white British population is
36%.
Yeah, right. And 59, and let's say, just assume for the sake of argument, that 36% of that population all were homeowners.
Can you post where they own more than 50% of the property?
Pardon?
Can you post that?
Post what?
What you're reading, or any numbers you have.
All right, cool.
I want to go back to that claim that immigration.
Just from the UK Gov thing, but I suppose.
I want to go back to that claim that immigration creates inflated real estate prices, and the inflated real estate prices keep fertility down. How old are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my 20s.
You're in your 20s. Okay, so do you remember the financial crisis of 2008? Or
Wasn't
did you
my
read about
time.
it? Okay, all right. Because when real estate prices were in free fall, that's when the economy was at its worst, right? If you know anything about the economy of the United States, it's based on high real estate prices because most real estate is bought with mortgages, and most of the residential mortgages are guaranteed by the federal government, right? So most of the interest burden is paid on repaying those loans, and obviously interest is income for the financial system, and that's how they can create a spread to offer other type of financial products. So I would argue that low real estate prices are much worse for the economy than high real estate.
What did you want specifically? Because there's like a lot of data I have here. So like, what did you need specifically? What you specifically contesting?
Just the number of property ownership by race. If you were talking about they own like 56% of property.
Oh yeah, but that's you're gonna have to do. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to actually calculate that. That's not like I don't have an article that's saying that number. So I'm saying what you have to do is you have to say, okay, they're this percent of the population. They own, so this is how much owned property exists in London. That white people constitute this percentage of the population. This percentage of white people own their own homes, and then that's where you get. And then you have to do the same thing with all these other groups, and then you can get a picture of like what the actual layout looks like. So if we take I think it's like 1.8 million homes that are owned in London, then you can get an idea of how many of those people, how many of those homes are owned by white people. So you'd actually.
So you just say that the Indian groups do disproportionately own more.
Yeah. So like relative to their populations, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you just say, like, look, white people who occupy premises in the UK, in London, own 59% of the premises they occupy, versus Asian people that occupy premises in London own 66% of them are homeowners. Yeah,
it just means a higher percentage of white people are renting compared with like Indian people.
I think when he's hearing
yes, and they go over that in the fertility.
I think I think what he's hearing you say, Timothy, is that 66% of the homes are owned by Indian people. I think he's misunderstanding what the stats.
Yeah, that's what he.
Yeah.
But that's why I said that was false.
Do you understand
I
that?
to go
right.
double check.
But does he understand that now?
Yeah, I understand. If you're saying like, white people rent more, that's also a consideration.
Yeah,
the fertility, like reducing birth rates of native
the growth
people.
number is less, like white people.
No, but that's not.
Actually, maybe it's not less.
Switching
he's still just drawing spurious connections between this. Look, the point is they're not switching to renting. The point is still that of the properties that are owned, right, most of them are owned by white people. Right.
Are the prices going up or down?
Like 60% of properties that are owned in London are owned by white British people, not white people, just white British.
What,
even if, and by the way, like even if he gets to this part, even if hold on, just so you understand this, even if
that's not true, and it is.
Oh my God, even if property values are going up, okay, you understand that there's two things to be said about this. One is that just because there's a correlation, if there even is one, with immigration, doesn't mean that it's causal. And then secondly, if the prices of the homes go up and they're mostly owned by white people, right? That just means that white people's wealth is increasing. Okay? So it's like it's stupid from two different.
I don't see how you're thinking this has like you think this has like more of a minimal effect on the economy affecting like white people.
No, I'm saying that if the housing prices are going up and then that just means that the wealth of white people is going up as a direct result.
But you just said they're renting more than the Indians comparatively.
No.
The Indians are owning property at a higher rate than white people are.
You guys talk past each other. Neither of you understand the issue. But Piper, he doesn't have to understand history. He's just a racist. He doesn't even know.
Seems like I know more than all of you.
No, because you don't even know how the economy works. I mean, I assume you're talking about the United States. I know you guys are talking about data from London, so forgive me if I'm ignorant of that. But initially, you were talking about the United States. And yeah, the bedrock of our economy is residential real estate, right? It's what underpins Wall Street's ability to lend money, right? So yeah, that's not gonna help. You need another way to preserve your genetics. But
No,
it doesn't
the
seem to really
economy is directly related to birth rates. Sorry to tell you.
How? Give me the link. Because now that's just a claim.
I've already posted. I posted it in earlier. You can scroll up and see. It's directly related to higher housing prices.
I'm not gonna read things that ignorant people post.
Okay, then you were lying earlier. You were lying about wanting me to post anything.
I didn't say that. That was
You just said post it, share, show how that's true. I say already did, and you say, oh, I'm not gonna read anything that racist tells me.
Timothy, we're getting Carl versus the white nationalist. How epic!
Yeah, but that was just.
Andrew, we need to get back to abortion.
Yeah.
As are being killed as we speak. Please, we need to get back to one-on-one abortion.
This guy is probably in favor of it.
Andrew, we need to get back to abortion.
Well, I think this guy. I think this guy. Well, I will say, I think this guy's position is sort of the old style position on abortion in the United States, which is like abortions for brown people, sometimes forced, but not for white people.
Imagine that too.
That's probably what he's doing. Yeah, let him speak for himself.
He's basically a cartoon character, so it's pretty predictable.
I think there's a more amicable solution to things.
Yeah, like
just that simple.
Everybody voluntarily chooses to live in ethnic enclaves.
Well, they do. I'm saying we should allow them.
Well,
we should go with the flow, with the grain rather than against it.
I realize that that's like the narrative that you'd like to believe, but the fact that they're not doing that currently seems like an obstacle.
You are allowed to just go and start your little white Amish village if you want to, dude.
Well, I don't want that. I want New York.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
I want Chicago.
It's funny.
I want the cities that we built. Sorry, I don't want to live in a rural town.
Okay, well, that's
okay,
great.
Well,
not going to accept that.
There is this.
Okay, then we'll just fight about it then. How's that?
There is this funny thing, this juxtaposition, where it's like, on the one hand, we don't want to dredge up the memory of the Holocaust and this kind of thing, right? So we don't. Oh no, we just want everybody to voluntarily separate, right? But then when the possibility of them going out in the wilderness and doing that's brought up, then it becomes, oh no, actually we're imperialists. We want to take everything for ourselves. It's like, okay, so that's when the mask actually starts.
And also, you're not going to get all white people on your side. I'm not.
I totally agree with that.
So good luck. Like I said, you
just need most or a good chunk.
You're not going to get.
The real problem of being in the Amish town is if we do go to the Amish town, we're going to make it. Well, hear me out. Hear me out. Is if we really do go to the Amish town, we're going to make it the best place on earth, and all of you guys will want to go. You'll want to go in there.
All you people who are so fascinated, who are just the most fascinating and interesting thing. The thing about me that makes that I care about the most is my race.
It's true. It is very important to everybody's day-to-day life. It's important to everybody.
Yes, and this is why I said I feel bad for you, right? Because that's all you fucking have. That's what you have to make you feel good about yourself.
You don't know anything about me.
Well, at least I'm a white guy. At least I'm white. That's
really
like
cool.
Your penultimate value.
Cool.
You're like, oh my god, I'm so thankful I was born as a white guy. It's just sad. It's sad that that's how you decide to feel special about yourself.
I definitely wouldn't have it. I'm happy I'm not Indian.
Hold on, we need to discuss God's existence.
Well, yeah, that's true. But putting aside this guy's pathetic bullshit that has managed to win over exactly nobody who's been watching this entire time. Putting all of that aside, Andrew, can you tell us about these Midas arguments that you would think were epic? Why don't you tell us?
Oh yeah, that's also it's important as well.
Well, Shalom. I do think that Midas should be able to give them he's really very articulate. Last night, you guys missed maybe the best stuff I've ever heard.
Well, that's the hypothesis I'm trying to test right now, but it seems like you're trying to fudge the date.
I need Timothy to back me up here.
Timothy, would you like to confirm the hypothesis?
Could I say something about just real quick?
No, you cannot. shut the fuck up, man.
It's actually very.
Matthew will refuse your right to speak.
Can I
Please
just
don't.
speak
You
one time
cannot.
about what you
You
say
cannot.
about
You
what are
cannot.
Do they
It'll
want
only
their right?
take 30 seconds. It's literally
You
30
cannot.
seconds.
Okay,
No, it will
Matt,
take no time because you will not
Matt-
speak.
Matt, do they want the right to abort you? Is that what they're trying to do?
I don't
Yes,
know.
we would like to abort Matthew.
Did you
Adams.
ever see the episode of Seinfeld?
Blah,
where,
blah, 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 blah.
the baby was
Matthew
ugly,
Adams.
Andrew?
Matthew
and,
Adams.
everybody
Blah,
knew
blah,
the baby
blah,
was
blah,
ugly.
blah, blah, blah.
No.
And they described it as breathtaking. And Elaine had a crush on this doctor that called Elaine breathtaking, but then he also described the baby as breathtaking. But everybody knew that
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Elaine was confused. Andrew is like that. Andrew will say something about some person like, really intellectual. But he'll say that about Jack H. Strike, and then he'll say it about.
This is what you get for allowing Matt to talk. You get some fucking.
Yeah, it was actually kind of. What are you saying? No, it's kind of funny. It's funny what he said.
Is breathtaking.
If you've seen the Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Like the Seinfeld episode is that, like the doctor says that she's.
Sully, I get that you're an
Let Sully explain it.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
The rest of us.
No. It's funny when he's saying.
When they do
Look.
intellectual people, that's it.
He's saying like there's. Okay. Well, yes, Midas. 1 second though. Just 1 second, real quick. In the episode, the doctor says she's breathtaking, and she's like, "Oh, I've never received that compliment before," but basically realizes that he just uses it as like a throwaway like comment when he doesn't actually mean anything by it, because he says it about this ugly baby too. And so, Matt saying Andrew calling somebody an intellectual is like, not actually.
Look, you're done filibustering.
Yeah.
Well, you made that point a lot more effectively than he did.
So the thing is, you don't want to be called an
No,
intellectual by
enough
Andrew.
Matthew.
That's the point.
Enough
Well,
Matt.
here's the thing,
Okay.
Midas. I do think you are breathtaking, and I think you should be able to demonstrate that. So
But
go
Andrew,
ahead.
Andrew, before
Yes.
that, do you remember our, meeting plans?
Yes, I remember that we should have meeting plans. I did come in and gave a full-fledged presence support to a room that you had open recently, although I wasn't able to participate much.
I think I saw you there, yeah. But I couldn't even read the chat, so.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that sucks. But yes, we do need to do that. But I guess in the meantime, Sasha, you want to get as much of this as you can. You're rarely going to have Well, here's the thing. You're rarely going to have a white nationalist, such as Heritage, mixed with Carl, a black nationalist, and Midas.
Carl's not a black nationalist.
I know. But Carl on here and Midas as well.
Midas is like he's a black nationalist, right? Kind of.
Well, he had a Malcolm X profile picture, but I don't know that he actually is.
Isn't he black Hebrew Israeli?
No, he's a Christian.
I don't know if he holds a view like that. Midas,
He's a Christian. He's not a BHI.
Midas, would you self-identify as a racist as well, or where are you at?